France and Italy combined. It has a greater population than those of Canada, Australia, and New Zealand put together. Its people speak many different languages with hundreds of dialects, belong to different races, practice different religions. In the Muslim north, on the fringe of the Sahara, live the Hausa people, rooted in tradition, often suspicious of Western ideas. They form half the population of Nigeria. Only 50 years ago, their ancestors were ruthless slave traders, raiding and devastating the villages of their weaker neighbors in the south. Britain accepted their principle of hereditary rule. And today, in the House of Chiefs, the emirs, their rulers, meet with British officials to administer the northern provinces. In Kano, the northern capital, there are houses with electric light, telephones, and piped water. But modern ways have hardly touched the mass of people outside the cities. The cattle herders of the open plains live as their forefathers did, and the trappings of civilization are distant indeed from the pagan people of the Jos Plateau. In the southeast, the Igbos, farmers and smallholders, eager to learn, sometimes ready to contribute their labor free for community projects like this new road, linking together two villages. From among them, the government recruits a great many of its junior administrators. And they have a strong sense of fun. In the southwest, the Yorubas, fishermen, boatmen, farmers.
How are these people Yoruba? This man, does he know what he's talking about?
In which whole districts were devastated and their inhabitants massacred and enslaved. Now their chiefs rule peacefully with British advice. Their capital, Ibadan, is the largest Negro city in Africa. But deep in the interior, old habits and old beliefs are still strong. Distances and lack of communication sharpen the isolation of tribe from tribe and are at the bottom of Nigeria's disunity. The railways, overworked and short of rolling stock, are unable to carry all the food and produce that might be going to the port. Too much of the land is worn out. Primitive agriculture and a population growing too fast have drained the soil of life. Many a village is facing the terrible reality of soil erosion, leading to lowered standards of living, malnutrition, and disease. Contagious diseases like yours. Hookworm, often caught from infected water. Malaria, carried by mosquitoes, and epidemics of smallpox, yellow fever, typhus. Blindness, perhaps 10 times as common in Africa as in England. Sleeping sickness, spread by the tsetse fly. Leprosy, 68,000 cases treated in a year. There is disease and poverty throughout Nigeria, the unrelieved poverty of millions who eat out of their living. Lagos, the capital, is badly overcrowded. 3 out of 5 of the dwellings in the city have been condemned as not fit to live in. People are drawn to Lagos by the hope of a better job with more money, but there are not enough jobs. The startling truth is that the population of Nigeria has doubled in 50 years of peace. There can be no solution to Nigeria's problems unless her development, both economic and social, can be made to keep pace with this rapid growth of her people. Harsh enough challenges. Are they being met? In part only. New bridges are going up. Great efforts are being made to patch up rolling stock and to keep it in repair. In England, the building of new locomotives for Nigeria is speeded up, and some are already on their way out. Mechanization has made a good beginning in the government-owned collieries in the east, and will increase output when the railways are ready to take the coal. The struggle to restore the fertility of eroded land has begun. At Minna, a dam is being built to irrigate parched soil and to supply villages with fresh water. A generation of better farmers is being built up, slowly because there are always too few instructors. But many young soldiers have come back from service in Burma and elsewhere, anxious to learn and ready to pass on their new knowledge to the people in their villages. And Africans are being taught to fight disease at once they met with a hopeless fatalism. The Sleeping Sickness Service is cutting down great areas of bush, destroying the breeding ground of the tsetse fly. Malaria is being kept down by the clearing out of mosquito swamps. Hookworm diminishes when clean water is available. Leprosy is being treated now with new drugs which hold out the promise of more cure. And the spread of knowledge is giving sufferers more confidence to come forward. The devoted work of private and missionary societies has been strengthened and extended since 1945 by a new government leprosy service. But the crying need is for more doctors, more nurses, more trained medical staff, more clinics, and more hospitals. For all these services, Nigeria needs more money. And it is only from Nigeria's own resources that the money in the end can come.
What Nigeria? What are you talking about? That so we for what kind of yeah talk is that? So we for there now. No, we are not going to remain like that. We were a lot more developed, you know. What are you talking about? That like so we for there.
The country has great resources. Exports in 1947 amounted to £37 million sterling. Timber produced £750,000 in exports. Cotton, £300,000. Palm kernels and palm oil, £9.5 million. Ground nuts for fat, £6.25 million. And this would have been far more if the railways had been able to move the stock. Cocoa, £10.5 million. And along with the privately owned industries, there is growing up a government-inspired cooperative movement. It sets out to improve the lot of the local craftsmen and smallholders. The biggest of the cooperatives protects the cocoa farmer, helps him to sell his crops in the best market and to grow better cocoa. From the taxes and duties paid by industries, the Nigerian government derives a good part of its revenue. But beyond that, the British taxpayer, through the Colonial Development Fund, is contributing £23 million to be spent in Nigeria during the next 10 years. But the strongest challenge has still to be met: ignorance and traditional mistrust or even fear of Western ideas. In the Muslim North, only 1 child in 58 gets a school education. In the South, it is 1 child in 7. There is no free education in Nigeria. It usually costs from 7pence to 1 9pence a week to send a child to school, though fees are often reduced to what parents can afford. The government has launched a scheme to provide free schools for all children, but it will take 30 years to do it. And in the bush, witch doctors and secret societies, juju, a strongly rooted belief in mysteries and spells. Good spells to protect a man and his crops, evil spells to blight his enemies. Against all that is dark and obsolete, teachers and missionaries have patiently fought. And there have been great victories for knowledge. Many Africans have risen to distinction and today occupy important posts: police officers, barristers, high court judges. At this moment, about 600 are abroad, learning to be engineers, doctors, nurses, administrators, to reinforce those already hard at work. But in both North and South, and especially in the South, there are critics who are dissatisfied with Nigeria's rate of progress. In the North, a handful of them, stimulated by books and newspapers, urge a wider acceptance of Western ideas. In the South, there are nationalist movements. The most vigorous, led by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, best known as Zik, demands a half share for Africans in the government here and now, with full independence in 15 years' time. His newspapers, with the freedom that democracy gives them, bitterly criticize and seek to discredit British plans and practices. Zik has localized support in the south, but in the north, where half the people live, his following is negligible. Nevertheless, the questions he raises are important. Is Britain doing all she can as fast as she can to bring Nigeria to nationhood? Britain has set out to build Nigeria into a democratic structure. The pattern is complex. The village chief is encouraged to consult his people and to accept majority decisions. British officials, often administering large areas of the country, give counsel and guidance, hearing disputes, teaching the principles of British justice.
So are you seeing all these people surrounding the British? They are the ones, they are the elites in our country today. These type of people that are interceding on behalf of the British, they are the elites in our country today. So that people understand what I was talking about.
The emirs and chiefs, whose authority was recognized before Britain came to Nigeria, helped to run the country.
Do we have enough to have a discussion on this?
With the
I think we have enough.
Service under the governor in Lagos.
It's almost done anyway, so.
Very well.
In 1946, Nigeria took a great step forward. A new constitution was adopted, setting up in north, east, and west elected houses of assembly to take decisions on regional affairs. At the same time, the Legislative Council was reformed and became a parliament for all Nigeria.
You heard it there, north, east, and west, right? Keep that in mind.
And though they are subject to the overriding power of the governor, all are able to learn and to practice the arts of government. How soon can Nigerians alone govern their country? The sharp conflict is not over the ultimate aim, but over the time it will take to achieve this aim. It will not be enough to hand over the government to an educated minority, or to return the people to the lordship of traditional rulers. All the people must be enabled to exercise theirs and as citizens. All must realize that they are part of a nation. But there are brave beginnings of a new sense of community in the experiments in cooperative effort, and most hopeful of all, in the movement for mass education that has appeared, notably in the East. The brutal fact is that at this moment, only about 1 in 30 can read and write. How soon? British and Africans, working together, may have only a generation or two to accomplish what they thought to be the work of a century. The challenge must be met in this modern age.
Yeah, thank you for indulging me on this, because it's a way of breaking up the rhythm anyway, the conversation about the other stuff. But I thought I should share this because we don't get to see 1948 how it was before independence. And I can see that their video is a little bit racist actually, because they always try to portray Africans as backward, but you can see that there are other groups there, those engineers and all those people that are actually, brilliant black people around them, but they don't show a lot of them. They show them very sparsely in that this is documentary. Or they like to show all the people on the ground walking without breasts and all the shirt and all that stuff. So what do you think about it? Let me start from Pansa, then we'll come down this thing. But let's start to keep it brief this time so that everybody will have a say, and then we can go around and just freely talk about it.
All right, thank you very much. It's it gives two feelings when we're watching what we're watching. Obviously, how tough our people had it in trying to standardize things, because it's not like the pursuit that Africans were making at the time that there was anything wrong with it. When it comes to cosmologically, what we pursue as human beings are actually vanities, right? Technology and all that is fun, that's true, if everybody wants to participate in it. It's like a game of Monopoly. If you join, you could all play a game of Monopoly. When it's all done, you fold it up. Nobody takes anything when they leave. On this planet, our people were pursuing art, happiness. They were in pursuit of happiness. They weren't trying to invent locomotives and do stuff like that. So it depends on when you taking a look at that, the picture you see. You could see nice artwork that were done, nice carvings, nice hairstyles, like you have on your avatar right there, forefathers. So there are a lot of things we're looking at simultaneously in that thing. Now, if you're looking at it in comparison of how far Oyibo had gone in technology and all that, in pursuit of the truth and all that, and they were using it against us, well, shame on them for all that. But if we let them continue, then shame on us. We know better now. We know what they've employed to colonize us. If it's just Nigeria, then we can be ashamed. But it's not only Nigeria, it's the entire African continent. That period of colonialism, it came late. It lasted very long. Africa was conquered by European imperial powers in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, right? So it was mostly over. They colonized us. Let's accept that. So I don't know what you're looking at and why you're showing this. If you're showing this to show how mundane, how backward we were, fine. I'll grant you that. But remember, it was not harmonized. It was not systemized that we're going to be pursuing the same thing Oyibos are pursuing. It wasn't made consistent. It wasn't uniform. So there's no need to compare. It was normalized after that, homogenized to assimilate us into what they're pursuing. So it goes into the ethereal realm. If you want to look at it, what they're pursuing, we finally joined them in that, because it wasn't like they're going to stay in their part of the world, do whatever the hell they're doing, and then we stay in our world doing what we're doing, because we're quite happy what we're doing, which is to do the natural things that we find in our surrounding. We went out to fly, to go to London or do that kind of stuff. So I still don't know why you're showing this. You might have had a debate with somebody in another platform and you came here to make your point. But if I have to look at it in the form of human development, now the way you have to, I'm going to end with this, because I want others to talk so I could then know actually where you're going with this, right? So if you're going to look at it in form of human development, we're like, at that time that they saw us, we're like in infancy, a neonatal form, not even a toddler. We still haven't even gotten to childhood yet, adolescence, not to talk about adulthood. And they came to us already in at least adolescence, right? So I want you to be able to go deeper. So let me hear what John and Mama Echo have to say about it, so I actually know where you're taking this to, because what they were showing there wasn't the nobility of our elders dispensing justice, for example. Looking at how
try to keep it brief, because
okay, so I'll leave it at that. Okay.
Yeah, of course, they are not there to show our nobility. They are there to show us as backward as possible and make it look like they are trying to get. This is what they are still doing today. When they come to Nigeria, they always show the rubbish, never show all the great things that is also in the country. Mama Echo, please, what do you think about 1948 Nigeria?
At least when I look at it, I look at where we are coming from and how our colonial master used us to enrich themselves.
Why don't we call them British?
Wait now, let me finish. But are we not doing the same thing today? The elite, are they not doing the same thing that we are trying to condemn they did to us? The British, the colonial master, used us to enrich themselves. Are the elite and the political cabals, are they not doing the same thing today? Imagine, that reminds me, a senator came online in Channel TV telling Nigerians that yes, they steal, but they steal those money to be able to give it to us during election. And he walk away. Nothing is being done. Is that the reason they were elected or selected into power? Were they supposed to go there to steal and give us crumbs during election? Or they were supposed to go there to use our resources to develop our different states, local governments, and villages? So when we look at the colonial master, our people are recolonizing us and making us to suffer when we are not.
Well, we shouldn't be calling it this masters thing. Why do we keep doing it? Is this a sickness or something? Why do we keep calling them masters? Children are watching them and you're calling them masters.
But that was where, are we not calling them master when they
We are
were
not to.
No, we
That
are
was
not
then.
talking of now. I'm talking of the history.
But there are young people watching you right now calling British people masters.
I am not calling them master today because they are not the one colonizing us today. It is us.
They are
Our
British now. Let's call them
political leaders or rulers, they are the one doing the same thing we condemned years back. I hear for Pastor.
Because the reason why I say that is because I always worry what we are putting in the minds of our children, because they internalize it. We are calling other people masters like they are our colonial masters when they were our colonial masters. Things like that. We know what they represented. They defeated our country. They usurped power, and we know their name. They are the British. Why call them the name that they told you to call them? But Jonaba, please go ahead.
I don't know what you are trying to get out of the.
Nothing really. I just want people to tell me what they think.
Okay. My general observation when I watch it is that we have all it takes to live and to grow in our own space before they came and took over everything, pretending like they're trying to educate us and help us, and took our resources. Until today, they are doing in one way or the other. They only modernize it because of the current way as the world changes. We have everything. We are beautiful people. We are loving and kind people. And that's why we receive them. They pretend to have exchange of human service in terms of providing some health care and some education. And in that pretense, being open-minded people like we were then and up to today, to receive a stranger and treat them. There are places you go in Nigeria today that the owner of the house will leave their own bed for you to sleep, to make you comfort. It is that is how deep we receive strangers. But these people took advantage of it today. And that foundation, after destroying ours, have never been reviewed because we have not had men and women that have a clear vision on how to lead their people to be competitive in 21st century. And that's what we are still struggling with. So when I see this, I see beautiful men and women growing in their own space before they now come and took over everything from us. And my coming here often time as much as I can. It's not that it's convenient, but to have a say. At least there's a book I read, I touch one life, but the one life that I touch a million. Hoping that the history we take, that a word that is receiving from this platform or elsewhere, as we have open conversation to educate people, to empower people, to speak to the humanity and the value that were enshrined in us, that we are not worthless ever and we will never be. We are still struggling like any other human being on earth. World is not fair, but then we have a genuine heart. We mean well. And wherever we have been, whether in America or in any part of the world, we have pursued excellence. And that is who we are. And that's what I want to leave it at.
Thank you. I really appreciate your observation of this in the video. Dexter, been a while. It looks like you've been away trying to make a lot of money for yourself. So how did you see the video? Your audio is off. Completely, I can't hear anything at all. Your movement is fine, but no audio. You may have been kind of your mic.
Let him go out and come back in.
Yeah, you can do that. You can go and come back. Let's see whether there's anything that can be done. Yeah. So my observation of the video was, it's like a country. I don't buy the video they are selling, because you can see Nnamdi Azikiwe in that video. He looked quite fine. You can look at all some of the northern leaders they showed. They look quite almost like you can see them today, but they spend most of their time showing the people that are not well dressed and all that kind of stuff. People needing help or not, because that's how they like to portray us. It doesn't mean that we are still not as we were today. And even Dr. Oga Alexander Gomez was saying earlier on that before we were not civilized, that because he saw a video, a picture of an English pub 1,000 years ago, that he was like really surprised. Like, but around that time, the Benin people were building the wall around their city. The Ijebu people were building a wall around us. The Nok culture had already existed, and they were smelting iron 5,000 years ago. So how can you say we're not civilized? It's not all Africa, all Europe that was civilized at the same time. And I think and that's one of the things we saw in the comments too. I think one Nigeria was saying, "Oh, is this what we would have been doing if Oyibo didn't come?" You see the kind of talk our people say, that that's how we would have been living if Oyibo didn't come and save us. So that is not true.
But the truth is, if they didn't come, we would have been civilized in our own unique way. And we would have been able to carry on with our cultural value, which make us a black people. But when they came in, we begin to grab here, and begin to leave behind what makes us to be unique as people. And now greediness, selfishness, wickedness has come in, even with the civilization. You know, those parents just come up to say, oh, they think about the future, the younger generation. But that's not what we are thinking about today.
That's true. See, one of the things I saw in the video too was the fact that many of these our leaders were working with them. You can see it in the video. They were working with them very closely, and by the time they left, they just say, you know what, take the keys. And Azikiwe was actually accurate, because he said in 1948, in 15 years, we should be free. So he was quite accurate. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, one of the senior police officers of the British left around 1963 even. They were still, even when they handed over power to us, they still had British officials in our civilian infrastructure, and even some military infrastructure. They were still there. So they left maybe around 1963 or a little bit later. So it's very, very revealing, some of the stuff we saw there. And for me, the way they portrayed the North and the way they portrayed the Southeast wasn't portrayed very well, actually, I must say. They were not portrayed very well. And
but even when they left, even when they left, they did not leave our resources alone. They did not.
No, not at all.
Today,
they still,
they instead of coming openly to collect it just when they were there, they are not coming through our people that are greedy and wicked to still collect it.
Yeah, and it's more efficient. It's more efficient. See, now they collect the items, they make it, and they sell it back to us. So in other words, we are paying them for taking our materials.
They collect it almost free of charge.
Yes.
They not refine it and bring it to us
to buy it.
To buy it at expensive rate.
In other words, we are paying them for taking our material.
For stealing from us.
That is how bad it is. That's what makes them a genius. That makes them genius. They created a system where we pay them for using our materials. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. You have to give them that. Our mumu wear trouser. Yeah.
If not, on a serious note.
Oh my God.
How do we get crude oil from us? And up to today, we don't have refinery to refine the same crude oil for us. We bring it to them. And when it come back, we cut our people's neck by selling it. It's so painful.
You see this year, man. He said 100 years ago, the Southeast, we are still working against. I don't know what sounds all these people. Who told you that? Were you there? You see, you know, the CBD was invented in the Southeast and the Efik area and towards Cameroon. This is a writing system, one of the oldest writing systems. All these guys, I don't know, you people just think that we are just backward, and you are buying what the people will tell you. Don't believe all that nonsense. Dexter, thank you for coming back.
Yes.
Your audio. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you for everybody. Dr. Damages, forefathers, Pansat, Jonaba, Mama H.O. Yeah, nice topic. I'll try and take a different view on what we are saying. So I'll give an example. If I'm going to write an exam, in the present day and time, what you do is you look for mock exams that have been written. You look for dumps and you try and practice with those dumps. When you practice with those dumps, then you go for the exam and you're better prepared. I don't care about what was written what that person said in the documentary, because like they say, until the lion starts writing his own story, the stories will always be in favor of the hunter, you know. So my take right now is that Africans, the black race, first of all, has disappointed itself, in all honesty, by continuously living on the back of, in quotes, the oppression of the white race, because times have moved so far on that we ought to have done something for ourselves rather than keep on looking at what somebody else did to us. As far back as 1960, the British granted Nigeria independence. First question I'll ask is, what have we done with it? The British came to India, colonized India. India is completely different today. India today is already going to overtake China and become even stronger than China in the next 20 years. The British colonized Hong Kong. The British colonized a lot of places. Some of those people picked up themselves when they got independence. They dusted themselves off. Unfortunately, this is the reality. When they went to India, the Indians didn't take the British language. They didn't take the British religion, but they took the British knowledge. But when they came to Africa, most of us, we took the British language, we dropped the science, and we took the religion. And it is what is one of the ways to control people is through religion and language. One is to control people's, because religion controls your emotional intelligence. Your language controls your communication. And so when we keep on spending time talking about what the British did, let me just bust the bubble of all this rubbish. During the Nigerian Civil War, Biafra, through ingenuity of people that studied chemistry, Biafra was producing crude oil on its own without foreign aid. Biafra went into manufacturing without foreign aid. In fact, it was the manufacturing capacity of Biafra that the Bulgarian Prime Minister then said, look, we don't need another Japan. Biafra did that. Now, after the Nigerian Civil War, any thinking country will say, Omo, you people were doing so much work. Come and bring this thing to Nigeria so that we can explode. But what did we do? We collected all the things that we told them, bring the things you people did. The scientists brought what they had done and they destroyed it. They decapitated it. They erased it completely. Why are we this? Why do we come here and start talking of the British that came when the African killed himself? Biafra was created. Go and read the history books. What they were creating in Biafra. Biafra was locked up. The southeastern region was locked up for almost 2.5 years. Those guys were moving in technology. They were manufacturing things without any white. They were drilling crude oil. That is why when Shell came after the Civil War, Shell went straight to Egbema in Imo State. Because Shell, you guys were producing something. Do you know that during the Civil War, that the Biafran scientists came up with an additive from palm oil that you could add to petroleum products so that your car will be running to enhance the petroleum products. They came up with that. What did we do? What did we do as Africans? What did we do as Nigeria? We destroyed it. Then we are coming here to blame the British that were coming to take resources, and that one was because they wanted to drive their economy. They wanted to drive their economy. The British that came that time, when they came, if they see something good in your place that can enhance the economy, they will take it and use it to enhance that. They will not destroy it. But what do we have in? And unfortunately, many of us have this primordial mindset. Many of us from back, we have this primordial mindset. If not be our own, make we destroy them. In Nigeria today, let somebody come up with something. I have to say, oh, this one is not from my area. Oh yeah, no, we don't want it to fly. We will kill it. We come here and be talking about British people that are trying to make, the whites are trying to make themselves better. That's why I say the black race has completely, I feel very bad. We failed ourselves. We have a lot of black Americans in America. Have they ever said, okay, let us create a government, even if it's one African country, let us do something to change this narrative. We can't continue staying like the child, the prodigal, not the prodigal son, the brother to the prodigal son that will be saying, why did you give my brother this one? Why did you give my brother? We can't feel entitled to anything when we can't help ourselves. Before the British came, there was the Arab colonization of the northern, of the whole Sahel region. Do we forget about that? We keep on looking at the British. There was the northern Arab colonization of the Sahel region. Why don't we talk about it? Why don't we speak facts about how the Sahel region was completely massacred? The whole white race from Morocco, Algeria, Sudan, the whole black race, Egypt, was completely massacred. cleansed completely, cleansed out, and repopulated. What are we talking about? There's no need for us to look. For me, the way forward for us, until we sit down, and unfortunately, you see, until we start speaking truth to power, and sometimes the truth is bitter, and sometimes the truth will hurt us. But to start speaking the truth about our history, many of us cannot even talk our own history. Our history as a country in Nigeria cannot honestly speak about it. But we'll be talking about the British. What's my business with the bloody British? Many of us are abroad, living on the economies of the British, living on the economies of the Americans, living on the economies of the Germans. So what are we talking about? Those guys were trying to better their system. That's what they wanted to do. What have we done to better our system?
I'm trying to interject here at this thing. Let me say something that you are saying. I interjecting. I'm sorry about that. I understand where you are coming from. The mindset of a person that go through abuse and the psychological impact that go for generation cannot be undermined. I understand you are saying this, maybe you are in the western part of the world, and that is overcoming a situation in your own way. The Biafra you talk about today, they are heck of a people that I give a credit to, but they are still traumatized, those that experience it, and then wish it never take place again. It's also to listen to me. The beating down of no excuse. We should move on from there. There are other, even in America. America was colonized. British colonized America. America is a world power today. But the approach and the general focus on our resources and our people in terms of the leadership is not as it is to the other Western, which you can speak to it that it is time for us to take responsibility, and we're still struggling of our 20 years or 20-something years as a democracy that they are still interfering with. The 10 of that time you are speaking may be British or Arab to that part. Today is the whole West against Africa continent. So the notion that you come with, we should move on from there. If moving on is easy, we have not even overcome our own cabal in our own country. Because when people put a structure and see afar to do that, it's very difficult to undo what people have put together. You said in your own word that they have used religion and languages. Those are psychological impact and take a direction, like you said, rightly said, that it control our emotions. So if you do not put those things in context and you're just saying that, those things doesn't matter, we could have moved on from there, India overcome their own. There are part of India that is, Nigeria is still better than today. So and there is no country, even in America here, there are places that there is a latrine, I've seen. Latrine, like we used to see in Nigeria. So the notion that, we should move on from here, everything is okay, we should take it, even our own cabal in our own country, we are struggling with it. Those things is not easy. It's easy to talk into it emotionally and everything. But it's not easy like that.
But what you're saying, sir, is you've actually answered. From what you have said, you've answered yourself in a way. You see, one of my main contributions here is this.
Let me answer myself so I can understand what you mean.
Yeah, my point is this. They say a people that want to emancipate themselves cannot be the same people enslaving themselves. We can't come here and be talking of like you are enslaving yourself, then you now start talking of another person that is enslaving you, that you want to emancipate yourself from. We have not emancipated
when
ourselves
you beat up
from
your
ourselves.
child, it's not okay for your neighbor to beat your child the way you want. You understand? So the point you are making is still in the issue of life. We are talking about, we can speak to the leadership of Africa or Nigeria, that we are not where we're supposed to be, we should do better than this. But we are 20 years in democracy that they even give it to us that we do not recover from it. Until today, they have never stopped interfering with our ways of life. And we are trying to say that we are not that, we are a victim of circumstances. So we are victim and so what, we should move on. You don't understand. Maybe you are a touch nut where your family comes from, that you have never experienced some personal abuse. When you say personal encounter with challenges, it's okay for you to speak to it. But we are speaking to the issue of people targeting you and your generation. The way and every approach to this colonizing is different. Every approach to British to American is different. And the way people overcome it is different. Our democracy is just 20-something years in the making. And we are still struggling with it within our own cabal. You cannot dismiss, the point I'm making, you cannot dismiss the fact that we are still struggling how to overcome our distance. You cannot be robbing yourself and then speak to issues. I'm telling you categorically, if you have access to Nigerian intelligence and brief of even what we people, the leaders, struggle with, you'll be amazed.
But wait, how do we explain our looting habit? That after looting, we will bring the money here, dump it in their account, buy property with it, and use the remaining to buy their exotic car to Nigeria. Whereas in Nigeria, we have Innocent Motor and others that we are not encouraging with our money to develop. How do we explain that?
I'm going to brief on that, and I leave to do other things, and I can join later if there's no justification for corruption or looting wherever whatsoever. But the issue we are struggling with these people is that that's why we talk about a leader with a clear vision. And I want you to know that when they come to today, the Nigerian leader, you see that some of them even cannot do a copy and paste. That's what they see and take to Nigeria and implement. It is the same struggle of self-worth. It is still struggling that money makes you. It is still a struggle that what you have defines you. Whereas the real definition of who you are is what
challenging
you create.
insights.
It's what you create. And that is what you pass on. So that is what our leaders need to understand, that even these people, our resources is there. Our money is there. When are we going to, we can talk about that in a different way, but you cannot take our psychological impact and interfering our government and how our struggle, you can't take it away. If you don't, you can say it at another person on the street, but if you encounter power and briefing and you see constantly how these people do we supposed to have, and another thing is you should understand is that until you find a leader who is trying to avoid West and have no investment in the West whatsoever, because adage in our place that if you are in a glass house, you don't throw stone. Most of their resources, they have it in abroad. That's why some of them cannot take a stand while others can do. And we can talk about that debate in another side of the corruption. And I think it also has to do with our judiciary system and lack of consistency in our currency. And that's what we are going through. We can talk about that on the other side. But we, as a people, Black nations, we still been even, I remember Colin Powell, the general, who was also a Secretary of State and led the war to Kuwait. If you read his book and he saw one of his interview, the day Obama became a president, he was in China, I think, when Obama won the presidency. He cried. He went to receive a guest in a New Jersey airport, Secretary of State in America. They told it, the ordinary person said they don't know him. Oprah Winfrey went to 3rd Street in Manhattan. He went to the shop, they see her coming. They shut the door. It is easy for us to talk about all of those things. And are you going to tell me he's a billionaire? You cannot think the Secretary of State who is a power. Obama had himself today. People, we have struggle as a black people, and we know we are strong people, and they target, they launch everything against us. We should not underestimate that. That's all I can tell you guys.
Okay,
The looting of our people, we can talk about it, that please, we can speak to it. Empower our people. It's a fear. Take this fear out. Let's invest in our people. Let's not take this money outside the country, and let's invest in the people. The people's country belongs to them. We can talk about that. And I think gradually things will get better, especially when we get a good judiciary system that can take action, not this yow EFCC that you guys are having at once. Say, I'm honoring this person.
So,
thank you.
What would be right for us to say, okay, we, the older generation, we've seen that all this has not helped us. How can we now, are we not supposed to begin to focus our attention on educating the younger generation that didn't internalize all this, for them to be able to make changes and help develop Africa?
That's the message. That's why you are here. That's why I'm here. And that's why it's okay to put all the view out there. And then we will not dismiss what people have been through or people are going through. But then we will continue to speak truth to the power that this thing our eyes have seen, our ear have heard. We cannot go back. Let me let the Pansat say something, and I'll rejoin you guys. Pansat, it's good to see you. You look nice and look younger.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you for coming in there, Jonaba. I really appreciate your contribution.
I'll be on the ground.
Nice one.
Nice to see you guys. Mama Ichi, I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Yeah. I wanted to show something again about because what this stuff is revealing is that I think we need to start getting to the deeper aspects of why we are where we are, because we can fume what we want. If we don't understand the forces we are fighting, we will not necessarily understand that, be able to deal with it. My eyes begin to be open to all this. And when your eye truly opens, you start realizing that, okay, maybe it's funny, because to me, some of the things he was saying was echoing some of it was similar. He was saying the people, not the politicians, can change the country. That the people are the ones that can change it. And I think I know where he's coming from, because we'll talk about it later. Let me just share this. I know where he's coming from on that one. So these are the poorest countries in the world, and so that people understand that this world is not as simple as you just think. It's not random. Something is going on. It's not random. Look at the countries that are the poorest ones. You will see a pattern. Imagine, number one, hey, fellow Africans. Number two, another fellow Africans. We think it's only Nigeria that has a problem, so just watch. Number three, another African country. We are winning the award again. Africans are number straight four. This is the first. I'm not sure there is. Okay, apart from a marathon that you see four African countries winning it, but let's see how far it's going to go. Mozambique, another African country. Niger, on 6th. Malawi, 7th. Liberia, 8th. Madagascar, 9th. Yemen is the first technically non-African country that has popped up there. And unfortunately for Yemen, they are the darkest this Arab nation. But somehow they also ended up being the poorest one. But it's all right. That's okay. It's not an African country, so we'll remove that from there. Somalia, African. Sierra Leone, this is Sierra Leone, African. Chad, African. Solomon Island. If I show you what's on Solomon Island, you will see. You will see why they are very poor too. Let's see what is on Solomon Island. Who is there? People. Let's put people. Let's get who the people look like. You see them? The people that are the poorest. Okay, let's keep going. This is not in Africa. This is outside Africa. Even when you go outside Africa, the poorest people you find are
all right. You made your point. Yeah, that's artificial.
Can I finish what I'm saying? Can I
No,
finish
no,
what I'm
but you didn't let me talk after how long I waited for
No,
other
no,
people to
no.
speak. Why don't you make your
You are
presentation when I'm
interrupting
done?
the presentation. Let me just finish.
I haven't responded to that point that you made last time.
Let me finish this one, then you can respond. We are not running. Mali is there. Burkina Faso next. Togo, 17th. Vanuatu. If we go and check Vanuatu, we are going to see the same thing again. The same set of kind of people are the same people that are the poorest. You never see that it's this thing, white kind of people. It's always us again. Let's keep going. Zimbabwe, Zambia, Haiti, Lesotho, Guinea-Bissau, Uganda, Guinea again, Rwanda. Even Rwanda is poorer than Nigeria. Jeez, I didn't see that one coming. Sudan is there. Comoros, Papua New Guinea. This is not African country, but if we go there, we know what we are going to see again. The pattern repeats itself again and again and again. So you see, these things are not necessarily by accident. Again, Kiribati. I'm just betting that it's likely to be one of us again, but I'm not so sure. But let's see. People, I can't be too sure about this one. The name sounds a bit strange. Let's see who these people are. Okay, they're a bit dark, but you can't say this one are black people. So this one are poor people, but not technically black. They look dark, but not black. You can't call them black, really. Who is this one? No, you can't call them black. This one are a bit like Polynesians. So they popped up on the list 30. Then you get Tanzania, Timor-Leste. I can almost swear this one is definitely black. Now there's no, that name sounds too black for my this thing. I can't even tell. Let's see. Yep, I'm correct on that. Timor-Leste, as you can see, they are mixed actually. They have dark people and they have this in lighter people. So this one is not. I'm not going to count this one as black. They are not black. They're just small island. Timor-Leste, Ethiopia, Tome, Sao Tome. I know Sao Tome. So Tome definitely black. Zambia, Benin Republic, Senegal. Where is Nigeria even? Micronesia, Republic of Congo. Just African countries just fill that list. Cameroon. Now you begin to see Asian countries pop up. Nepal, Myanmar, Tajikistan. Now you begin to see other groups start showing up. That it had to get to 40 something before you start seeing any major nation from other groups start popping up. These are major. The other ones are just islands. These ones are major nations now that are beginning to pop up. Tuvalu Island again, Marshall Island. These are tiny. Then you get Nigeria. Nigeria pops up at number 46, one of the poorest countries in the world, which is not the poorest, but if you look at all the nations that come before Nigeria, that is not good. That is not good. All the nations that come before Nigeria. So if you keep going down, you're going to see the pattern that is mostly black African countries that populate most of that poorest 50. This is why when you are dealing with a problem like this, you don't deal with it from the point of view that it's only your country the problem is coming from. The country is coming, the problem is coming from far, it's a bigger problem. Why is it that we didn't see any European countries, in short, any white country among this in top 40?
Because they are good wealth creators. That's why you don't see them there.
All of them?
Yes, because any country you don't see there is because they are wealth creators. It's like people that have been given £1,000 and you come back to them after 10 years. Some of them would have spent all the money. Some of them would have multiplied the money. Let's not try and say it's because in Africa, we have not created collective wealth. We have not created institutional wealth. What we create is individual wealth. One person becomes wealthy above every other person. But in the West, what they create is institutional wealth, a system whereby you have a healthy, growing middle class. The other people that want to struggle would get to the top. Fine.
Hold on. So in other words, you are saying inherently black people have a problem.
Not like inherently black people have a problem, but we have our strengths, we have our weaknesses. That is the truth.
But
When
that's
you
what
talk about
that's what you mean now, that we don't know how to create wealth. Black people don't know how
no,
to create wealth.
we know how black people know how to create wealth. You have very wealthy black people in the world, but I'm saying institutional wealth. So the problem we have is governance. The system of governance in Africa does not allow us to create institutional wealth. That is why our states are not considered to be wealthy. If you even look at the African states that are considered to be wealthy, many of them had, like South Africa, was largely built by the whites before they left. Then you look at places like Egypt and all those other places. The places that are considered to be wealthy, if you look at it, there was a time that people that knew how to create institutional wealth passed through that system, and they're just feeding off it. Big example is South Africa. Ever since the whites left leadership in South Africa has been killing itself. The energy system for the last 3 years have been horrible. So the point is, there are some people that you hand something over to, they will grow it for you, they will increase it for you. There are some other set of people that you hand the same business to, they will run it to the ground. Example, Nigeria had NAFCON. NAFCON was supposed to be able to supply fertilizer to the whole of West Africa. NAFCON was ran to the ground by Nigerians, the Isoko family. They ran NAFCON to the ground. Nigeria had this Housecon in Akwa Ibom for smelting aluminium. They're supposed to provide aluminium to the whole West African region. We ran it to the ground. We ran it. Nigeria had refinery. We ran it. Doesn't that tell you something? Look, if you make a mistake 10 times and you still go and be repeating the same strategy, you are a foolish person.
Okay,
we keep on running things that should create institutional wealth. We run it to the ground.
See, but how can that explain it for literally 1 billion people?
Godfather, before you run, let Pastor say something, because he was about saying something. You said when you finish this chat, you will allow him.
I'm glad you noticed it, because that's exactly why Africans don't have
you see that,
right?
you see all these fighters for justice, all these justice fighters.
See why?
Okay,
why?
please go ahead, pass on.
Why? There's not much to talk about this topic, right? That's why I'm gonna say that part of the reason when you're talking about poverty, you're talking about impecuniousness, impoverished, penniless, that kind of poverty. But we're rich in so many ways that matter. This is all artificial, what you're showing, and you're amusing and laughing, and I guess you're laughing at us, Africans, right? But let me tell you something. It's a new phenomenon. 400 years old, 500. In the scheme of things, that's nothing, right? Africa, the richest man in the world, they say, is Mansa Musa. He was in charge of the Mali Empire and stuff like that. But I mean, you go to those pyramids, that when you go over there with your mouth, agape, and all those Arabs with their stinky mouths, agape at those pyramids. Who do you think built those pyramids? Do you know what those are? Okay, then you're going to have to figure it out, because it was built a long time ago, before you have planes. That's on African soil. If you go next door, they have more pyramids than Egypt itself. So those Arabs sitting there is the same thing they did in Israel. That's why Israel is whooping their ass every day now, trying to get their lands back. It's just Africans, we don't talk like that, and we don't act that way. You go and you take over a civilization that you know nothing about. Take over people's capitals. It's like what they're doing to us in Nigeria now, trying to drive away the indigenous people there with their people there. All right. So in that Egypt, when you go there and see, open our ancestors, you open those caskets that were immortalized, and they're opening them and selling to Europeans with gold, right? With things they can't even do today. Unless you want to say Egypt, which is an African soil, it's not African. You're basing African on color or how much money somebody has. If somebody's poor, they're Africans. If they're rich, if the culture is rich, it's not African. That's shameful. That's what British people, including Charles Darwin and all the nonsense is talking about. It's not true. The new phenomenon is what you're looking at, right? Because we lost respect. Respect is sacrosanct in any relationship. So in today's day and age, if you have no respect, well, somebody have high regard for you, approbation, estimation, they're going to treat you anyhow, especially when you give up all your mandates to a few corrupt leaders. Then they're able to come in there and really suck it to us, right? But still, we've got rhythm. When you see an African, I don't care who else is there. If it's Oyibo or if Chinese that have no rhythm, the African, no matter what it looks like, is still the man, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? When you really come to think about it, and you want to know that all this stuff we are going to. I'm hearing some noise here when I'm trying to wrap up here. I know that I had to put up with you guys not recognizing me here for a long time, but could I have a peaceful moment here to land? So what I'm saying is that you could be there laughing, forefathers, and saying Africans, they don't have money here. It's all nonsense in the scheme of things, right? So we've got the resources now. Even if we get the leaders such as myself that will come in there today and tell those Dexter, I think it's you that noise is coming from. Those
let me mute myself. Sorry.
Embassies to pack up their shit and get the hell out. If we need them, we're gonna call them on the phone. The embassy is supposed to be when you don't have teleconference. They're not supposed to be there gossiping every day, picking our leaders, setting prices for our stuff, right? So how are you gonna get money? How are you gonna get rich if somebody's gonna set the prices for your goods and your services? They're gonna set the price for you. So when it comes for election, they're gonna help pick the worst. We had an election here in 2023 where we had the best candidate any country has ever produced. That's Peter Obi. Better than Obama, for example. That's one of America's best here. Better than Clinton, better than Trump even. Peter Obi is a humble man. He knows his stuff. When you get a leader like that, in a decade, that country is going to change. It will be a change. So
okay, thank you.
If you let them pick these leaders and set prices, now John is not here, so I'm not going to talk behind his back. Because normally when I get Northern Muslims come on the platform, I like to give them a message to take back to their
Thank
people.
you, Pansa.
Hold on, could I land? Could I land here? Let me land.
Can we try to land?
Let me land.
Time?
Yeah, I will. Because what it is that this kind of topic is what we need to talk about, right? Because we should then be Africans. Because I don't see how you be an African and you watch that. You see what Oyibo did to us. And your blood doesn't boil. And what you're gonna do is go to our secondary schools and pick up our girls, right? Or chase our farmers. Where you have people that did something like that to us. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're not ashamed of yourself. You want to be an African. Good. Let's all be Africans, but we're not gonna do it by going to our girls that did everything to go to school. They went into a secondary school dormitory, they want to take an exam. What kind of monster is gonna go over there and pick them up? Up to today. How? Or we say there's no food. You have our farmers go to the farm. If you are educated enough to know what you're showing here, that's what I said. Somebody here suggested we have to educate these people. Do you know that we have enemies that did so and so to our ancestors, to our forefathers, and they're still here picking our leaders and setting our prices? Your problem is the Yoruba man or the Fulani man or the Igbo man. Right? Your problem. Now, I could see you having a problem with the others, but what about the Igbos? How could you even have a problem with the Igbos? You're going to be out of your mind. The only people who are willing to fight got you that independence that you're sitting there talking nonsense about, that drove the white guy away, and they went all over the country because they believe it's our country. Nationalistic, that to you, they're not Nigerians. So I'm saying to you, as you put up this video, I'm going to land with this. Because you cannot be doing this moral equivalence. It's not all of us doing it. Nigeria is bad today. It's not all of us. It's not all the tribes. There are tribes with local problems. There are tribes that sell drugs probably, or there are tribes that do local kidnapping. But there are tribes that go and kill like 500 of our fellow citizens. There are tribes that don't want to believe in democracy. Even they feel that they're fighting Western education. So you cannot come in here painting with one brush, right? That is everybody doing it. No, it's not. We go out there, we have an election. You have a set of people that don't want the people to pick their leaders. So you're gonna get somebody like Tinubu in office. We have to shame them out of here. But if shaming doesn't do, we have to pick up arms and go to war.
Can
right?
we wrap
how
this
do you
up?
watch that then? Are you don't get upset? Are you talking nonsense about? Can you wrap this up? So why bring it up if you don't want to talk about it?
You want to go on forever? Come on, be reasonable.
Go to hell. Nonsense.
Jesus Christ. What is wrong with our people? This is where we are. They can't even hold a conversation without starting a fight. Jesus Christ. Mama H.O., please go ahead.
Let Olumide take over first.
Yeah. Olumide, have you got anything to add to this? Your positioning, I'm not so sure.
Is it about the poverty?
Yeah, the poverty list. I wanted to even show the rich list to show how things are for the rest of the world. But yes.
Mama H.O., good evening. Dexter, well done. But the only thing that I really don't agree with is the fact that we shouldn't even be comparing ourselves, and we shouldn't be having a feel good moment that that there are others that are worse than us. We should be comparing ourselves with the best. Japan is the 4th largest economy in the world. I don't know how many times I've said that. They don't have oil. They don't have any mineral resources they are exporting to the world. They are only exporting technology, brain, development, production, cars. We know everything that comes from Japan. You understand? Japan has they have a US base, United States base in their country. It doesn't stop them from being an excellent country, a country where is the envy of the world. South Korea has US base in their country for how many years now? Germany has US base after the Second World War. So all these things are just excuses about colonialism. See, we are our own worst enemy. Yaya Bello that stole 84 billion naira. Is it the West? Is it the white people that told him to steal it, or is it the white people that stole the money? Huh? All these billion, Wike, all of them, all this mismanagement. Is it the white? We should stop blaming the white. And see, every country that is negotiating with every other country will always want the best for their country. You understand? But at least, even if a country is you are relating with a country, and the terms between the country are not balanced, maybe one country is benefiting more from one country. But the little that you are getting from the other countries, what are you doing with it? Even if the white man is cheating us, the money that we are even getting, or the wealth we are getting from what we have, what are we doing with it? We are stealing it. We are stealing it. We need to tell ourselves the truth that what we are doing to ourselves. I mean, the blacks in the US, they fought for emancipation, and look at where we are supposed to be a free black nation, not descendant of slaves, or the blacks in America should be the ones saying that, but they're doing a lot better than a country, a free black country.
What is the point you are trying to make?
So what I'm trying to say now is that we are our own problems. We are the root cause of our own problems. If we are poor today, we are one of the poorest countries in the world. It is because we have not used our resources very well to our own benefit. We are blessed with so many resources, but we have not used them. We don't have honest leaders. We can't even hold a free and fair election. When people rig election, the only thing they have in mind is to come and steal. That's all. They don't want to use the money to help the people. Okay. And they want to borrow. Nobody's going to borrow their money. They want to go and dip inside pension fund. let us compare. So for us, let us compare ourselves with the top 4 or 5 countries in the world. What are they doing right? What are we doing wrong? To Dexter's point, institutional wealth. It's not just about money. Institutional wealth, you build on legacies. How do you build institutional? You build on legacies. We don't want a chairman of a government agency that is supposed to look into corrupt acts of government officials coming to tell us on TV how many millions or billions somebody have stolen. Go to court and prosecute with your evidence. Prosecute the case and get a conviction. When you got to the conviction, come and give us story. Don't come and give us story on TV. It's all bullshit, BS. They do it all the time, right from the time of Obasanjo era. You know. So this is. I mean, we're not serious. We're not serious, and we know what they're doing. They're not serious. That's why they won't allow that person who truly wants to fix the country, whether it's Joe Orel, whether it's Peter Obio, people they know that are honest, that want to fix the country, they will rid them out of power from local government level to state governor level. They will make sure that all the 30 chairmen of the local governments in their state is inside their pocket, so that when they allocate resources, those chairmen, they will just give them what they want to give them. They won't talk. Oh, you know, I put you there. Because all these things are supposed to be checks and balances.
Olumide, don't you think that we should, be making more concise points? We all know about all these anecdotal cases of corrupt practices.
So,
maybe we should be trying to deal with the issue.
I want you to use your pulpit power, your megaphone. Like I always tell Niger Watch and all the rest of, use your megaphone to make sure, put pressure on the government to allow the people choose their leaders. And the election is coming up, allow the people, don't rig. PDP don't rig. APC don't. If you rig, what happens in Rivers will happen. The governor will come and say that I want 50% of all the resources coming to me. You understand? The people
okay. But you have to drift towards the actual topic. We've talked about these other things almost every week. The issue is about how is it that 40 to 50 black nations on the face of the earth are some of the poorest on the face of the earth.
The reason is because if you go to those countries, if you go to those countries, they are corrupt countries. Forget it, they are corrupt countries. All those countries you listed there, I have some of them as well. Philippines is a shithole country.
So are you saying that black people are more corrupt than other people?
Namibia, majority of the black African nations are corrupt. That's just the truth.
Well, are you saying that we are more corrupt than other people? Because that would be revealing if you are saying that.
See, corruption is everywhere for fathers, but it's just like in the for instance they will compare crimes. You understand? In the Western world, in the US, every day we hear about crimes. People die of gun violence in the US. Maybe some cities more than some cities, some states, Chicago. We know, but there's a higher likelihood that these people, more than 80 to 90% of these cases will be prosecuted. They are cold cases, you understand? But some of the cold cases we have in Nigeria, number one, is too alarming. It's too high. These police people don't even make any effort. Before they investigate again, they will tell people who are grieving to bring money before they do their job, to be bribed. Before they do their job. You understand? They don't solve cases. There's no way to properly investigate
but you are making the same anecdotal cases again.
Like what?
Just make your point, make your judgment based on your analysis. What I'm
saying is that majority of these countries you've highlighted are corrupt countries.
Are you saying that black people are more corrupt than other people?
I would say our countries, our institutions in our various countries are very weak. Because number one, that black person that will want to have a corrupt tendency because of that corrupt institution in their country may go to US or UK or whatever and behave very well because he knows the institutions there are responsible. So our institutions are weak. Our country, our government agencies, our government institutions, our laws, our constitution are very weak. So maybe in that climb, yeah, the corrupt. I'm sorry to say
So
the
we are more
corrupt.
corrupt people than other people.
Are you talking about our country?
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Are you saying that we cannot build institutions that can reduce corruption
We can
as
build
black people in general?
we can build institutions. Why not?
Then what is your point? I'm trying to get to your judgment
But
based
I'm
on that
saying
data.
that if we want, further, I'm saying that if we want to build strong institutions, you understand, we need to be honest. We need to start from we need to start from the basics. Our elections are corrupt. You understand? See,
You're
you
back
can't.
to this one again. We
You
know our elections are corrupt, but I'm talking about regarding because I'm trying to get you to perceive something that you don't seem to want to understand. We are looking at, it's not only Nigeria. 40 to 50 black nations on the face of the earth are relatively quite poor, almost have nothing compared to
But,
others.
forefather, we are not supposed to be on that list.
But we are.
When we think of all that God has endowed us with, we are not supposed to be on that list. So for us to be on that list is a shame.
Yeah.
But when you now talk about the corruption of Nigeria, the leaders are corrupt. Majority of the population also support this corruption. And we do not have a system that is not corrupt to deal with the problem. So the institutions are corrupt.
Yeah.
And if they now want to go, they now do selective approach. Where if you're in APC, your sins of corruption is forgiven. So that is the problem. And that is why it is difficult to fight corruption.
So
and
then
when you will not hear Nigeria say, now
to Mama Echo's point, see, forefathers, you can't see, to be honest, you can't build nothing, you can't build something on nothing. Every time we had an opportunity to reset that country, we bungled it. When Mahmoud did the 2023 election,
we know about that now.
Listen,
let's not do an example and an anecdotal story again. Let's deal with the issue. Well, we are just going round and round. We don't want to, because we have to use our time efficiently. Maybe that's part of our problem. We spend a lot of time circling instead of getting to the core of the problem.
So for that, see, as far as I'm concerned, I want to tackle the issue from the root cause. You understand? If we all came together and said we don't want any election, let us pick leaders.
How did we end up in election again?
Listen, wait. Let us see.
You see what I'm dealing with here?
You can't see. Suffer for that. I'm sorry. There's no other way for me to say it. I will always link it back because you have determined that you are supporting a country or an institution or a system that has determined that we will continue to fool the people and pretend vote 400 billion naira every 4 years for election. At the end of the day, we will decide who we want to protect our interests and not the interests of the people. That is why we will remain poor, whether you like it or not. That is my own.
I wish that's what I was doing. It means our problem is so little.
Okay, I wish I had an answer for you, forefather. That's my answer. I wish I had the answer that you wanted to hear.
Let me say,
I don't have an answer that you want to hear.
Let me say what I think. You see, let me use a story. When you had, you had Joseph, and then you had Esau. Okay, one was a hunter. It goes into the Jacob and Esau. One was a hunter. He goes into the bush. He kills the animal. He brings it. He enjoys it. He eats it. That's what it is. That's typical of Africa. You had Jacob who could tend, who could get some sheep, keep it, rear it, grow them over time. Okay, grow them over time, they will multiply. He did not have the rough skills of Esau to go and do hunting and all that, but he knew how to grow wealth. The difference is that the people that are like Jacob will grow wealth that will supersede their generation. The people like Esau would be wealthy in his own time, but it will not go down the line. The typical African, there's something about the way your culture is and the way your environment is. It shapes the kind of person you become. Example, in the Western world, if they did not learn how to create institutional wealth, they would have perished by today. Typical example is Norway. Norway used to be, after the Second World War, Norway was still considered to be one of the poorest nations in the world. But what happened to Norway? The moment they hit oil, Norway was so afraid of, we go back to poverty. So what did Norway do? They set up a sovereign wealth fund. Right now, I think every citizen in Norway can get $250,000 from that sovereign wealth fund. They built institutional wealth. The climate alone made them realize that, look, if we don't do something, we will not exist again. In Africa.
Dexter, just to support what you said. See, this is because Norway and other countries that are similar to Norway have determined in their hearts to be honest with themselves and their citizens regarding every penny that they spend. In Nigeria, they will say somebody will say $10,000. They will say, how much now? Waiting. In Norway, that 10,000 can bring eternal shame and disgrace to that man's family.
That's true. That's true.
That's what we are telling our fathers.
So that is. I think one of the solutions to Nigeria, I will take a cue from Rotimi Amechi. As much as I know, I don't like him, I don't like his politics, but there's something that he said that is very true. He says, until the citizens of Nigeria realize that the resources belong to them, not to all these wealthy people, and take up stones and stone these politicians, the politicians will continue doing the same thing until we, the citizens, forget about who you are saying is your leader, all those councillors, until we, the citizens, pick up stones and start hauling at these people, these politicians. After all, he said it now, somebody will steal billion, nobody will. You know, to me, Amechi said it now, before the last election. He said somebody will steal billions, nothing will happen. That people are telling him to come and talk. He said, why will he talk? When he knows that if he talk now, his talking will only lead to his death. There will be no consequences. The same citizens will start giving excuse. The same citizens, some of us here,
it's the same
will come
thing,
and even be giving excuse.
But Tommy was saying the same thing this week. Let's allow that to contribute. He's one of the this thing that comes to Niger. This is a True Niger this thing, the channel guy. So that welcome. Thank you for joining us. You are not following the rules of Dr. Damage.
I will not be too long. I will not be too long. I just came in to pass some new information. But hold on. I agree with this guy that just finished speaking just now, because he highlighted it in terms of institutions and building institutions that work. So I agree with him as well, because it's because of those institutions that a lot of African leaders and even leaders from all around the world who gain money from corrupt means can launder their money into the West, because they have a means and they've built institutions. They built institutions in place, stable institutions, so that these people can wash their money and keep it in the West while Africa loses as well. So you are right in that sense. They have built strong institutions. And with your analogy of Jacob and Esau, yes, people are starting to see it now and all that stuff, because if somebody is able to multiply and preserve all that, that's environmental. You hit on that as well. The reason we were in is definitely circumstantial, environmental, but we can go all into that. But ultimately, it all culminates into somewhat the resources in Africa. There's a system that has been built around in which the resources in Africa can be attained for cheap, the labor in Africa can be attained for cheap, and the services in Africa can be attained for cheap. There's a system around the world that's built around this and all that stuff. And that's why in my own channel, separate channel, I've been breaking down this video that talks about it to Niger. If you open the link, you will see it talks about geopolitical. I think this will be very, very enlightening. And I know to Niger, you're very good at wrapping all this information into one perspective. I've been enjoying watching you dealing with these people, dealing with your people. I've been enjoying. You're a comedian. You're quite a comedian sometimes. So
I'm just asking questions now.
Yeah. I've been enjoying it. I don't participate because it's Nigeria, but even if it's Nigeria, I still watch because it's just funny to watch the situation. But listen, that video I sent, that will answer your question exactly. It goes into talking about how our labor, our services and resources are now attainable for cheap as well. I was working with a Nigerian Yoruba fellow of mine who we work together. We both do the same job. You understand? We both do the same job. He's based in Nigeria, but he's complaining that I told him, but I'm the junior engineer here. You understand what I mean? And he's complaining about you're getting paid more than me. Why? But we're doing the same job. You understand what I mean? I say, well, I'm not gonna give up where the competition is hot at and all that stuff. So I will stick where yeah. So geographically, the world has been divided in which the resource producing countries are losing out in terms of what they produce, their output. You understand what I mean? They're losing out. That's why it's tough for them to get paid.
That Vader, I quite see where you're coming from, but the problem is that a large portion of that blame is ours as the people for not even using the little we are getting for our own advantage, for ourselves, just stealing it.
So let's agree that the blame is also on ourselves, but let's dive deeper.
Portion of the blame is ours.
Yes, but let's dive deeper into the inner workings of these things, so that when the time comes to adhere, we know the points and where we must address and how we must talk to our leaders. Because you have to understand the system that is creating all this corruption and all this mess in order to address it directly. Otherwise, you just say, we blame you, but you don't know what you're blaming them for. You're just reacting. You see, so
that is my whole point of bringing this up, because we seem to complain with a passion. We seem to see the problem. We understand, we see it, but we can't somehow change it because there's parts that are missing to be able to change it.
We don't understand that. It's like Jude. It's like listening to Jude. He will say the problem being felt, but he cannot explain why the problem is happening. And that's why Tunaja and Dr. Damage, if you guys go through that video, I think it's a great video to
I will play a little bit of it.
You understand? If you're gonna play the part how somebody working in Nigeria and somebody working in Africa, we're doing the same job, but somehow the other one in the West is getting paid more than why is that the case? And that part is in 820 in that video. 820.
So that's earlier in the video, the link that you sent, 820 and the timeline.
Yeah, 820 to 11:01. Okay. So hold on. I think it's 820 to 11:01. So wait, 820 to 11:06. Yeah, around that time. So it's like 10 minutes. A clip of that for just 10 minutes that highlights that little bit. So, but the video is so long that I'm taking multiple parts to kind of break it down.
Yeah, I will. If we have time, I will try to highlight that too. There's quite a lot to go through if we wanted to really go through these things. That's why I didn't want too many stories behind any point. So we'll get to the core of these things. And if we try that, you find that we get somewhere with this conversation.
Somewhere. The conversation will get somewhere, and then it's also new information to different people how they can approach it as well. Or it's not even new information, something they know, but it's just been articulated differently, I put down into pieces as well. So that channel is good, my guy. That channel is good. Subscribe into it, and you will definitely like it and all that stuff.
Thank you.
And as for me, I don't want to break any more rules, so I'll step back and all that.
Yeah, don't mind all these enemies of progress in the chat, haters. They're always hating. Don't mind them. All right, next time then.
Next time.
Yeah, so, Mama HO, I don't know whether you want to add something before I share this.
The question is, how are we going to reach out to our leaders to stop looting? And also to let them know that if looting is even in their DNA, they should loot, but use it to create opportunity in Nigeria so that we can be able to create employment for our people. Then too, most of these leaders, they cannot even complete this their looting without us that are complaining, helping them to complete the process. So how do we ourselves now have to educate ourselves to say no to this? Because we can't just blame only the leader. Some of the citizens are part of it. And when we look at the situation of Nigeria, minimum wage is 30,000 in this economy. So I want to ask, how are they surviving if they are not participating in corruption? So all of us is the problem of our country. And it is all of us that will make a deliberate effort to say no. If we must build a better Nigeria for our children and our unborn children, we just have to stop this. Just like you say, is there corruption everywhere? Yes, of course. But does the West loot and come and deposit it in our country?
No.
Do they loot and come and use it to buy property in our country?
Nope.
So.
You see, that's at the core of our problem. Now, most of our wealth goes overseas because if somebody steals money in your country and they spend it there, it's somebody they are going to pay it to, and that person will take the money and put it inside the economy, and the economy will rotate. But when they take it overseas, that's when the people starve. The damage those people have done to our country, and it's our people that are doing it to. Our people that are the ones doing it and making sure this thing remain in place. Let me just share this stuff to show you, how things bad for us.
And the thing is this, they can open their border wide to loot as much as possible. But have you been able to try to take 10,000 out of wherever they are?
Yeah. You have to make sure they will know exactly where that money is going to.
Okay.
And they don't play around. They don't play around with that.
So that is why our black mentality needs to be checked.
Yeah.
When you are bringing in the money, they allow you. When you want to take it out, they now ask you to declare if you are taking more than this out. So you see?
Let me share this with them so that they can see what is happening with this data. So about these are the richest countries in the world. Somebody wanted me to share how the wealth has changed hand since the 80s, that Nigeria would have been good, but I don't think I wasn't able to go back to the 80s. I think I can find up to 2000. But clearly, we know this list now. These are all the Igbo countries that will be at the top. Then the ones, the poorest black nations are often at the bottom. But if you look at the change that has occurred in the last 24 years or so, has been like the Chinese have risen up the rank, the Indians have risen up, many of these other countries have risen up the rank, but African countries, I don't think most of them, they are just still languishing at the bottom. This, for me, is the more disturbing list. This list is very disturbing for me. This is a share of global wealth. The share of global wealth in terms of percentage. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 countries. 12 countries own 81%, basically 82% of the wealth of the entire world. And not one African country is there. Not one, even. So, this is why, when I say what I'm saying, so that our people understand the forces that we are
And
up
Nigeria
against.
was supposed to be there if we use our resources well. We are supposed to be there if you are not looting even the money out and give it to them.
Unbelievable. I didn't know Spain was this rich. Spain is quite rich. I didn't know Spain was going to show up there.
The question
Italy
is
there.
this. I want to ask a question. How much does US, UK spend in buying vehicle for their politicians?
Oh, they all buy it in their country. They are not losing anything. They buy it and it goes back to, and they buy American-made cars. It goes back to.
I am not talking of the presidents. Oh, I am talking of the senators.
Oh, I think those ones buy their own vehicles.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know.
How much do they pay even their governors for domestic allowance after retirement and all this? How much? Do they build houses for them after 4 years? Did they change their cars?
Yeah.
Yet, these are the areas we spend money on as a country.
It's painful. It's painful to watch.
Want to compare. When it suits us, we will use America as an example. And we practice democracy as in the US. And yes, citizens are not angry about this.
Mama Hecho, good evening, ma.
My dear, good evening.
Good evening, forefathers.
Welcome. Long time.
You know, this question you're asking, Mama Hecho, I think I asked that question what's this guy, Niger Watch? Because you the same question. No, American distant don't buy cars for their senators. Okay. They don't buy anything, they just get paid.
Okay.
Even the presidents have, they have their own presidential car, and guess what? It's American. It's American. What is it, GMC or whatever? It's American car.
If they don't use any in the White House,
presidential
car. President not using their money to feed themselves.
Yes, I remember.
In the White House.
Yes, I remember when what's the next? Bush handed over to Obama. The first thing he said to Obama, watch out that, is it Bush or Obama handed over to Biden? Watch out the grocery bill. That he said, watch out for your grocery bill. They pay for their own grocery. Nothing is free. They pay their
in Nigeria. They collect all salary, all different allowances, clothes allowance, newspaper allowance, all this.
Yeah. You see, the problem we have in Nigeria is man-made, honestly speaking. And again, I will say that, forefathers, you're going to disagree with me. We are not going nowhere. Nigeria is not going to get better. Whether we like it or not, it's not going to get better. It's going to continue getting worse. I've been listening on and off in the morning. First of all, I heard when they discuss about the Hajj. And I listened to Aisha Yusuf, and she narrated it very well. She's a Muslim. She's a core Muslim. I learned a lot from her when she explained that. She said that is the least. If you have money, you go. But not in a situation where the country is suffering. Not in a situation where people don't have money to feed themselves. You know what 90 billion we do if you pump that into economy. Imagine.
And it is not the poor people they use that money to sponsor to Hajj. It is those who you already
90 billion.
90 billion. 90 billion. It doesn't happen. In this country, they don't do that. You know, 90 billion. We are talking about insecurity. We are talking about we don't have electricity. We are talking about we don't have good roads. We are talking about we don't even have healthcare. Our education system, nothing. You know what 90 billion we do if we pump that into economy?
We are spending 60 billion on student loans.
Even use it to remove children from the streets.
Now, wow. It's and you know, the interesting thing is that we keep doing the same thing, expecting a miracle to happen. Miracle is not going to happen. Is this Masker?
Yes.
Oh, Masker, good evening. You know, so it just, we are heading nowhere, unfortunately. Nigeria is not going to.
Hi, Ify, how are you?
Hi, my brother. How are you, sir? Good evening. Long time.
I'm fine. You know? Good evening, Mama Echo.
My beloved, good evening, sir.
It just
good to see you.
Good to see you too.
This reminds me, Ify. Paul told us a very fantastical story of his experience with you. I must say that was a great gesture that he did for him. If peradventure I show up, you better not leave money around me because all bets are off. I tell you that now. But it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I really admire, appreciate that kind of gesture. You know, it shows you we are all closer than we like to think. So yeah, I don't want to take away from the discussion. So yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so that is what I'm saying. Honestly speaking, I'm just tired of discussing Nigeria issues because, I mean, we're not seeing any progress. It's just like the more you talk about it, the more issues is, you know, every day you wake up, it's just like, what is going to happen? Boom, they will drop the bullet for you. You'll be like, okay, this is it again. Look at what is happening in Rivers. I mean, I just don't understand. It's like Wike is a thug now, terrorizing the River State people. And they're not doing anything. They all just sit back and just, I mean, I just don't get it. I live in the state of Georgia. Sometime the former governor came back to contest again. They were like, no, you've had your 8 years. No, you're not gonna win. You know, they just got him out. He didn't even win the primary. Okay, the former this county, the former city of Atlanta Mayor Reed came back again to contest. They said, he didn't even win the primary. So I just don't understand how one person can terrorize a whole state. And you look at grown men, grown fathers and mothers of somebody's parents. They are singing behind him. Are you serious? They're talking about 3 billion that Wike cannot even account for. And people are there clapping for him.
If you look at what they are fighting for, is scraps. Most of the wealth is already taken by just about 10 countries. And Singapore is not even on this list. Do you know Singapore exports more than all Black African countries put together? It doesn't even make it to this list. That is how little what we are fighting for is.
I think Singapore, they have their passport is number 1, if I'm not mistaken now.
Oh, yeah.
So Korean passport, followed by, I think, Japan or so. So, you see, let me tell you something. We are not yet serious to, get our country back. And we will never. As far as we continue to have these people in power, the same people in power, we are not going to have any changes. I've been listening on and off, even when this idiot, excuse my language, idiot came over here and harassed all you guys. I've been listening. I was at work. We're not going to get anything in Nigeria. I just feel sorry because every day you wake up, it's just long test. My sister, my cousin, we cannot eat. Just you alone. I don't know what, but this 90 billion of a thing, that is just, I couldn't even comprehend.
Did you not see how much they want to use to marry 100?
My dear. Eh?
Yeah.
Or one that said he's gonna donate clay pot and white or whatever. I mean,
I don't know. I think Masker will probably explain some of all these things.
It's not funny, it's painful. The painful thing is that the so-called girls They don't have skill.
Nothing.
They don't have education. And the men you want to marry them to, it's not the rich, your rich, the rich men's sons. So it is another set of poor men. And then they will not come back to give birth to children that will still end up on the streets. You see, we've known the problem. My question is this: how do we get out? What do we need to do to get out? Have we, those of us that are in diaspora, have we have time to sit down with the Minister of Diaspora to say, you know what, since we contribute so much, this is what we want, and probably select some of us to go and meet with the president.
Which president? Meet with who? Meet with who? And then look at what you're saying, Mama Hecho. It is never possible, and it can never be possible.
So Father, did you see what Ife just talked about now? That she was talking about the Georgia situation. See, when you have chosen democracy as your system of governance, a free and fair election is very sacrosanct. Otherwise, people like Wike will still continue to exist in that society. Yeah. You understand? You will continue to have people who deliberately don't want to deal with insecurity issue. You will continue to have people who want to still see their ministers and government agencies collapse and deliberately don't want to do anything about it. That is why a free and fair election is very sacrosanct. You just see what she said about the issue of Georgia. Why I always come back to a free and fair election. That is the minimum standard for a democratic society. The moment that collapses, forget it. You continue to allow rigging, corruption will never end. You continue to allow people to force themselves on the people, this is what we will have. And like what she said, it's only going to get worse.
I think I probably need to read more about this issue, because sometimes, from what I can see so far, I don't know about that marriage one very well. I don't know whether Masca can shed light on it. Because from what I can see, they say some of those girls have been orphaned through insurgency. Maybe their parents were insurgents or something like that. But we don't know what is going on. Nigerian government don't pay for people's school fees. They don't take care of people.
Sorry, my dear, forefathers, but if you think about it, imagine empowering these young girls, just like Mama Hecho said. Empower them, teach them skills. Maybe
if there's skills and education, won't they be able to marry?
Let's even not talk about the education. That one is expensive. Let's talk about teaching them skills. How to sew, how to do something. But imagine being poor, not having anything you are doing. You go and have kids in this economy, even if you're abroad. Because sometimes when I see some of my patients, you listen to them, you cry with them. Even in this economy, they will tell you honestly.
You know the surprising thing about that. The surprising thing about the whole situation is there are people in Niger State, in Kano State, apart from all these people who have rid themselves and forced themselves on the people. There are people, progressive-minded Muslims among them, who want well for the society, who want well for those orphan girls, who will use the money to do what they're supposed to do and give the best to them. But they won't allow them get there. They will rig themselves there and come and foist their evil-minded, extremist, fanatic ideas on the people, and not even obey the laws of the land, the constitution of the country. That's just a surprising thing. I don't want to believe that all of them are like that.
How old were these girls we are talking about? Because there is quite a lot of ambiguity in this thing that we don't know about. How old are we talking about? 18-year-old or 15-year-olds here?
It doesn't even matter. even if they are 25, but they don't have anything doing. Do you understand what I mean? Imagine, okay, you marry them to who? To somebody, another man that doesn't have anything he's doing.
And they will not give that. Who will not buy
okay, let me be the devil's advocate here. Let's say he was trying to marry them off and pay dowry. From what I can see, he wanted to pay dowry.
Okay.
Isn't that what families do with their children, even
So
legally?
After dowry, what happens?
But wait, sorry. So before you go, just for the record, it's not the woman that pays dowry.
Yeah, the man. But he says he's going to pay for the men. Yeah.
And a man that cannot pay dowry has no business marrying, even Islamically.
Yeah, you probably do have a point there.
So, but look, this is what, Ify,
Sir?
I will tell you, there are three things I will tell you. I will start from where probably you will not be happy with me.
For what? Why? No, say
okay,
anything.
Because look, I will say, no, I know what I'm talking about. I mean, I would say that there's still hope for Nigeria.
Okay.
Did you see your face now?
No, I said okay. I mean, okay.
Yeah,
she's open to it. She's not like.
No, okay. I know, but it wasn't a happy face. That's what I'm saying.
That's okay. Let's be hopeful.
Yes. Okay. So, and I have a reason why I have my yes, Mama Echo.
This hope we are talking. What is the pathway? That's what I want.
Okay. All right. Excellent. So, I've also been listening, just like Ify has been listening. Okay. I remember when Osati, or is it Ositidi? I can't remember his name. What's his name, forefathers?
Osita.
Osati Adima or something.
Osita Adima, yeah.
You know, he said something profound, but we don't take some things to note. He said, woe betide Nigeria the day we wake up and we don't have a Showore. Do you know the meaning or the import of what he's saying?
Not really.
Okay. All the guy was telling us is that in the midst of all this hopelessness among us, there are people who have seen the pathway, who are also willing to carry the gauntlet and say, I'm going to lead the way, follow me. What he's saying that the way we are going,
has been built.
Oh, I didn't get what you're saying, Mama Echo.
I said, either the Showore we know now, or Peter Obi we know now, or the Showore and Peter Obi that has already been created.
Okay, so this is what no. So this is my take, okay? That in the middle of all this hopelessness, there are still people, and it's not just Showore. And I know that Osati do not mean Showore literally. He's saying that we wake up one day, we don't have anybody that would say, oh, I believe it's possible. Now, so the point I'm making is that as long as you have people like Showore, people like Peter Obi, that believe they have seen the light, I can tell you that I in my eyes, I see the pathway. The only issue with me is that I may not be able to throw my hat into the ring, because maybe there is some perspective I have on the issues that would stop me from saying, okay, I'm willing to sacrifice everything. Okay, but the point is that there are people who are willing to lead today. Okay, and if you ask me, the problems are not where we are looking at. Okay, if you look at an existing government today, that's not where the solution is. There's always a small gap during the elections. I've always insisted on this panel that, and I think it was forefathers that mentioned it. The reality is that on election day, if we all decide as Nigerians, we will be policemen in our various wards. It's just one day. And it's not an impossibility. if we all decide one day that we will be responsible citizens, because that's where all the issue is. We're looking at our leaders today, but the problem has left leadership. The problem is with citizenship. As a citizen, what are your roles? What are your responsibilities? Are the citizens responsible citizens? Yes, you can talk about muzzling them, you can talk about killing them, but that's blatant lie. We know that on election day, for you to go to your ward and say, no, I need this thing to be counted, nobody's going to come and gun you down. That's God's honest truth. We are just plain lazy people, including me. On that election day, most of us at least may not even go to vote.
20%. You know,
Okay.
do you know that the Southeast and the South are the least? 20%, while the North, 30% went to vote. Southwest, about 25%.
No, I don't want to,
Southeast and
because
South
this
are the
perspective
least.
you are going for fathers also, this is part of the problem. Because
What
we
is
keep
that?
comparing, okay, so you're comparing 20% with 30%. Where is the difference?
No,
If the
it's
South
bad.
is
But I'm
only
saying that the
20%,
area
no,
that
I'm
is
saying
supposed
that
to.
if the South is only 20% that go and in the North is 30% that go to vote, it's still not acceptable. It's not the way
Yes,
forward.
but I was
So,
just pointing out that the
so
South
in
that
terms
was
of
more passionately even come out.
pathway, no, I agree with you. In terms of pathway, if you ask me, people like me and you, Mama Echo, Ifi, all of us, I call us the privileged few.
Mm.
Some of us are privileged by birth. Some of us are accidentally privileged. Some of us have worked our way through the dint of hard work into privileged positions. Being in Nigeria, moving around Nigeria, I know that I'm a privileged person. Any Nigerian that is in the diaspora is a privileged person. In fact, any Nigerian that is living in a city, especially if he's able to pay his rent, I can tell you that is a privileged person. This is the reality on ground. So it is us that are privileged, where we can eat and have the ability to think, that should take the gauntlet. And the gauntlet is not a big gauntlet. It's just to inform people, keep educating people. It is not about tribe. It's not about religion. It's a process thing. It's input, output, garbage in, garbage out. If you elect a person in the manner we are doing elections, and I tell people since I was born, and it wasn't yesterday I was born, but since I was born, what Nigeria has consistently done was to present you with two evils. You would only choose the lesser evil. You can't present to me a Buhari and a Goodluck Jonathan and say that I should choose one. It's not acceptable.
I hear
You
what you're
can't
saying there.
present to me an Obasanjo and Buhari and say which one should. These are military people. What are you talking about? What vote am I going to vote? So it has consistently been like that.
Okay.
So we need to be educating our people at 3 levels. The first level is that first, as a person, you need to even understand the difference. Because even on this platform, that's why, if you notice, I'm more active later on in the day. The reason is simple. Because in Nigeria, what we have done is that we elevate nonsense to the top echelon, even in our discourse. Because the real issues today in Nigeria is not who get what money or who is insulting who. It's not whether Bobrisky is being apprehended or Fubara is insulting Wike. These are not issues. These are not issues. This should not be the discourse. This should not be the discourse at any point. There are fundamental issues. Things like, okay, how was the election? Was it free? Was it fair? These are the questions we should be dealing with at all times. What is our position in the global geopolitical setup? Where are we? What is happening? What is the trajectory? What is the world planning for us? These are the issues for us. What is happening to our resources? What is the national plan?
Yeah.
How are we coexisting? These are the fundamental issues. But what you find in Nigeria every day is that we wake up tomorrow morning and we are talking about Tinubu has traveled to France. Yes, I mean, if you've lost it, because once the man is already in power, forget about what he's going to do. Look at the fundamentals. How do I get the correct next election cycle correctly? He's like a man who is traveling. He has missed the bus. What is important for him is to ask when the next bus. You have no business talking about the color of the bus that has already left the station, or how many people were inside. That is not going to add or subtract anything for you. So we need to be educating our people on that first level. That let's understand issues. What is the difference between issue and just plain beer parlor talk? Some of them are fundamental, because yes, I mean, like a governor can wake up and say he's marrying off 1,000 widows.
The poor man thought he was trying to help.
My state governor,
calling him the devil now.
Eh?
But he thought he was trying to help out. I don't think he thought he was doing the wrong thing.
Okay, again, so this is the second level where we need to educate our people. These people, we think they are stupid. There's no way you get into an elected position in Nigeria by being stupid. I can tell you that. And I have dealt with people who their major strength is to play stupid with you. Yes. Being stupid can actually be a very useful strategy. They come across as if they don't know what they are doing. But I've sat with some of these people. They sit down, they know what they are talking about. These are concocted plans. They are not just accidents. It looks like, oh, he woke up yesterday and just announced it today. Do you think it works like that?
So
things don't work like that.
So how do you think it came up? What was the purpose?
Okay, so what I'm saying, for me, I would not. I'm saying that we should go to our people and conscientize them that these are distractions. Yes, these are not the issues. These are not the fundamental issues. They are important issues, but like I said, this is a bus that have left the station. The whole system in Nigeria, I can put it to you for fun, and you know it is not working. So it's firefight. If today they said 90 billion for Hajj, you are talking about that one. Tomorrow now they say they are going to buy a yacht, you go and be talking about that one. Next tomorrow they say they are going to do a road from Lagos to Calabar, you are talking about that one. How many issues, how many things are you going to be talking about in a day? These are the real issues.
But I need to show you something that's the only area I will
question. No, you're breaking my gist. I will soon learn, because I'm trying to respond to Mama Echo, who is asking me the pathway.
Okay.
I'm saying that for me, the place where we can do the magic is on an election day, and it's doable. But to do that, we need to consistently conscientize our people. Sorry, Efe, I know you guys. I'm here. I'm not gonna go anytime soon. I'll be here. So we need to conscientize our people to understand the difference between issues and distractions. The issue is who is going to be our next president today. That should be the front burner of every Nigerian. So once we are working on that front, we should also be looking at these people. What are the fundamentals? Okay, things like rule of law, stuff like the economics. But even on this panel, I keep saying that if you raise economic issues here, Like, how should Nigeria handle its exchange rate? Nobody wants to discuss that. So let's conscientize our people that let us begin to understand issues. So when people come to talk to you, stay with the issues. Let them not deceive you. Stay with the issues. Let them not talk to you about marrying off, what do you call this thing now? Widows. Let's stay with security. Okay, we say that these are orphaned people. What orphaned them is security. And that security is still going on. Is that not the major issue?
Yep. Still there.
It's what every person in the North should be talking about. How do we deal with this insecurity? How do we deal with the root cause of that problem? So these are the issues we need as enlightened people. This is what we should be dragging the attention of our people around us. The second level that we need to focus on as people, the privileged few, is to start conscientizing our people. Let's work together. I've said it. Even if it will not change anything, but all these diaspora people, they will impress me if they can come up with almost a near independent INEC structure in terms of collecting results. You don't have to announce it, but it's important the day INEC announce their result, at least it will give you closure. Know that you have a near perfect result and look at it. Does it tally with INEC or does it not tally with INEC? And it comes from every single booth. Where INEC is going to get this technology is not from the moon. These same diaspora people should go and get the same technology. It may not be as expensive as what INEC is going to say they spend on doing it, but the diaspora people should get it. They are outside the country. They can announce it. Nobody is going to arrest anybody. So anybody who wants to contest the result, at least have something to base his argument on. Not hearsay, not because I contest, I say I win. But somebody independent has collected these results.
And it is only going to happen if we are ready and determined and plan and work towards it.
The secret, Mama Echo, the secret also is that the prisoners' dilemma is all societies, they face that. The simple answer to it is somebody takes leadership. The same way we are sitting down here talking. I agree. It starts with one person. It cannot start at the same time with everybody.
Sorry,
even if you said she listened to, what's her name now? Aisha Yusuf. Aisha Yusuf has been saying this. She has been saying it. There has to be an independent Nigerian source.
No, Master, you can carry on. Ferrari, hold on. Let him land.
Okay, sorry. I'm in 2 minutes. In 1 minute, actually, I'm wrapping up. In 1 minute, I'm wrapping up.
Yeah, try to be brief.
In 1 minute, I'm wrapping up. Okay, so Mama Echo, the long and short of what I've said is that today we still have people who have some level of credibility and have some level of courage to say, I want to lead. So that is very important. We shouldn't lose it, because we will lose that at some point if we continue just to cry. These people, one day will come where nobody wants to throw his hat. Only the people that are dubious will throw their hat there with zero credibility. And we're almost at that point. But at this point where we are, there are still good people who are willing to contest. So I'm saying that we, the privileged few, should begin to work together, not complain, not be dragged on all these side distractions. Let's keep our eye on the real ball. On that election day, what is going to happen? What is going to change? So the argument I hear you and Pansat are having, this is symptomatic of our issues. Today, we're arguing, I like Soworeno, I like Peter Obi. When the real issue is that all of us should just band it together. Nobody is going to be perfect, but let's understand who is the real enemy. Let's gather together and fight them. That's my summary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Master,
Hold on.
I came on just because.
Hold on, this guy.
What are you holding me on for? We are having a discussion.
See, I'm not in the mood for this today. I'm not in the mood, please.
Change Congress, excuse me. No,
I'm not in the mood for this. Don't do that today, please.
I think I told Niger we say allow people to comment on what
Congress are in a business. They're trying to buy votes. They're in the business of competing with one another to get elected.
What Masca just said.
Same congressman will vote for a different thing if he thinks that's politically profitable. You don't have to change Congress. People have a great misconception in this way. They think the way you solve things is by electing the right people. It's nice to elect the right people, but that isn't the way you solve things. The way you solve things is by making it politically profitable for the wrong people to do the right things.
So that is the only point I felt like maybe I disagree a little bit with Masca. I get the idea that you need to take over the entire system, but by sensitizing people, they can change the people that are, even if they are still in office, they can change them. Because if they don't let them get away with anything, they will do the right thing by the people. Because let's make no mistake. There's an echo coming through.
Can I just wanted Masca to respond to what.
Yeah, let me finish what I'm saying, please. So I'm getting a serious echo here. I don't know where it's coming from. The government just pulled back on the cyber security levy because people didn't like it, and we always forget that the government does listen to the people when the people complain, and I've seen that happen repeatedly since I started engaging with the Nigerian process, and yet the people say they are powerless at the same time. That I don't understand it. You have to understand your power before you can know how to use it. And I've seen it happen, right? This one just happened this week, so we cannot say we don't remember. It just happened this week. And that's what this man is saying. Thank you. Who wants to go next? I think it was Augustine.
Yeah. So just for what you said, forefather, that the government listens. I don't get it from that point. I get it from that point that when they make useless policies, there are people they listen to. That bank policy is a very useless policy. You can't double tax money. You live overseas. Once you pay the salary, the tax have been taken. That's why banks don't charge you tax, because that you pay tax for that money in that bank. So people, they've told them that what they did was a useless policy. If they listen to people, the Calabar, Lagos, coastal, this state will never come up now. Father, do you know the problem with that project? The problem I have with that project is, look at our dry roads, cannot be fixed. Now you're doing a coastal road. One erosion will wash away that road. Who will maintain it? Can Nigeria maintain it? Look at hurricane will come down in Florida and surmount things. Under 2 weeks, people will have access where to go. Nigeria cannot fix dry road. Now are they going to maintain coastal road? So let's think about that process. But I want to engage Masca on what he said, because he made a point.
Jesus Christ! Everybody's raising their hand up, but I think if he gets the way, if he wins,
let me engage Masca on what he said about engaging the people. You know, the greatest problem we have is that it's only in Nigeria that we want the citizens to do the work of the government. Elsewhere, the government sits down and plots a 20 years project and get people to go fall into it. But individuals are expected. Where will I engage people? Years back, the church, the mosque was places of engagement. Schools were places of engagement.
God bless you, Augustine.
They have all been bastardized. They have destroyed these institutions. Now
we know that. That's what Masca was saying. We know this. Now, what's the solution?
Let him.
I'm coming. So that's what I said. I want to engage him. Where are we going to engage these people he wants us to engage?
if this man let us talk, we can add to it. He went and brought
He just came in. If he please let him finish, if he can talk. I don't know why you're in a hurry all the time. Do you want him to have his say, because he looks like he wants to explode.
Master, everything you said, I agree with, except for one thing. You understand? Me and you are on the same page, except for one thing, and I think you were very disingenuous. Where's the echo coming from? Anyway, on the fact that, for example, a program like this, young Nigerians, opinionated Nigerians or non-opinionated are watching us. And yet on this program, the very problem that you analyze and say the engagement that we are supposed to have, we have a moderator who play games with people's position and mind, and you never address that issue on him. Everything you said was directed at him. That is what he does, so that Nigerians don't engage in having intelligent conversation to rescue our situation. This man that is there, you didn't address it. I don't know whether it's because he's your friend. This is what he does. He minimizes. You go and read all my comments that I've been commenting. Minimizes issues that are very important. And when someone is making a very valid point, it comes on with a jokey, annoying thing to distract that point from being made. Look, I am 55 years old. I might not have been a Showore. I might have run away from that country. But now that I've seen the level of problem that country is, from the 30 years that I left, I have now decided that if it's only talking, I would dedicate my life, the rest of my life, to talking against the injustice that is that country. And we have a clown moderating, a clown. And you never address that issue. He thinks we are here for joke. He thinks the Nigerian situation.
Ferreira, okay, you see, you are doing the same thing. You are doing the same thing, Ferreira. And let me commend you.
None of you listen, how are we going to engage people with a clown like this?
Ferreira's, hold on. You know, the day Peter Obi came on this panel, one of the most important questions was the question you asked. I think, and you put it pointedly. You asked the man, how are you going to increase the consciousness of people? Is that not the question you asked?
Correct, yeah.
Exactly. So this tells you, yes, some of us may come with joke, but we are taking notes. We are very conscious of the most important things. My advice to you is that when you set out to do something good, beware of distractions, Ferreira. To focus on what forefathers is saying. He's telling me you are not a very smart person. If you are very smart, you should know that when you set out to do something, there will be a lot of people who smartly or somehow would want to distract you. It's important, it's incumbent upon you. And this is what I'm saying. It's incumbent upon us to keep our eye on the ball. What are the main issues? Yes, forefathers can try to distract. He can raise issues. Should I follow him? The answer will be no. Did I follow forefathers? No, I didn't follow him. I made sure I landed on the point I want to land, which is exactly the same point you were talking about. When Peter Obi came, and he was talking about, his response was that these are the forums, this is Mr. Rudolph's forum. I wasn't really impressed, seriously. I wasn't impressed. I don't know if you were impressed with that response.
I wasn't.
Yes. So I'm just showing, I'm showing you, Ferreira, now that you should understand that I'm listening to you, I'm watching you. If tomorrow I see you somewhere with a flag, I'll follow you. I've never spoken to you, have I?
No.
But these are the questions you asked Peter Obi. Is it today? Is it yesterday?
Yeah.
So calm down. So the way forward is not by raising shoulder or stretching muscle. It's by intelligence. That's how these people, and I keep saying, some people are using brain to play on us. We need to use our own brain. And I've read somewhere that nobody is using up to 50% of his brain. So which means if we task ourselves, we can achieve these objectives. And the truth is that let's continue to keep our eye on the ball. Let's conscientize each other. What are the real issues? There will be a lot of distraction. Pansard will come here and be insulting me. If I follow him, the whole essence will be deceived. We will be lost. But I'm not coming here to follow because somebody insult me. So I'll go and fight him. I'll remove my shirt on YouTube with him. No. I can see where we are going. I listen to people, even the forefather you are accusing. He has said very important things that for me, if we listen to the man, we will move forward. We will move forward. So just take it easy. Let's not fight each other, Ferreira. Let's keep our eye on the ball. Sorry, my brother. Take it easy.
And if you know forefather very well, his strength lies on security. So anything that is not related to security, he does what you just said. So let's appreciate each other from our strength perspective and see how we can work together to find this solution. If not, we don't have another country. All of us, we are all strangers in this Western world.
And Mama Echo, what I want to add also, on this panel, somebody recommended a book for me. And when I read the book, it has galvanized me. Because in that book, and the book was written by a white woman, the wife of Lord Lugard. In that book, I've seen that we Africans were ahead of Europe long time ago. If our forefathers have done it before, we can do it.
All right. Who is next?
Writing for media, I'm monetizing it. Paul.
I don't want to call out people from some kind of this. I think earlier on we wouldn't tolerate people insulting people, but somehow we are tolerating it now. But hey, it's all good. This thing. If you wanted to say something.
You are muted, Ify.
Oh, hi guys. So I think my concern is what I said earlier about, I think we are unnecessarily investing in what we are not supposed to invest on. We have a problem of maintenance in Nigeria. What is the essence of building the highway? Why we're talking about we have federal roads that we cannot even maintain. So it's just telling me this is another way to siphon money. It's still money. That is all it is.
That is the truth.
I cannot even think of anybody that bidded on that contract. It's such a contract of a very large amount of money. Nobody bidded on it. It's just like Tinubu, what's his name? Minister of Works and Housing. Boom. They started talking about it. Boom. I've gotten a permission from the president. Boom. 20 years to come. Look at how long it took them to build Niger Bridge. That is not even up to, is it up to 10 miles from Asaba to Oba? It took them years. This one, we might not even see that contract, even that road completed. All of us, honestly speaking, we might even be dead by the time they complete that distance. So let us stop deceiving ourselves and, this issue of the, trying to develop. There is nothing to develop. 1 year has passed for Tinubu Kita. Can we just name one thing we can say that these people, they have achieved other than borrowing and borrowing and borrowing and borrowing money? Nothing. Can somebody say one thing? May 29, I think it will be 1 year in the office. Let us name one thing. We can say that this government...
I see, if this is the point I'm making, to look up to this regime, or not even the regime, for me, it's even the system. It's not just the regime. Because if you leave the politicians, go into the ministries, there's no single ministry you get any contract without paying money. And these are civil servants. They are not to do with regime. Regime will come, regime will go. These are career civil servants. So it's the whole system. But you can't carry the whole system one day overnight and throw it away, which is the point I'm making. You have to look for one point, at what point does the baton change? That's the point where you hear the story of this prison escape. When a prisoner is planning to escape, most times they time it when there will be change of guard. They will time it. You have to time a point where the system is at its weakest if you really want to change it. I'm not suggesting that overnight we will get a good leader that like this, but we need to begin to look for people who are averse to the current system, people who are not happy with the way the system is working, people who want to change and tinker with the system. By the time we elect 3-4 different people, I am convinced that things will begin to change. And it's not just, I've said, it's not just about the person who want to change, because people are not going to allow you change like that. We need to look for people also who are smart enough, I've discussed on this panel. If you look at Goodluck Jonathan, he was a gentleman. At heart, I can put my heart on the table to know that this man was a gentleman. He meant well for the country. But was he the right person? Rugged. Yes. Was he the right person? The answer is no.
He was not rugged enough to be able to watch and see what he can do to every loophole they were using to crash the system by looting.
Yeah, so even the people that will come and present themselves for us for election, we need to, we ourselves, we need to shine our eye. It's not because you see a gentleman, you elect him because he's a nice person, he's a gentleman, he speaks well, he's telling you all the right. No, you need to look for also the underlying characteristics that would be required for the hatchet job to be done.
Yeah. Augustine, did you finish your submission? I don't know whether you did.
I just did that to engage him so that he will finish his submission, then I can go.
No, I'm done, Augustine.
Okay. Because Paul has been waiting, so let's try to be considerate of each other so that you can go around and everybody can start exchanging again. Whenever the ladies wants to speak, all they have to do is raise their hand. And the men, please, we have rules. We listen and allow them speak. Okay?
You're yelling at us.
Yeah, because you stay in Europe now. You're behaving like a European.
There's no win, there's no win. You can never win. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You know the funny part of it, the way the women laugh and everything, they laugh what my mother would say, I laugh at the face of danger. They laugh because they know it's not possible. They know men can be so stupid when it comes to that aspect. You know, so I get tired when we argue over all these things. We talk here, we talk there, we talk about our country. I think to some extent, if I still want to argue and draw everybody back again, I'll still talk about the West, the way they see us and the way they think about us. But there's one small loophole that we can use. And I've seen one of the greatest enemy to the West. When I mean one of the greatest, I mean the greatest enemy to the West. It's just one country called Russia. When Russia
and China.
went down, no, not China. China fixed the system, but Russia was smart with the system. You know, they didn't see Russia the way Russia grew. Russia just come out somewhere along the line. Russia was working with the US. They were working with the West. They were selling cheap products. What the West liked very well, because they like business. They like the America. They like the capitalism to take advantage of you. And Russia were building everything that can make them stand tall, everything that they can look you face to face, and they can say, sit down when you tell them to sit down, you know? And that's exactly what Russia did. Europe depend on Russia, just like, as you said, Moscow, the way they also depend on China. This is what helped. US was giving Russia money, you understand, and everything. But Russia, be able to build themselves where they started fighting back. So no matter how we want to give somebody like Putin all type of name, Putin still stand tall for him to pick Russia, you understand, in Russia's feet and make them stand tall.
So when are you going to get your Russian visa and move down to Russia?
Yes, when you are tall, six feet
just
one like
being
me.
just
Olumide,
being
when you grow
You're
your
just being
height 6
hypocritical.
feet one
You
like
sit
me,
down there, you are
then
talking
that is
about.
when I will go to
So
Russia.
you want
But
Nigeria
if
to
you
be
are
like
still
Russia,
5 feet
that will be killing
7,
opposition leader.
if you are still 5
So I
feet
better carry
7, I
your.
barely see you to give you good answer. When you can stand your height to my height,
Talking
then I can
rubbish.
hear you very well. Now I'm not hearing you very well.
Paul, you know, Canada and US work together.
You don't drink
Wouldn't want you
sapele
to
water.
be
Why don't you move to Russia now?
So
I'm gonna send you out if you don't stop.
that is what I'm saying. So if you said when I will go to move to Russia, the fact is that Russia take all type of sanction. The West still. Can you please mute yourself and every other thing? All this fake fencing that you sell is affecting you sometimes. Russia stands tall that Europe depend on Russia. They sanction and they even see themselves like the sanction that we sanction these people is affecting us. You understand? They still buy product from Russia. You understand? Russia would disagree. I am asking you that some of us, can we stand tall when these people sanction us? It's going to affect our economy tremendously. For example, a country was doing very, very well. Zimbabwe was doing very, very well. Sanction come. Guess what? It finished that country and every other thing. But look, all the sanctions, they sanctioned Russia. Neither Russia is still doing well because they prepare themselves. They understand like time like this will come. So how are we building ourselves as a people? Because we already know that the forces that we are fighting with is very strong and powerful. But we can do something that it's not going to affect us. And if it's not going to affect us, people will be forced to reckon with us. When US stopped, June 16, 2014, when Obama stopped, the US stopped buying crude from us. Guess what? India were there to buy crude from us. Guess what? South Africa was there to buy crude from us. That's how they started buying our crude. The price did not go down during Jonathan's time because we have that. You understand? So we can do so many things that we can pick ourselves together. But if we think we want to pray our way over, or if we still think that we want to depend on the people that we know that will naturally want to put us down, and we feel we can negotiate our way over, it's never going to happen. It's never. You will fight for it, like as South Africa fight for it, like as Palestine is fighting for it for years, like as the short man called Olumide is talking all the rubbish that he's talking here and everything. But you must understand how process work. People fight for anything they get. They don't just get it. If there's anybody that get anything in a platter of gold, probably those people will be like our kids. You understand? Would they inherit what we call unmerited favor? I can't explain the love I have for my kids. They don't inherit it. Not that they did anything special. But if we think we would negotiate with the people that naturally want to put us down and will succeed, it will never work. So we have to do something.
I'm sure Russia will not tolerate that your black skin.
We have to do everything that we will do. You understand? That will make us tall. We have to go back, go look at the mineral, the natural resources. We have to empower our education. We have to do everything. Singapore, that you make mention, forefather, some minutes ago. Singapore has the highest paying civil servant all over the world. The minimum is Singapore civil servant end is around $40,000. Remember, even the US currency is bigger than them. You understand? And the highest minimum a US will make in state like California, it's around $20-something thousand. You understand? The minimum. So civil servant, people who work in the government, make a lot of money, and there is big punishment. When you go read somebody like Lee Kuan Yew, when people tell you about his books and everything, they call Lee Kuan Yew all type of name. You understand? Lee Kuan Yew do everything.
I want to hear you well. When you use the word we, us, are you talking from the citizen perspective or from leadership perspective?
Oh, yeah, yes, I agree. First of all, I know this argument with bottom to top and top to bottom. First of all, we need from top to bottom. You understand? We need a strong leader. You understand? And when we need a strong leader, remember the first thing that we'll see from that leader will be a dictator. You understand? Not that we want a dictator. One of the ways to change, but you can be a good dictator where you punish people where they did wrong. You understand? When you punish people where they did wrong, not just taking advantage, not followed by race or tribe. You understand? When you punish people where they do it wrong, and you start leadership by example, by bringing yourself low, like we see the type of cars our president is flying. You see our president have all type of fleet, 10 presidential fleets. When the US government don't even change car, the president will not come and say, change my beast and give me another one. The president will not come and say, change my aircraft and give me another one. It just don't happen and never that because it's the property of the government, and that is what you will use. You know, when Biden came to White House, his treadmill and everything. They say, sorry, you can't use your treadmill here because your treadmill can compromise the internet system. You have to use the one that belongs to the states, the government house. That is the one you will use. You understand? Everything there basically is the state property. And if you don't want the state property, don't come close to the state. And don't come here and just change anything you like. So these are the things. So when leaders take this perspective, you understand, where they will start from themselves and they will punish anybody that go wrong. Slowly, if you achieve one possibility, you're going to achieve two. And when you start doing that type of thing, guess what? You will attract people of like minds. Because some of us already give up in the nation. Then when we see people of like minds, you understand, that want to do things right, you want to work with that government. I'll give you an example. They've been talking to me for a very long time. You understand, to get a certain promotion, to be a lead in my department. I refuse to take it. Is it not funny? In Nigeria, we go to church, we go to Abalis, we pray to be that boss. But I see the responsibility of the person who hold that position. I say, I'm not taking that responsibility for how much nonsense increments. You understand? As we can like money, but I know the money that they will give to me, I will work for the money. It's going to be tough for me. I say, I don't want, let me be where I am. How many of us will think like that in Nigeria? Because the more you grow in Nigeria, the less you work, the more you make money, you control people, intimidate people, see yourself, you are up there. You understand? But in the West, certain promotion, you just look at it, they talk to you, they say, no, I don't want to do it. I don't think I'm ready for that now. I need my mental state. You know, things like that. So these are the type of things that we will do. So when we have that tough leader, you understand, people of like mind will start coming out. So the way some of us will say, we don't want to go to politics, because we've not seen people of like mind. The people that we see, they are very, very dirty and rotten. And we can't change our boss. Neither our boss will change us. So if you join them, you're going to compromise yourself. That's my take for now.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to what you said about Zimbabwe, this thing, sanction regime flattening the country. For your information, Nigeria is now behind Zimbabwe in terms of GDP per capita. Nigeria is 1,100 or so. Zimbabwe is 1,676 pounds. So they are richer and they have been under sanction for about 20 years. So our leaders have run their country so badly that even when we are not under sanction, we are doing worse than countries that are under sanction. That's how badly they run our country.
Fafara, let me just add to what Paul said. And on this point, I have always known and I have always believed that leadership draws the map. And the thing the problem we have is that our leaders are not even patriotic. They are only concerned about themselves. Just think about, no matter what everybody is saying about our current president, imagine if Tinubu decides, hey, I'm going to Umuahia, the headquarters of Abia State. I will rule from there for 1 week. And I want to see all the traditional rulers in Abia State. I want to engage people. Under 1 month, he will change the scenario. If they can really bring themselves low, if they can really see Nigeria as a project. But the problem I have is that they don't even see Nigeria as a project. They see Nigeria as a place they milk. You know, I have said this in this platform before. The colonial British forefathers have refused to refused to use the word masters. They run Nigeria as a profitable organization, company. And they left and handed over to our politicians. Our politicians continued running Nigeria as a profitable organization. And that is why they get, and the colonial boys or colonial slaves, when they were making the money, they were sending it to Britain. They were using it to build the other islands they got. Now our politicians, they continue in the same trajectory. And that's why they make this excess money that they don't know what to do with it. So they've not been able to steer the country where the money they make, they plunge it in. And that is exactly what India did. What India did, the people were still corrupt, but they made sure that every corrupt money is not leaving that country. You bring it back to the country and was able to use it inside the country. So it is still the leadership that really needs to take this lead, no matter what we do as citizens, no matter the effort you make, unless you really want to kill yourself. And the analogy I have always used with leadership is, forefather is the operator or the moderator of this platform. You can only speak when he wants you to speak. Even if all of you shout, he will take you out. And that is what our leaders do. Once they are there, they are in charge. They can afford to kill 10 people. And if they kill 10 people, there's no way the other 20 will come out tomorrow.
But Augustine, do you know the funny thing? This moderator now is not around, which is the same case we are having. We don't have any leader. There's no moderator now.
So
you see how it is now. If you are raising your hand will stay there for a long time because moderator no day. So that is the point some of us are making. You have to take the initiative. Don't wait for moderator that is not going to do anything. He has left his seat. He has abdicated his seat. Mama Echo, if you want to talk, I think you should talk. Moderator is not around. Go ahead.
The thing is, before we come into seat of power, we were first citizens that is seeing the ill of the people in power. Yet, we did not sit down to plan and list down the various problems and how to solve them. The only thing we succeeded in doing is to use 20 years, like Tinubu, to prepare himself on how to rig himself into power. Without preparing himself to articulate the problem he's going into solve and how he's going to solve it.
Mama Echo, you want to know the truth?
Yes, sir.
The real challenge with our present dispensation, sorry, Ferreira, if you look back, if you step back, some of us are students of history and students of the politics of Nigeria. Okay? Just step back and ask yourself, when this regime, this republic came in, how did it come in?
Rigging.
No, it's not by rigging. The reality on ground was that IBB was the leader at some point. So there was a lot of issues. He stepped aside. Abacha came. Abacha wanted to stay there. So there was a lot of issues. The truth, if we want to tell ourselves the truth, is that the military handed over with the intention of finding a way to come back. I remember very clearly, Obasanjo was brought out from prison and foisted on the country. So these are not people that sat down and planned for the benefit. These politics were playing. There was nobody at any point who sat down and said, okay, look, for the benefit of the progress of this country, this is how this thing should go. No, it didn't happen. Which is why, for me,
when you talk about Obasanjo, first he was a military leader, right?
Yes.
Then when he left power, all this problem happened. Now he was already prepared to be by when divine hand took place and Abacha was out of the way and he was given the power.
He was given the power for a purpose. That's the point.
Good. He ruled for 8 years. If he really had the plan of really living a better Nigeria for us to continue on democracy. He has 8 years to have done
No,
that.
the answer, Mama Echo, if you are asking me if it's a question, my answer, okay, Ferreira, go ahead. Maybe I should not. You are muted, Ferreira. You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I got it now. My own view is just that, I'll be honest with you guys. I believe that since independence, we've gotten it wrong. It all started in the Western region with the Awolowo Akintola and the involvement of the military, and then the first coup. So, and then the second coup. Now, I'm not going to go into details of that. I believe that even the first democratic dispensation was a little bit mangled, but we still did well. But where the tragedy befell us was starting in this 1999. In 1999, because of the crisis that led to that democratic dispensation, we agreed on this turn-by-turn rotational system, whereby we jettison equality as a nation, or individuality, or all equal before the law. We reinforce that some are more equal than others theology of government. Now, we are where we are now. It will be delusional of us, just like it's delusional of our leaders. And they are deranged, they are mentally unstable, and they are criminally minded. It will be delusional of us to believe that the current dispensation is working, or it will work. So, like Max has said, the focus should be on the bigger ball. If the current dispensation is working, then we are getting the results we deserve. Let's keep talking and let's just go home and sleep. But if it is not, our question is, what can change to move forward?
You said it. So, Ferreira, I will quote what the conclusion of what you advise Peter Obi. You say what we need is a movement.
That's right.
You know why I totally agree with that statement that day? Because countries cannot rely on, even if we have a good leader that will do 8 years, the progress of a country cannot depend on that person. It has to be a movement. There has to be succession plan. There has to be a national orientation, a national direction, a plan, a process where even if this person goes, another person will come and take over. That is what we need. We need to start a movement for a better Nigeria.
Yeah, to back up Masca, you see, to start up the movement has to be to educate our people to have a political ideology centered on themselves, on the people. Right now, let me tell you all the honest truth. We might believe we have a political ideology because we are participating in political parties. No, we don't. Let me tell you why. What we believe is that the white man has killed a big elephant. That was from Ali Mazrou. And we all need to come to the table with a knife and share out of this big elephant. This is each of our own individual belief. It don't matter what tribe you come from or what religion you possess. We believe the process of governance is to yield the dividends of democracy. And we say it in our speech. What is this so-called dividends of democracy? Is that a chairman becomes rich, a governor becomes rich, or somebody from our local government or our village becomes rich because he's the son of the soil. He has gone to represent us. And therefore, if he becomes rich, that money can then trickle down to the rest of the village. This is a firm belief the people we copy democracy for. That belief is considered economic sabotage. I don't care where you go. You go to China, you go to Russia, you go to America, you go to Canada. The moment you go and take from the states, you are an economic saboteur. You are a treasonable felon. You are an enemy of the state. But that's not the democracy we took. We took the one where we are going to take from the states. You got to understand me. Tinubu is not our issue. Tinubu is a symptom of our issue. You know why? The taking has been going on for so long because the likes of Obasanjo knew Tinubu had a forged certificate. They did nothing. Jonathan knew they did nothing because it serves their interest. Just like they have a government of compromise during the period the military were fighting each other during the first coup and the second coup. You understand? By the first coup, the same people that foiled the first coup, that foiled it, 6 months after, were fighting to separate from Nigeria. While the same people that staged the second coup wanted to separate from Nigeria, but now we're fighting to stay in Nigeria. So it's always been a self-interest politics that we have always been portraying. Okay, now we are where we are. What's next? That's the way I like to address issue. What is next is the issue of this mobilization. In the mind of me, I just can't understand why the likes of Dele, Faronsimi, the likes of Mayegun, the likes of Niger Watch, the likes of P2B, the likes, those who are positively minded, I can't really vouch for people's character, but you understand, are not on the table in a room where it happens. When I use the term in a room where it happens, I'm referring to the play Hamilton. You know, in America, before they decided they were going to have America, a few great men gathered in that room. And it was in that room that the America we know today happened. Something that counteracted feudalism or aristocracy. Do you understand? So there were men who have opinions that are standardized and said, this is the way forward. The next 100 years, the next 200 years is going to look like this. And they come up with that concept of democracy. Now, we have adopted it wrongly. We've said that. Let's not repeat ourselves. So the way forward is that when we have this conversation, in fact, I used to have a mayor here in Chicago. I hated him like crazy, Ron Emanuel. There's a statement he always makes politically that every crisis is an opportunity. Every crisis is an opportunity. Right now, the Nigerian people are in crisis. Why are the likes of Obi finding it difficult to convince Nigerians? Why is the like of Showore finding it difficult to convince Nigerians that join my side? Why? Why is the like of Tinubu still having Nigerians on his side? This is a crisis, but yet the good people are not increasing in numbers. Maybe they are. I don't want that to be a subject of debate for us. You understand? Why? That means something is wrong with what we are doing. And I put that question to Obi when he was here. What can you do to help us have a media house that is stronger than Arise? I think you all should do this number game that I played. I go on YouTube. I see Arise TV. I see how many views did they have on any news clip they lead. About 200,000. Then I check Tinubu's TV station, TVC. How many views? About 21,000. Then I check the likes of Dr. Damage, Niger Watch, and Mayegun were in the likes of the tens of the thousands. Look at that huge difference in terms of messaging. We're not even connecting. Yes, I understand Nigerians don't have electricity. They don't have power. And then when we come here, we end up talking about people. We end up fighting about with each other. So the real message is not getting across. And it is said by someone that great minds discuss ideas. You know, lesser great minds discuss events. Lower minds discuss people. Our issue are not people based. They are people effectively based, but they're not people. It shouldn't be, our discussion should not be based on people. It should be based on ideas like, okay, where did we get it wrong in that last election?
Anyway, sorry, Ferreira, I need to say good night to everybody. Good night, everybody, and nice talking to you guys.
Yes.
But even in England, there was a glorious revolution. Things don't happen by accident. Even in England, there was glorious revolution. Good night, everybody.
Yeah. So where did we get it wrong? How can we get it better? How do we sensitize the silent majority? Because there's a silent majority of Nigerians who are not happy with the state of things, but have tuned off. For one reason or the other, they've tuned off, and you can't blame them. How do we get them to tune back in? Because without numbers, numbers. We cannot get in the room where it happens. Let me just stop there.
Sorry, my mic. Sorry, thank you, Ferrari. AY, welcome.
Father, you are ET. I thought with that
No.
camera you can't contribute though. Did you
No,
change the
no.
rule?
No.
You know you are a general.
I'm not
Nobody can question
contributing
your
now.
authority.
I'm not contributing though.
Good evening, everyone. Good talk so far, man. Hey, Mr. Paul, since you left us in Biafra Republic, I formed your Delta Republic. I know they see you again. Yeah, Mama Echo, good to see you.
They threatened me because I said I'm not voting for Biden.
Oga Ferreira,
All my African people are coming for me because I said I'm not voting for Biden.
I know today it was a lot of backbones, man. Actually, I don't know, man. I just two things I heard today that are appealing to me. One was Ferreira talking in the afternoon after Pansat was insulting some people here. Say the problem is not any tribe. First of all, I start with that. That has always been my thing. The moment we keep dividing ourselves, we're going nowhere. The second interesting thing I just heard now was when Masker said we need like a national movement. To be honest, if we really want to do anything in Nigeria, especially the people in diaspora, to be honest, that national movement is a very beautiful thing. Just imagine you have like mind from all over the states. This is something like, it's a very serious thing. If anybody that loves Nigeria, that really cares about Nigeria, because all this one we divided ourselves across tribe is so funny when it's not gonna lead us anywhere. Because what you see is the same thing, right? So the person is from your state, is committing crime, you sub-defending him. So that is not gonna help us. If we have a national movement that people are really committed, their resources, their time, like it's gonna be so good. What Ferrari also said now, reorientation, very important, because when you talk to people back home, you see the thinking, you will just think like there is no solution to our problem. But when they have the right thinking, the right information, I think there will be changes. This change is gonna be like very holistic if we must do anything. Because like somebody said today, is it a Fulani that is your governor? I can't remember who said it. So these are the questions we should ask ourselves, right? Look at what is happening in Rivers. You think they care? Look at what is going on. The common man suffer. Wike has looted his whole party left. The current governor, you think he's innocent? It's not. Who is suffering? The people. The money in Rivers State as a state, it's a lot of money. Rivers State is one of the richest states in Nigeria in such a way that the people who don't have reason to be poor. I was just calculating it today. What's the population of Rivers State? Probably less than 5 million. Rivers has a lot of money. So when you look at these issues, we can complain of the federal, which, yeah, even me also complain. But in the end, the governor, is he from another tribe? No, it's from your place. They got the money, they got the power, they got everything. Why are they not doing theirs? So you see, if we can really like unite and understand the struggle, like is to liberate our people, we will have solution. But if we keep coming here, thinking I'm Igbo, I'm Hausa, I'm Yoruba, I'm Biafra, I'm Urobo, I'm here, we're going nowhere. We're going nowhere. There is like we're going nowhere. There is no two ways about it. Look at Masker. Masker, by now, if we are serious, we should be able to tell Masker, we need more people from the north. We need like mind. Work with them. Do you know how many people so if we there are this type of people that want the progress of the country all over the country, every state, they are there. But
when you look for them to work with them, the sky is our limit. That is why these guys are taking advantage, you know. It's just what it is. But hopefully we can get over all this space. We will not come here and be fighting ourselves over things that are not necessary. You know, you can come here to laugh, but when you do it that, like, how are you really helping the system? Sometimes I even think, like, even some of them that come here, all they do, they propagate their tribe. If you have opportunity to be there, you think you're gonna be better than the person that is there? I don't think so. You're not gonna be better. You will be worse. Because you don't even have the power now. You're doing all that. If you have the power, you will be worse. So
you see, one part that you make mention, Mama HO keeps saying it all the time, and some other person also say this thing. They talk about the power the Nigerians in diaspora. Let me tell you the truth. How funny this can be. The diasporas don't have any power. The diaspora are like stepchild. They are like kids that a woman carrying into a new relationship to treat that kid like slave. You understand? Me that is born in Lagos, I can't go to Warri to get anything. They say I'm not part of the struggle. Illustrious son, mother and father. Because I was born in Lagos, they say I'm not part of the struggle. Then I come from abroad. I'm not in any negotiation. They just want my money.
We have power.
Sorry. You know why I said we don't have power? So when we talk about diaspora, but then when we talk about these billions, because of people choose to give us record how we wired money and every other thing, they choose to give us this record. Is it the money that I sent to my personal, my brother, my girlfriend, my neighbor, my former landlady, and every other thing? Is it those money that we sent? Or is this all those glorified mortuary that we go build us in our village and still we want to carry our 70 years old mother to America, to the UK and Europe, what I call glorified cemetery? Is it the thing that we want to use in cutting deals with our government? Yeah, are we coming up together as a team of Nigerians? You understand? Remember the Aswani brothers. You understand? 5-star. You understand the kind of things, the investment that they control in Nigeria. You understand? We are talking about, so if you're talking about team of Nigerians, professional in Nigeria, they own this business. They are the movers and shakers in the Nigerian stock exchange, where if they threaten, the market's going to go down and everything. This is where you will talk. But not just they collect data and said, we sent $17 billion last year. We are so happy. How do we send the money? Did we send the money in a way where we can use it to cut a deal? I don't really think so. So until we start thinking in that direction, until you and I will start coming together to say that Nigeria that is very big in selling cars in Houston, that Nigeria is very big in selling cars in Maryland, that Nigeria that is very big in selling cars in Belgium, Holland, where we can team up together and say, I'm going to Belgium to go do my car deal, where we can negotiate deal, where we can threaten, say we are not bringing any cars, and the customer going to lose a lot of revenue. We can negotiate some of those ways. This is where you can say the diasporas, you understand, can make. But when you talk about this individual money, how can we make deal? I remember some of us that is also the leader, you understand. For example, the likes of Ali Dume, they all school live here in the US before they went back to Nigeria. Good percentage of our politicians do this thing. But when they also go in their individual way, they can't really do much. The system will consume them, like you said, AY. They'll become part of the system. They'll be very barbaric. Look at the former Imo State governor. You know, these are medical doctors in America that they went back to Nigeria and they messed up the whole thing. That's my take for now.
Thank you. Who is next?
Paul, I wanted to say that. Paul, I wanted to say that it's not all that you're right on point on the things you said, but it's not all that negative, because that's because you're looking at the view of power from only one microscope. You understand what I'm saying? Look, power in itself is diverse. You understand, Paul? Now, it's only 5 of us here on the screen, right? Just talking. Somebody by accident might be just hearing us. You see, that informational power we pass across in terms of knowledge, that's still power. You see, that word in that other person could multiply. We don't know. It's like a seed. So power is not just money or economic control or influence. But I do agree with you. We need to do better with organizational power, not monetary power. Our monetary power wouldn't have much influence. You understand? Then our individual power has no influence in Nigeria. I agree with you on those points. But we are abroad. We have information. We have technology, like Master said. If you heard what he said, there's someone who is an engineer, is a Nigerian who is abroad, who could develop a program, that would counter to what INEC has and give us actual report as INEC has it. Do you understand? That's power in itself. It's just because we don't have this organizational power and we're not planning to have one. And that's where, personally, I blame people who have platforms. I'm not talking of radio, YouTube platform and all these ones. I'm talking about people who have platform. Obi has a platform. Nigerian musicians have platform. Nigerian artists have platform. You see, Aisha Yusuf said one thing, and I think I wrote it down. She said, we don't need activists. We need people that are active. Think about it. Let me repeat it. We don't need activists. Anyway, all our activists are the ones in government now, and they are all for the thieves. You understand? But we need people that, you don't know the impact of just one person's movement. I've watched several rallies and marches again during the American civil rights. One person, all they do is bring water. One person is just walk 1 mile. Everybody has one little contribution to something. And I know, even if we have nothing in common, check this out. At least 90% of those that are abroad are not happy with the way Nigeria is. That's a commonality that we have not harnessed. You understand what I'm saying? That's a commonality we have not harnessed. Abroad, 90 not happy. Every crisis is an opportunity. We have just not digging enough, and we are not recruiting enough. We're not having more people buy into this affair, this idea that our current Nigeria cannot continue like this. If that's the only slogan we have, even our so-called medium here, that's why I might dislike Forefather for all I care, but there's one thing he does with this medium, the recruitment skill he has. But at the same time, the reason I fight him is that despite that recruitment skill on getting people on this medium, at the critical point, you understand, he distracts. And the point is to have a hook. If you bring one person, I bring one person, AY brings one person, Mama HO bring one person, Forefather himself bring one person. That's 5 plus 5. That's 10. That's how a movement is formed. I'm not saying physically bring, but have them have a buy-in based on the basis of commonality. That is power. You understand? It doesn't have to be physical. I keep saying one thing. There's this silent majority of Nigerians that we have not activated. The likes of Obi have not activated them. A lot of people have not activated them. And if those of us who know failed in this process of activation, the bad people would activate them. And the more numbers they have against us, they win. So power is diverse. You got to check with people who have been involved in various forms of struggle. Then you would understand that it's not just one thing. This thing we do is power. You might not agree. This is power. Someone's watching, someone is commenting. We're making a disciple, even unknown to us. I know these things because I'm in education. When I teach, sometimes I teach in a prison. When I teach sometimes, or when I was in the public school, we would say, hey, all these kids are failing. Say only 60% is passing. Hey, we're losing 40%. You know what they always tell us during professional development? Save one. Save one. Do you understand? Be focused. If you can save one, you have saved a generation. The same thing when it comes to struggles. We are in crisis. And that's why, forefather, I loved you dearly, but please don't trivialize this issue.
Confession time.
No, it's true. You know, this is serious. People are suffering, people are dying, and the bad people are in charge. You can't be on their side. I don't care what your political ideology
Alaba,
is.
if you don't
And
mind,
have
don't
a
you think,
microphone.
Alaba, if you don't mind, don't you think the concept of this town hall that we keep saying, but we never push more for it, is important? Maybe when we see
Everything
ourselves
is
in real time,
important, Paul.
we'll respect
Every
ourselves
aspect.
more.
Newsletter, emails, everything. We are not even using technology to the maximum. WhatsApp, TikTok. We are not. For people who truly desire a change.
But you know the funny part, if we introduce the town hall thing and every other thing, how can we get further? Because it's an enigma.
And Alaba, it's funny because I find it peculiar that of everybody that comes here, Pansat causes all kinds of hassle, everything, but I am the one you pick on.
You don't know the power you hold. That's the problem.
Then maybe you should come and sit here. There's no special gift that I have.
I will if I take the offer. I'll talk to Randall. I'll talk to Rudolph.
Exactly.
It's not a sacrifice. It's not something anyone else cannot do.
Then
you don't know the power you hold, particularly in terms of direction of discussion.
You can do it. You can host it. You can host it yourself so that you can direct the discussions.
You know, discussion has to be focused on our problems and solution, not trivial things.
Next week, you can come and sit here, and I sit on the audience. Okay?
It's not a battle of will.
No, because there's no use sitting there and taking shots all the time as if I'm
it's
some
not
kind of
taking shots. It's being concerned. You see, you're misinterpreting it again.
Excuse me. You sat there, call me all kinds of names. I say, as a matter of fact, Pansa was kicked out for less today. And you still carry on. When does it end?
Which you truly deserve. Am I wrong? Am I wrong in my analysis?
So do you deserve getting thrown out?
No, if I am, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well,
you are wrong. You can't be insulting somebody. You know, I'm a human being.
Yeah,
you can't be insulting somebody publicly like that.
You're trivializing issues. You're channeling discussion only to what you want, which is a talking point.
Because I am the one. I'm the moderator. When you next week, in short, tomorrow. It's not even tomorrow. Come sit here. Take it. It's easy to talk and insult people. Come and take it and sit and do it.
NTA became what it is because of what you do. It's like that. The reason TVC became what it is because of things like that. I am saying let us elevate our intellectual discourse. That's all. That's all.
No matter
what my HO that was saying, something you cannot do, don't insult other people for it. You are not volunteering to do it. Tomorrow, come and sit and do it.
It's a challenge. No matter our differences,
we gotta find common ground to work together, you know. We gotta find common ground. That is very, very important. We gotta respect ourselves. We gotta find common ground. It just is exactly the point I make now. There is no need on unnecessary accusation, you know. That will divide the house more. We gotta find common ground and try to understand ourselves, speak to each other. I think that is one thing that will help. If we want any movement that will do anything in Nigeria, I can tell you that for free. If we keep fighting ourselves, we're going nowhere.
That's true.
We're going
and I don't think that is because I'm in charge here. Because even when I'm on other channels, I am having my own opinion. Like every other panelist, he comes at me. He doesn't go after Pansat. He doesn't go after people that are bigoted. He doesn't do anything. He comes at me. This guy. There is something about you that I'm watching and I'm looking at it closely because I don't understand how you will come after me of all the people that are the most divisive ones. So, and you gave an excuse that it's because I'm hosting a panel here, but you do it in other channels too. So why?
At least for today, we didn't take our discussion in the realm of tribe religion, which is great. Which is great.
I'm just wondering why somebody decides to pick on somebody that is saying, hey, secure our people, call out all the people talking about death penalty and all the rest, but the one that talk about ethnic bigotry doesn't go after them.
Do you think I pick on you more than I do on John Abba?
No, father. Maybe you
literally insulted me here. If it was some other person, they would have cost the living daylight out of you here. And I'm going to watch it happen someday.
You should know that when it comes to area of security, that is where your strength is. But when it now comes to the other area, you do what he just said, and that is the truth.
What do I do?
And process it.
See, I have my own opinion just like you do. Empirically, if we measure it, let's go and measure your opinion and mine. Let's see which one is correct. If you say my opinion is so inferior, I'm not here telling you my opinion is better than yours, but I don't have to sit here and have people justify. You sat here and you watch him insult me, and you all just sat there and it's okay. But yet, when if he insult any of you, then I will have the duty to take him out or make him apologize.
No, for Father, I want to sympathize or empathize, as the case may be, but it's just hard saying that. But what I want to say more with Alaba and to yourself. So it's just like I place myself on this show. I don't go to any other shows. Sometimes I listen, but I just don't go because I don't want to get too much addicted to this show. So I'm trying to some extent to reduce myself, which I do listen from TV, from everywhere. But you know the funny part of it, the way I slow down when it comes to sport, you understand, and I improve myself when it comes to politics. Try to read everywhere from this media just to get my points across and every other thing. But what I would say is that certain topic, you may not be so vast the topic, but also he also lying on us if I feel that, oh, the way Forefather is going about this topic, I don't like it. But Forefather is the moderator. I think sometimes it's just for me to leave, you understand? Because anyway, I can do 15, 16 hours every day. I can't even do 12 hours every day. So if I'm not enjoying that part, not because I'm not enjoying it, but maybe the moderator is also making me not enjoy it, maybe I should just leave. You understand? Sometimes I will just hear certain things. I will just get rage, like, oh, I want to contribute. I'm in the sun. The weather is extremely, extremely hot in Arizona. I didn't know I took one of my car to mechanic. Slowly, I started cleaning the car. I washed two of my car, cut my weed in our weather of 101. You understand? Extremely hot, but I was just doing it. But I was listening and everything. Certain part I don't really enjoy it. Certain part I feel like leaving what I'm doing halfway to contribute. So I don't need to participate in every topic. There are some topics that I feel that the people here, their view when it comes to my own view is completely different and everything. Sometimes I let it pass, or sometimes I just want to throw my own into it. So I think we must want to cut that slack with Forefather. Then at the same time too, Forefather, don't stand tall and don't tell us all this Google. Like I said something in the morning. If not for the power of social media today and everything, just imagine, we so much believe what we see in the mainstream media. We so much quote CNN with passion. We quote the BBC with passion. Today, we understand that these people, they don't report news. You understand? They report a particular narrative. They don't report news. So we all know all these things today that we can dig deep. So sometimes you might run to this Google and say, Google said. But we all also understand the way search engine work. When they push things too much, it's for you to go search it out and never that thing. So you also want to understand sometimes some of the places that we are coming from, why we argue the way we argue, and the way you get so passionate with your security. You may be much maybe far ahead. If you are talking from the place of somebody who read a book to a PhD level, for me, who read that book when it comes to an elementary level, our differences will be just there. It will be so glaring. So sometimes forefather cut some slack for us, and we ourselves too, we should also learn to cut some slack for you. That's my take for now.
I don't go. I have passion. I don't insult
I had
anybody.
to come back. I don't know,
I focus on the
for
issue.
just forefathers. I came back just to. Can I just spend 1 minute? Just
Yeah, please go ahead.
okay. I came back because I could see you and Alaba, and I think I should say I can see you, not Alaba. It has not joined back the issues with you. So what I would advise you, forefathers, is as a moderator and as a person, you need to know that all of us need to be asking ourselves questions. And the truth is that if we are going to fight with each other, we have to be at each other's neck. I think it means well for all of us. Know that I'm solidly behind you. Anybody that comes to this panel knows that I'm always part of the night crew. And the reason is simply the show. But that is not to say that you're perfect for you moderate, because you're always pushing back. But what Alaba is saying also, as a moderator, so when somebody is talking, you need to see who is talking. This guy, what kind of person is this? Somebody like Alaba, who, if you keep pushing back and keep dragging him into be happy, and you are certainly not going to do the show a favor. You need to grow up. You need to be wiser. The major objective. We may say as much as we want to say that this is has to be an objective. We are all Nigerians, like Alaba rightly also said. We need to understand that at all times. I repeat, we should not be quarreling with each other. Let's hold each other accountable. That's what I think the both of you are doing, which is okay. But let's not take it past.
When you say accountable, to hold people accountable and insult them, that's holding people accountable or questioning their information.
I honestly did not think that Alaba insulted you, forefathers. I was here. What he said,
what did
the
he
big
say
picture.
again?
But some people, yes, I'm repeating what he said. I'm paraphrasing. But some people keep dragging us into smaller issues. That's what he said. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alaba.
Wow. So you didn't hear when he was calling me a clown here?
Honestly, I didn't hear that one.
He said it multiple times, not once. In front
My
of
advice,
you. Yeah.
I advise Alaba to. My advice also to you will be that I think you should ignore some of these things. Sometimes we talk when we're in heated debate. You remember the last time when I said what the fuck is, we were talking about this levy, right? You remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Honestly, I regretted making, and I will spank the hell out of the guy who would dare mention that word. The father, I'm here on global platform saying what before.
Sorry. Let me just ask Master one last question. Then, how do you explain having a go at Pansat for saying that some other person should just open their eyes? But somebody called me a clown multiple times today.
Okay, I went at. I have an answer. If you ask me a question, I can. Sorry, AY, let me answer forefathers. My response to Pansat. Pansat does that across the board. Okay, and like I said, it's a personal thing. If I'm not join issues with Pansat, but because if it is me that Pansat insulted me, I will let it. Okay, because maybe I will have been trying to make a point. keeps doing that, and we all sit down. He said that is sponsored, and this is my this we're all there. If one of us are we like this, is this, but if look, you feel strong, apologize.
Pastor, all right, hey, let me quickly say this. I want to disagree with one thing you said. You said good stuff, but issue of people, anyone calling anybody here names, idiot, moral, whatever, derogatory names is unacceptable, period. We should stop legalizing what is not right. You can't be talking to your fellow panelists and calling their name. It's unacceptable. There is no excuse for that. If you want to get mad, go to your home. Go. You can do that at home. Don't come here and be calling people. Here is the truth, right? Here is my fear with this stuff. When you decide to insult people, call people names, they have the power to reply. We need to know this. It's just like insulting somebody's mother. They have the power to reply and insult your mother. If you don't want that, don't do it. There is no excuse, period. Let's get this right.
I totally the truth is that I did not hear when
we can disagree on everything, but insulting, no. We need to stop. All of us, anyone that is doing it, calling names, we need to stop. It's unfair, I mean, that's not okay. I mean, look at KJ. We disagree on literally everything, but I'm not gonna wake up and say, "Hey, no, you can't do that."
He used to take my mic until I went to the correct.
KJ will still take your mic. He's here already. He's
look, my Juju man has given me the answer. Juju now is stronger than his own.
It's funny because everybody seems to have woken up suddenly. I don't know what happened.
Father, can I just make a little comment? I came in because, I've been listening for the background, but when I saw Mama Hecho, I needed to come in and say, good to see you, Ma. Good to see you again. I'm happy to see you. And I followed the discussion, but I'm not going to say anything concerning all the exchange between my brother and the fathers of the forefathers. I'm only going to talk about what Paul was saying. And I'm surprised that Paul has woken up. He now knows that the media is a spin. It's shocking to me because this is what I've always said here. And many people have been arguing. But I was so delighted to hear it coming from Paul that these people are just spinning news. They're writing their own editorials. And that's what they're spitting out. They're no longer reporting news, okay? Because reporting news is saying it as it is. You show us, you let the people in the street talk to us, not you telling us what your opinion is, which is what they do now. They analyze and overanalyze and do everything. But I'm happy that we are getting to get to that point where we have been trying to drag. Everybody understands what the news is all about. However, I keep saying this thing, and just like Ewa said, this is a talking panel. It's a talk show. It's not a place where people come and bring policies and implement. People have come here and call us clowns. I don't know why forefathers is getting annoyed. Some people have come here and called us clowns. One man came here one day. It took 30 minutes to insult all of us. Told us we were just gathering here and talking. We are all clowns. But none of you said anything. So I don't know why you should be getting annoyed. All of us were looking at the man. He finished. And Rudolph thanked him and he left. So please, let's not get annoyed. It's a talking shop. Sometimes I can be heated, sometimes I cannot be. So let's just all calm down and discuss. If for the love of Nigeria we're here, mind you, each and every one of us, wherever you are, time is very important. So for you to be here and spend all these long hours, it means that you have some concern for what is going on there. It's not forefather, it's not Alaba, it's not AY that is the problem. It's a system that we have set up. And we didn't set it up without our contribution. Some of our parents were ministers in those governments, and all that. So it is now that we're reaping the fruit of what happened yesterday. It's not the war between me and you. None of us here, So let's come here and know that let's be civil as much as possible. Because Thank you. Welcome, Mama Hecho.
Yeah, I see
Thank you,
somebody's
sir.
voting for people to be called clowns, and let's call each other names here. I see you can't excuse behaviors that are rubbish. And I think what I've found is that in other communities, when people have discussions and they is serious, you can't have this type of behavior. They will cut you out. And even when you say the wrong things that they feel like you're just trying to distract. If you hear when people are discussing stuff and they really want to get to somewhere, you'll be surprised the strictness they put to those things. And the looseness that we do here is a little bit, for me, it doesn't get anywhere. Look at the discussion we're having. We never did have it because somebody came here and derailed it completely with innuendos and insults and all kinds of stuff. And I was just thinking about it just now, that I didn't even get to the end of the presentation that I wanted to do because of that sort of stuff, because I have to excuse it. And sooner or later I will have to stop that. I say, you know what?
Needs to be
if you want to do that, separate yourself from my session. And because people need to get the kind of information I'm trying to share at the best that I can do, so that it gets somewhere, instead of just we talk halfway, then we start fighting each other. And this is one of the things that when people watch us, they look at them. They can't even go halfway and have an organized conversation. And I believe me, I've never seen it happen before. And I've been on panels and I've seen where people are so strict with details that they want to know details. I mean, if you guys know how strict other people are when they're having conversations, then you know that we are just rambling, talking like rabbles all over the place. But I just thought I should share that. Okay. So the topic was about why we are extremely poor and trying to shed light on the scale of how poor we are. That when we check the countries that own most of the wealth in the world, just about 10 countries own about 75% of wealth in the world. 10. And some of the richest countries we know, like Singapore, others, they didn't even show up on the list.
No, they don't have real money, man.
They didn't show up on the list. Not to mention, where is Nigeria on that list? If Singapore didn't show up, Singapore does more export.
Now what for you?
But Nigerians don't think we have. The Nigerians think we have money.
No, Nigeria. I can have said it anytime. Nigeria is not a rich country.
It's uninformed Nigerians that think we have money.
Yeah, we don't have money.
It's very myopic leaders that think we have money.
The truth, we have money, but the money are looted abroad.
See, Mama Hecho, no, we also don't have money.
God, make you cool down. Yours come the other per day here. Make you cool down. Me put one by one.
If you say we don't have money,
I don't say we follow support. Now, support is not follow.
if we say we don't have money, we are not being sincere to ourselves. From Buhari regime, or let's look towards from Jonathan regime to date. All the billions, all the trillions, all the millions. If we put all this money together, can't we use it to develop all this problem we have? The looted one.
See, even the looted one.
Apart from that, what we spend in to all these politician allowances, salary, and all, how many, even US, they compare themselves to? Do they do that? I want to ask you people, all US senators, did they have government-owned cars? Did they have people that cook for them that we pay for? So these are the avenue that we are spending money that is not meant for. And look at the retirement package they give to themselves. Is that what happened in this Western world? If I'm not mistaken, US president does not use US money to feed themselves in the White House. They take it from their own salary. Is that what is happening in Nigeria? So what are we talking that we don't have money? The office of the First Lady, both states, because from local government to the presidency, there are all office of first lady. Is that in the constitution? How much did we waste in that area? So when you say we don't have money, it's a lie. And when we loot, we bring it here. Look at them telling Nigeria right now that Nigeria should manage, things will be better. Recently, how much did they announce they want to use to buy cars for custom? And are they going to buy made in Nigeria car? So what are we talking about? The crude oil that comes from us, how much of it is looted? How much? So if we gather all this together, we will be in the list of the richest country that forefather talks about.
It's a lie.
Okay.
We will still not get. We are still not there.
It's not even like it's not even going to touch it at all.
And funny enough, I've had this argument about 8 months ago with one of my.
But at least we will be in the list of the poor people.
We will still be.
Okay.
We will still be. And I've had this argument. Mama Echo, I get where you're coming from, and I've had this argument with my aunts about. I think 6 or 7 months ago.
I mean, I work for you. This was Sita. What that person talk now?
Oh, Sita.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
The politician, though.
How much did they budget for student loan?
Mama Hecho, you're talking about an entirely different thing. That's not the question. See, the question here. Let me bring you. Let me put that to focus.
Of the wastage.
Mama Hecho, see, I understand the wastage. I'm telling you that even if you add all the wastage, we are still poor. How do you measure the wealth of a nation? There are different parameters for measuring it. Empirical parameters. You can talk about the GDP, you can talk about the per capita.
If you want to talk about GDP and per capita, we have natural resources.
No, you're talking about money at hand. See, my dear sister. You cannot be building castles in the air.
Oh, Sita, this should not be argument. This should not be argument. Let's argument. Why is it that you want to come here? Let her finish. Let this one be argument. Let not be talking a day here. You could
I thought Mama Echo has given her submission.
Okay. Are you the next person? No, are you the next person?
We have natural resources, right? That we cannot refine. We have our youth that are the human capital of the nation that we are not investing on. And yet, we have money that we use to do Sahara. So how can we grow?
What happened? Okay. Who's next? Is it okay. You have already spoken now. KJ.
Let me say hello to everybody.
KJ, you're not the next person. This guy is.
I thought you were going to ask me to finish my counter argument.
No, not counter argument.
People have been waiting now. People have been
waiting your time.
I speak to doesn't talk too much. He doesn't talk too much anyway.
I might even
hold on now. Our people, please, let's not do this, please. I speak the truth. You have you got something to add to what you've had so far? Or?
Well, aside from the fact they've been bashing you all day, that's cool. You're my man. You know, I got your back all day.
Unbelievable.
I think it's two ways with the lady up there. We are a rich country, and Osita is also right. We are also a poor country. But like he also said, there's certain parameters and indices that you use to calculate this thing. So like she rightfully said, if we look at, for example, our potential, not fiat currency, our potential in terms of human resources, the monies that have been looted, right? and our natural resources that we currently have and could generate and turn into refined finished products, then Nigeria rightfully should be, I'd say, one of the richest countries on earth, and which we actually are. Let's not get it twisted. Even with all the mismanagement and all the money's being stolen and all the misgovernance, we actually are the richest Black country in the history of the world. We are the, yes. We are, yes.
More than Mali. Mali,
Yes.
it's Mansa
So
Musa.
in modern history, yes, Nigeria and Nigeria is probably the strongest African country in the history of the world, period. So we have these potentials and we have these opportunities, but like everybody's rightfully saying, we are being mismanaged, we are being misgoverned, and somewhere we have to backtrack, and then maybe we'll find our way forward.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Who's next? I think I speak the truth. No, the Blackstone. The Blackstone. You want to add something?
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning to everybody. My father don't sleep. I just woke up. I see everybody until day here.
What I go talk? What I go do now?
So talking about that issue, naturally, Nigeria is one of the most blessed countries under the earth. Let's not deny that. Let's not argue that. But Nigerians are poor.
Simple things.
Why? Because of the mismanagement. Because our leaders have no vision. They have no vision. And if they have vision, they don't even know how to put those vision into work. If you look at the wasted, how the things Nigeria are wasting, the wasted fund in Nigeria compared to the amount Nigeria generate, you see that the wasted amount is even higher than what they generate. So how can a country then in that form become rich? It's like a rich man said, I'm a billionaire. He wastes 80% of his income or his fund. We expect to have a capital. We will go bankrupt. So like what they are saying, like what say, what are they always okay? For example, like he asked, do they pay? Why must the government provide housing for the politicians? Before they came there, we don't have a house. When we were living in the bush, how can they have a wardrobe allowance? Were they being naked before they came there? So there are some very unused, in fact, mind-blowing stupidity that they give to themselves, or they give one kind name to justify it. What about every 4 years they buy new vehicles? Where are the previous ones? Why must they be selling a public property to themselves? So this is the attitude. It is the attitude of the people of a nation that make a country, that contribute to make the country grow. That's what it is. So no matter how good you are, how rich you are, but if you don't know how to manage your wealth, if you go down the drain in less than 1 year. So that's what's happening to Nigeria. Let's go back right from the 60s. You see how we are detolerated. And we are still going deep into the hole. And we are clapping for our leaders. So this is where the issue lies. Those that are very rich, are the richest country, they don't have to aid. It's because they are prudent, because they know what they want, and they know how to put it to work. So what is wrong with Nigerians? Or what they say, what is wrong with the black people? Look at all the black nations in South America or North America. Look at Brazil, look at Haiti, look at everything. So there's something fundamentally wrong with the black people. Or is it that we cannot develop, or we cannot sit down and plan a thing and put it to work? You know? So if you talk to people from other nations and they will tell you what Nigeria is, and they will tell you Nigeria have nothing to. Nigeria have no business with poverty. I tell you, is there any single state in Nigeria that doesn't have a natural resources that can make that state viable? Can't we manufacture our products? It's like a poor man giving like a poor man donating money to a rich man. That's what we are doing. We are a poor country, and we are using our resources to buy things from rich countries, and those resources we have it, and those things we are buying, we can produce it ourselves. Is it not funny? So this is the issue. So it's not because other countries. Let's look at what other countries have done to become what they are. Are we doing it? Want to have names, everybody that goes into the government, the first thing they have in mind is how to loot. That's the first principle is on their mind, and nothing more. And they will so loot, and they forget that they are living. They have children. There are people in that nation, there are people in Nigeria who have no access to those things. I can't imagine that even in Cameroon they have pipe-borne water. They have light, Cameroon here, and we are insulting the government to say, one man for 80 years, for 35 years is power. But they have what they want, basic utilities, which are supposed to be the government's responsibility. We don't even have it in our nation, basic utilities, electricity, pipe-borne waters, roads, health insurance, education. We don't have it. And we are saying we are our leaders. So these are the issues we have why have not made our nation develop. And we know these things. They are saying it, but they're not working in that line to improve on these things. But they are working even to destroy it the more. So what is our mindset? That's where the question lies. How do they think?
Can we use potential to describe a people as rich when the actual reality is that they are poor? It's just like living on land where there is oil, but you're not
it was actually said that
it or taking anything.
It was actually said. It was actually said by the last speaker.
Yeah,
Nigeria is rich, but the people are poor. That is the distinction.
Yeah, I think
And he gave reasons now.
But you're only rich if you can convert the resources to wealth, isn't
No,
it?
everything that people have said. Yeah, I don't want to jump in. I know I should wait for my turn, but if you can, I agree with everybody. I just want to quickly put in so that we don't derail. I've been enjoying the conversation offline, behind the scenes, and a lot's been said, and I think a lot needs to be taken on board. But it has been said from when I Speak the Truth has spoken, and the dispute.
Jago, sorry, I don't think it's your turn. Sorry, I'm sorry about that. I think the gentlemen before you, Osita and KJ are all. KJ, you are next. Don't worry, I'm not jumping you.
Great.
Thank you for joining us. It looks like you're looking fresh today. You prepared today to come and have a go at. Who was that you were coming to laugh at? Was it Paul? You were telling about
Paul
the
brought me in, and I will soon leave.
All right.
That they are requesting for the link.
Now, I want to say something. What Blackstone and Mama Hecho said is very true. Nigeria is a very wealthy country. I repeat, Nigeria is a very wealthy country. I speaking here, there's no part of Nigeria I've not been to and spent more than maybe the least is maybe 1 week.
Sorry, KJ. I think grammatically, Nigeria is rich, not wealthy.
Nigeria is wealthy, and
it's rich, not wealthy.
What is the difference with all this? I'm confused now. Can somebody tell us what the difference is?
I don't know. I don't want to go.
Riches is innate riches. Wealthy is when creating another money.
Okay.
Let me check
whichever way you put it. Now, Nigeria is the only country, at least in West and Africa, that I know that have an airport terminals made only for private jets. and in which at each particular point you may find up to 50 or more parked on the tarmac. If you are saying another one, please let me know. And these people they're not working outside of Nigeria where they made this money, where they bought all these things from. They are all working on the soil of this country called Nigeria. Now, I lived in the north almost all my life, and I want to tell you something. If Nigeria truly wants to harness what they have, is there anywhere, if you have gone to Mambila Plateau before, is there anywhere in Europe that you cannot compare to Mambila Plateau? What have we done with that piece of land? Nothing. Nothing. Okay? So we have a country where the riches of the country is dripping in every area. Nobody wants to tap it. The ones who are tapping, we don't even give a proper record of. And I give an example. Up to this moment, no Nigerian can tell me this is how much oil that Nigeria extracts from the ground in Nigeria that NNPC sells on daily basis. NNPC will not say, government will not say, and those who are doing the business will not say. So now, in Babangida's government, I remember one time he said, he's even surprised that Nigeria is still functioning because by now, from what they are thinking, Nigeria should have collapsed. Okay? But that was many years ago. Nigeria is still not collapsed. All these people who have become wealthy from doing nothing, where did they get their money from? It's not from the same system. It's not from Nigeria. Is there how many millionaires in Nigeria who have worked outside of Nigeria to make their money? How many? All of them are making from the system. They are all what you call them, whoever you want to call them. They from the biggest to the lowest. Very few Nigerians that have made their money outside of the system. And they are still doing the same thing over and over. And just like Mahecho said, if you remove the excess that goes to government officials, National Assembly, the civil service, and all those are bureaucracies that they've surrounded themselves with, look, I was listening to the commissioner for one of the commissioners in Nigeria, and they came to the US for state of Pennsylvania for a conference, and the governor only met them and greeted them and left and said, "Oh, I will leave this thing to our bureaucrats." And they found out that all of them who came from Nigeria, all our commissioners, people sitting across them are bureaucrats. None of them is up to the position of or even a permanent secretary. These are bureaucrats sitting. And when they were asked questions, they were all looking at themselves. They couldn't answer because they don't know. This is the system that we have. You pack people who are non-entities, you take them and they come for spending jamboree on the people's account and go back with nothing to help the nation. How long shall we continue? And then we sit and say the country is not rich. Why, if we're not
rich? And they are government sponsor.
We will have been
chopping government sponsor trick.
Yes. Each other's system. Have the government thought about that? You see, so there's a lot to talk about when it has to do with raising, being prudent with the finances of government. Okay, but nobody is doing that, and the Nigerian people are not even ready to rise up and say enough is enough. So where do we go from here? So let's not say Nigeria is not rich. No, we are rich, but our people, the richness is for some people, and some other people are the ones who are, like the Nigerian palace say, they are the masses. Masses don't have anything. And like I always said on this panel, go across the world. It's only Nigeria that calls their citizens masses. Let the masses breathe. So we are breathing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, KJ, for joining us today. It's been a while. Osita Dima, are you there?
Yes, so I'm here.
Okay, your image was frozen. Yeah, please go ahead.
See, for the interest of the viewers, I think
5 minutes, so not past 5 minutes, because if we give you time, go touch it tomorrow morning.
Okay, maybe I think it was the black star. He was here.
I don't know what you have against me today, but it's fine. Yeah, I guess we all have.
I don't have anything against you, but you talk too much.
Personally, for someone who doesn't actually get annoyed easily, I take offense to that. I don't talk too much, please. Let's just.
I think the reason why if he's feeling like that is because earlier on today he gave you his turn, and he was like you were taking too long even when he gave you his turn.
But when people were asking me questions, it was not entirely my fault. People asked me questions based on my submission.
Just go on.
But let me not waste time, man. What is poverty? When you don't have enough to meet your basic needs. In our population, how many people are able to meet their needs? 97% of us can't meet our needs. So I don't think it's fair for us to be living in speculation, because since I was born, I've always heard Nigeria go better, Nigeria go better. No, it hasn't. So there is no point in building castles in the air or banking on what is not there. At the moment, are we meeting our needs? We are not. So we are poor, and it is better we accept that we are very poor. We are even beyond poor. We are extremely poor.
Abject.
So when we realize that, when our leaders realize that how poor, stupendously poor we are, maybe their mindset could could reset. So we are so poor. A lot of us cannot meet our needs. I wasn't efficiently meeting my needs while I lived in Nigeria, till I started living overseas, and I was one of the people who was who were gainfully employed. I had a federal job, because you know how people feel about federal job when you just come out of university. Oh, it's federal job. I had that job. This was as of 2017. 2017, I was working in a federal institution. Still, I was poor. Let alone people who didn't even have that opportunity. So let us not use a fine brush and paint it and start talking about what we could have been or our potential. We all know about our potential, but what is our current state? We are stupendously poor. And the question, so that we don't deviate from it, why the forefathers asked was, why are some nations poor? Why are we poor? We are poor because of one thing, and all of us got it correctly. It's because of our leaders. Because our leaders lack vision.
Osita, please. I think there is difference between Nigeria as a country being poor and Nigerians as individual people in Nigeria.
No.
So what you are talking
Mama
about?
hate you.
Wait.
A place. It would just be a geography.
No.
What I'm doing. I understand what you mean, but I personally, I don't want to look at the natural resources, the untapped resources. It's okay for you if you choose to continue looking at it. I'm looking at myself as a human being and people around me.
I will agree with you 100%. If we talk about Nigerians as a people, but not Nigeria as a country.
My dear.
Where we are coming from, we are looking at Nigeria as a country. But Nigeria as a people, 99% of Nigeria as a people are poor. But Nigeria as a country, we are not poor because we have what it takes to be rich. But only 1% of Nigerians
Mama hate you.
Using it.
Do you actually think I don't understand where you're coming from? My own submission is.
But Osita, do you understand where she is coming from?
I absolutely understand where she's coming from. Of which is possibly what our leaders are looking at. See, no, my submission for this is this. Our leaders, because there's been one of the leaders of each nation before I said, we have money and not know what to do with it. That is one of the most stupid statements any leader could ever make. That is one of the most stupid statements I've ever heard from
another correction. Osita, just like I corrected the KG, there's a difference between rich and wealthy. There's a difference between ruler and leader.
It turns out that the difference is very minimal, if there is any, in terms
It's
of
not.
rich and
It's
wealthy.
not. It's not.
I can share it here. There is not that. But the question,
That's
the
a Google. That's a Google.
It just depends on
I'm waiting
context.
for
Just
my turn.
context.
I believe
just
wealth
wanted
is
to
having the
ask
ability
a
to
question. I just wanted to
move,
ask a question
isn't it?
about the concept. Like if there is a house and there is money in that house, and the money, even if it's in that house, people live in that house, but because the money doesn't belong to them, in terms of the person that truly owns the money is a big boss somewhere that will demand for that money, can you say that house is rich, or the people in that house are rich?
Forefathers, those words, let's not just push it out. It just depends on the context you're using it.
Well, that's why that's the context I'm using it. That if there is the resources we have in Nigeria, it's meant to be for us, but it's actually not ours, because most other people make profit from it. Can we say we are rich, even by resources? Because we are not in control, we are not using the resources to enrich ourselves. Other people are taking it. Can we call ourselves rich? Because I'm trying to go with the logic that Mama H.O. is coming with, that the country itself is rich in terms of the resources we have. But if we don't own the resources, it belongs to other people. Can we say we are rich?
Yeah, it's rich because you're rich because you have the raw materials, but you are not rich. It's a two-sided thing. It's not that hard. She's saying she's very right.
You are rich, but you're not rich.
Exactly. So she's right. The country itself is rich. The people are not
People
rich.
are not
It's
rich.
that
That's
hard
what
to
it is.
understand.
By resources, if you put it that way.
Resources, both human and natural resources. Even the working
No,
people, working age
If
people.
we are not rich, all this money that they are
everybody has
borrowing,
taken
nobody
my
will
time.
borrow
You
the
see how
money to them.
everybody gets into my own time, but it's fine. I won't complain.
But
my last submission is,
what does
let me
that
make my last
mean then?
comment.
Why is our GDP and national this thing? What is different between that and the actual wealth the country has?
Okay,
Potential adds into it.
I speak the truth. I think we should allow Osita to finish. Then, further, we can respond to your question.
Okay.
Listen, my only submission is what I'm saying is this: there is no doubt. We all know all the natural resources we have within the country, but I think we'll be doing ourselves a great disservice to not describe ourselves as we are, our situation, our state, our condition. There is no need always telling Nigerians that Nigeria is a rich country when the citizens do not feel it. An average person in Nigeria lives and breathes poverty.
That's one question.
We are a poor people.
So let me chip in a question, please. When you were working with federal government, were you taking bribe?
I wasn't taking bribe.
So
like he's gonna come and tell you this. What kind of question is that?
Why not? He has answered now. So it did not contribute to what Nigeria is today. So okay, you are
no.
There
has been areas where I contributed, and I've said it on this platform.
You see now. So
listen, but that was years ago. That was years ago.
And that was ago is what contributed to what Nigeria is today.
And listen, the things I know now, I didn't know them then.
Okay, so they don't blame Nigerians that are doing what they don't know. You understand now? Because tomorrow they might know that they were doing something wrong. So that's what it is.
No, I blame the ones who have had the opportunity to have a new life, to behave differently, and they chose to remain the same.
Wait, Osita, do you know how we can educate my children so that they can have a change of mind when they now want to elect their leader? Is by letting them know the truth. And the truth is this: as a country, we are rich. And because we select wrong leaders that manage our resources, they make us poor. And they make us to believe that it is their right and entitlement when they enter into office, the money that was meant for us as a nation in the state and local government level, they steal it instead of using it to develop us so that we can come out of poverty. And not to make them to understand that if we seem today we are poor, we are poor. As a nation, I will not agree with you, we are poor. But we must let us as Nigeria know that, look, we are suffering today because what was supposed to be used for us to come out of this human poverty is left in the hand of those who are stealing and looting it. Is it not a Yaya Bello that carry Kogi money and pay his children's school fees in advance until they graduate? And yet he did not pay salary for 7 good years. So how do we describe this? And we only heard of Yaya Bello. Other leaders are like
No,
that.
I didn't just hear of Yaya Bello because I lived in his state and I worked in his
I'm
state.
just saying we have Yaya Bello out there. What about Okowa?
She's saying unknown people that
Okowa borrow how much $1 billion, $150 billion in the midst of election, knowing fully well he has few months to live. Did he account for that money? So what are we talking about?
Let him carry. He's not there. Okay, he's moved on. Osita, are you done?
See, I don't know. I don't think me and Mama Echo will ever agree on this presentation. We mean the same thing. It's just the presentation.
Okay, it is good like that now. So
For me, I would rather say we are poor and now tell the reason why. Tell people, look at the reason why we are poor. We are poor because of our leaders.
Exactly.
But telling them, I would rather put it that way.
Can I give an example? Mama Echo, let me give you an example of where our problem is. Because to show you that the natural resources don't even count for a lot of wealth. Singapore doesn't have anything. That's zero. They don't have any natural resources. No oil, nothing to export. But yet, that country, just with its people, they do more export than the entire more than 40 black African nations in Africa. And they are not up to, they are just under 6 million in population. How do you explain that?
The same thing for father. Because of our riches, it's not only the natural resources, the human capital which we have refused to develop.
Yeah, but you can't call it wealth when it has not been converted to wealth.
Exactly.
Wait, it is wealth.
Then every poor man is rich then. But that's not every poor man.
Can I help? Can I help with small clarification?
You stopped me fair enough.
Sorry.
Wait, from speaking earlier. I've just been here waiting, and everybody's just doing what they want, bro. Where the rules at, man?
Don't worry, we're gonna get to you. Don't worry. Sorry about that. Osita, okay, nobody interrupt Osita because Osita we enjoy interrupting him. Let me finish. Okay, it's finished there. Osita, thank you. Feel sorry for us, please. Let's go back to Moses. Moses, Jago. You know, Jago looks like Moses of the Bible.
There's a big dispute on whether or not Moses even existed, my brother. So it's all in your imagination. I'll just like to say hello to everybody and welcome the night's discussion. This is the night shift, hardcore night shift. You see, the discussions as I've seen it, Nigeria, man. You know, we love our nation and we hate our nation, and we live in some kind of oxymoron as Nigerians, wherever we find ourselves out in the world. Many of us are doing extremely well. Many of us are still going through serious challenges, no matter where we are. When we look at Nigeria in itself, we see a nation, in my eyes, that has potential which is a word that is, it gripes me today, because just as Osita has said, since he was young, he knew that Nigeria would get it better. Every year he would suggest the same until he reaches a ripe old age of 26 or whatever you might be, and suggests that this thing no will change. So for me, who is a lot older than Osita, that's exactly how I felt about Nigeria growing up. I knew it was a foregone conclusion that Nigeria is going to be a great nation. No doubt about it. And I'm here now, 57 years old. The shit is moving backwards. It's regressive in so many ways. Is Nigeria a rich country? Of course it is. Everybody wants a piece of it. When I used to travel to Nigeria as a young person, when I used to see the white person who was traveling with us on the plane, this would be an archetypal British or European gentry, somebody of position, somebody of grace, somebody of wealth, somebody of gravitas. These are the white people that were traveling to Nigeria in the 60s and 70s, as I was observing, from all over the world. Our next door neighbor was an Australian in Nigeria back in the day, an Australian engineer with his wife and his two children, Oliver and Jamie. We were close. It was a beautiful place. I knew it was going to happen. Nigeria for me was better than the UK that I was flying from. However, the poverty in that nation is something that is also quite visceral. It's quite real. And it's more apparent sometimes in big cities than you'll see in the rural areas. Because in the rural areas, it's a different way of life as I was growing up. You had your village, and within your village, you contained more or less everything that you needed. It was coming out of the ground naturally. So many of the things that are in our forest, we don't even use as food, and they are food. In fact, they use them all across the world as food. So when we look at Nigeria, we must understand what it is that we're looking at. And everybody has said the same thing, but I don't believe that there's much need for the argument that we are having. Some things are nuanced. Some things, these words between rich and wealthy, they're just inflections that suggest more or less the same. The English language is like that. We don't need to confuse ourselves. But the fact is, what's under our, we're only pulling out one of the minerals, generally, that's in our land, and that's the oil. We're not even doing much with the gas, and we have more gas than oil. And gas is an element that could foster immediate change in that nation. If we started to implement the gas that we have in our country for the use within the country, Nigeria would change within 2 years. Visually, you would see the change. But we are not pulling out anything other than oil, realistically, to sell, to make sure that we have a level of foreign exchange and a level of growth within our nation. A small country like Singapore, their GDP is 564, but Singapore is basically a city-state. It's not large. 2 steps in Singapore, you end up in a place called Malaysia. The other way, you end up in the sea. That's it. And the population is minimal compared to Nigeria, but basically our GDP is the same. That in itself makes Singapore rich and Nigeria poor as a people, because the GDP of Nigeria, with the wealth that we began with after the Europeans left, today our GDP shouldn't be any less than $11 trillion. And it shouldn't be anything less than that. But unfortunately, as everybody has underlined our leadership, we don't have vision. We don't have visionaries. And if there is anybody with vision, that person is not coming to the top. It's very, very simple where Nigeria is concerned, and given the observations of the last 60 years. So given all of this, we find ourselves as individuals in the diaspora, as individuals in Nigeria who are trying to push, we find ourselves largely helpless. There are no real institutions that are serving us. And if we're in the West, yes, we are in a geographical space where things are working. We can put the lights on, we can run the tap water, we can go for a walk, we can shop for anything that we want if we have the money. And even if we don't have the money, we can pilfer it if that's our mindset. All I'm saying is that I would just like to go back a minute, and I don't want to bore people, to something that Ferreira said earlier, and it was about a movement. And I'm happy to hear that word on the platform. It's the reason actually why I came, because I was comfortable just listening. But why I came on board is that word movement and the motivation to cause a movement. And I think it was Guy in the panel who was, I don't know if what I replied to you, Guy, was actually audible or you could read it because it blacked out for some reason. The whole idea of a movement and creating movement and creating awareness is very, very important. This platform right now has about, as I saw earlier, it had only 10 people listening from 100 odd people earlier. Right now, we actually have 8 people listening. 8. So apart from the 8 of us who are listening, there are 8 people other than us who are tuning into this conversation live. Now, it fluctuates. I watch it a lot, and I've seen it fluctuate from 8, as we have it now, to 300, to 200, to 100. The most I've seen is 464 people in viewing what we're doing here and hearing our discussions. We know that we're trying to be serious, but we're just human beings and we have elements. Each of us, doesn't matter who we are, whether we admit it or not, and whether we however long our hands are, where we like to choose to pat ourselves on the back. Some of it pales into. We should be here to discuss issues and not personalities. But again, as I say, we are human beings and these things do happen. We're not looking for perfection amongst ourselves is a nonsense, a waste of time. People should forget about it. It's never going to happen. So, having said that, what Ferreira was pushing, and I liked what he was pushing in this idea of a movement and what we can do to create a movement from here, I think that's a quite important thing. We speak about solutions a lot, and as I've seen, you can't create solutions on this platform. It's impossible. And we're here to discuss the issues and see what our findings are, for us to go back to the drawing board, our own individual drawing board that may be, and see what we can create. However, the awareness of being involved in this discussion, the awareness of us bringing one person on board who should be in tune with what we're saying, I think this needs to be spoken about. Just the growth of the platform is something that all of us who are involved on this platform, be it we're panelists or viewers or in the comment section, I think we owe ourselves a duty to grow the channel, to grow the discussion, to understand that we are rolling. We're creating a movement. We must do it. We must do something. We can't come here and just pontificate all day. Let's not get enough, really. I won't be satisfied if this is just a place to pontificate and argue and squat and point finger. That's progressive, my friends. So I would like really to end saying that the motivation to create a movement is something that is doable. We can reach that target. It's a target that we can grab. TikTok, it was mentioned. For real, I don't go on TikTok, but there are millions. I had it and it was a madness. There are millions of people, however, on TikTok, of all kinds of people. A 10-second clip of one of our arguments, one of our discussions, forefather mentioning something that needs to be underlined, Dr. Damage is coming on board and doing a little flex. We need to operate in a way that we are creating waves, because it's deadly important that we create waves. That's my submission.
Thank you for the submission. I think, is it Masca? Or have you spoken?
It's Masca.
It's Masca.
Okay.
Masca, your phone they
Masca,
break.
please go ahead.
Your audio they break.
Yeah, it's breaking up actually. The last time it broke up a lot. Yeah, it did break up a lot the last time.
Is it breaking now?
No, it's not breaking at the moment.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. So you record what was on my mind. Do just like you did. I would start with this.
It's breaking up again. It's breaking up again, Masca.
I can hear him.
KJ on the platform.
No, KJ is not on the platform. I think he stepped out. Okay. Yeah, I think your video is also gone.
No. I put off the video maybe so that I maybe.
Yeah, it's more solid now.
Okay, so let me quickly say this. Nigeria is a rich country, but it's not a wealthy country. Rich country means you have riches. It could be gold, it could be silver, your mattress. It will not do you anything. Wealth is when your money is generating. Nigeria is not at that level. We have the riches. Nigeria is rich. Our GDP, nominal GDP, is about between $250 to $300 billion per annum. So to put the debate in context, GDP will show you that Nigeria is a rich country. Because to put it in context, the GDP of, say, let's say even a Sudan as a country, Sudan as big as it is, its GDP is about 26 billion. So we're like 10 times the GDP of Sudan, which is what Mama Echo is also saying, is what is called the GDP per capita. And if you do the ranking in Africa, Nigeria is actually in between. What's this country? We are in between. Uganda is better than us, for instance, in GDP. Uganda's GDP is about $1,200 per person. Nigeria is 1,100. Below us is Lesotho as a country. These are the countries in terms of per capita individual. How much would each person put in his pocket? All of us will go with nothing more than that's if you carry Dangote's money, everybody's money, Tinubu money, put it inside and share it. The only thing you get is $1,000 per annum.
Masca is still here. Forefather.
So you can see how
Yeah, I
didn't see that Nigeria is.
Forefather, I hold
$20.
What do you give Tope chop? Tope is hailing you.
I think you and them are parlaying on the
Wait, did you say that our per capita that we're up to 4,000?
1,000.
Yeah, we're 1,000 now.
Okay, I think it's way lower than
1,000.
You know why? Our population, our census is so flawed.
No, you see, this is extended. This is what I call extended argument.
Okay, let's not extend it.
Okay. No matter how you do our census, you cannot tell me that Nigeria is less than 150.
I think you are correct because last year it was 2,000.
No, I'm saying that UK is not taking that. We're almost at least about 280 million.
280 million.
It's very possible.
You see, you can track these things from accounts, and this thing, BVN and a few other things. If you can extrapolate we did it here once, and I was able to predict the population of the country.
Yeah,
and people were like, it's impossible.
And you did it wrong too.
I did it right. You see all these enemies of progress. I did it right.
You did it wrong too.
Let me tell you.
I was able to use it to predict the population of the UK based on those values.
But
And
the
if I did
UK
that, it is correct for Nigeria too.
UK has something that we don't have.
Forefathers, why are you arguing on that? Why are you talking about Nigerian population?
That we don't have
We are 600 million. We are 600
that
million.
was it. We are 600 million. You see what you have cost now? Now we are 600 million.
All over the world. All over the world. We are 200 million all over the world.
The UK has something that we don't have, and that's efficient record keeping, both in birth and
we have BVN.
How many people get BVN? How many people get BVN?
Registered deaths. We don't properly register deaths, and we don't properly register birth. So
exactly what I wanted to say. BVN is not even a measure because you need to be 18 years.
And we do not properly calculate migration within the country. We don't properly do those things.
Even if you account for all that, it's not that significant. The population is still within that 220 million range. That's what
my brother. No, it is way bigger than that. I can honestly tell you it's bigger than that.
Let me talk now. It's family time now.
Maybe
we can do that number again later on, Osita, if you are here, because we did it once, and I was able to use to predict the population of the UK. And if it's true for UK, chances are it's true for Nigeria. But it's okay.
No. Using UK is a very wrong parameter. This place, even when you cough, this place.
Let's give Femi his time. I beg. Let Femi talk.
Femi is the most patient guy, and his eyes tell you that he doesn't like what you are doing, but he's not going to say anything. Femi, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I appreciate you. So what do you think about what you've had so far?
So you're going to divert my attention a bit. So let me just make a quick comment on what you just said, forefathers. And it's not because I choose to push back. But again, I'll tell you this for free. Statistics, the way I understand it, is not as cut and dry as you make it sound. There are tools like Power BI, Tableau, that's in just Excel, and there are actual analysts that measure these things. And some of them are doing a good job of it in Nigeria right now, in spite of the circumstances that we find ourselves, which is where I align with what you've heard as pushbacks as well, that we don't have proper record keeping. Even like I told you the last time out, our data, forefathers, I'm telling you, forget it. We don't have proper data. Just let's end it there. Now, so those even let us start comparing ourselves with other countries that know that have proper record keeping. Let's not deceive ourselves. I have instances that I can give you that happened live, personally, but I'm not even going to go there. I just thought to.
Can you share it, because I'm a bit puzzled.
Okay. Even as we speak right now, I don't know if you know this, but whether you do or not, do realize that people are still able to bypass the system and get multiple passports. As an example, I'll keep it there.
But that you're arguing the opposite, then, that we are less than we claim to be.
I did not see, forefathers. It's everything is subject to interpretation. You said that you can't put words in my mouth. I'm just telling you that there's flaws. We don't do things like I always tell you, my wife. In Nigeria, we're Nigerians. Let's not deny facts. We like to copy what other people are doing, thinking we're trying to do due diligence, but we don't do it the way it's supposed to do. There's something called what film me right now? But there's international standards, ways people are supposed to do things. Do we do it that way? No. So let's not fool ourselves, fathers. Now, my wife.
Have you seen anybody bypassing the bank's BVN in Nigeria?
See, my sister, because you're taking me to a space again, like I told you last week, I'm comfortable with speaking about. My sister, I don't want to make too much noise about certain details, but there's a level to which she reached before she worked directly with the guy that owns UBA and all of those conglomerates. I'm telling you, I'm not making. See, these are not things that I heard in newspaper. You know, there's a difference between when you have the facts directly like this. You understand? Versus them say this one is not them say. If she wasn't a shy person, I'll get her to come online, and explain to you. See, let's not go there.
No, you have to substantiate your statements. If you are saying that they can bypass BBN,
Femi is
there are
very
only
right.
a few people that can do that.
Femi is very right. Femi is very right.
I know the way people get BVN. You can get BVN without. See, if you know people, you will get BVN. It's Nigeria now. Why are we acting as if
people are not allowed to have BVN? Except you change your date of birth and passport or whatever.
Forefathers,
what are you talking about?
I'm not going to argue with you, but let me believe what you want to believe.
You can get anything in Nigeria. You can get anything in Nigeria if those.
But I've never seen it done. You can say it, but I've never seen it done. I've never had anybody doing it.
Okay.
So,
okay. I'm not going to argue with you.
When we say
don't argue. I'm not arguing. I'm just telling you my own experience.
Okay, no problem. But I'm telling you,
it's a corrupt system. If you have a backbone,
you are telling me your own. I'm telling you from my own experience. Nobody has even whispered it that you can get.
If it can happen in the UK that you are, why do you think it won't happen in backwards Nigeria?
Okay, can I?
It doesn't happen in the UK.
What you think?
No, tell me first. Tell me hold on first. Forefathers, you go and try it. You go and try it yourself, and see if it is succeed for you. You go and if you have the money, you need to spend money on it. Go and try it.
Let me go on to the topic at hand, because it pains me to know what I have seen and I know that happens. This is not even coming from me. But, again, you can choose, to everybody his own. I'm not going to argue. Choose to believe what you want to believe. It's okay. To the topic at hand, I wanted to, I'm not going to say correct. It's not within my capacity to correct. But I heard something about Nigeria being the richest country in Africa. It's not true. There's a country we all know as Congo Democratic Republic today, former Zaire. In terms of mineral resources alone, let's not even go to, aside from the fact that, in terms of mineral resources alone, let's not even go to what's it called, agricultural resources.
Okay, so let me cut you because I made that statement. Okay, so now this goes back to what Madame was saying up there.
Yeah.
If you will take the Congo, right, based basically on its potential, why then? Wait, hold on.
No,
hold on, brother.
No, please let me finish, because I'm going to lose my train of thoughts, and Jagun is waiting for me to do what I've always been doing to correct me. So I'm trying not to lose so just please bear with me. I'm trying to get better at this. You understand? So as not to, but I'm just talking about just mineral resources. However, just as even Jagun himself has mentioned, it depends on the nuances. Even I still don't think there's so much difference between riches and wealth. There's a fine line. I didn't realize there's a kind of difference until probably a couple of years ago. But the way I understand it versus this topic is that riches will equate to potential. And if it's by that standards, yes, we're rich in resources, potentially, but not just, again, if to allude to what everybody has said combined, not just what you take from the ground, but also the human capital as well. Because after all, countries like Singapore and even Japan, which, if you know the terrain of Japan with all the natural hazards that they experience, they really do not have anything. But what they have in terms of human resources is what made Japan what it is today. So if you put all of this together, you realize that what we have is potential, not, if you will, wealth per se.
Okay, Femi. So in terms of GDP, because listen, in terms of GDP, between Nigeria and the Congo, which one is richer on paper?
Nigeria.
It's a very simple question. It's Nigeria or Congo?
Can you let me? You know, I've not finished. I will answer you.
You haven't finished, but you will.
I'm going to answer you. I'm going to answer you. But you're not even letting me talk. So just calm down. Let me.
Osita did it very simply. It was very simple.
I'm going to answer. No, wait. It is my turn. I can choose how I answer. I'm going to answer, but let me finish as well. That's what I beg you for. Okay. Right. So GDP wise, Nigeria. However, I also have a problem, and this is my opinion. At least I'm allowed to have my say. I have a problem with all these terms: GDP,
You're not the only one, Femi. You're not the only one because it doesn't tell the actual state.
It doesn't tell the actual story. And
it doesn't tell the actual state because there is never a way Dangote and Tinubu will spread their money to all of us.
Exactly.
And that is what I hate about GDP.
Exactly. And when I re-educated myself about all these terms, you know, when I started having problems with them, Fela put it more succinctly a long time ago. Fela was a visionary. It took a lot of us time to catch up. Where do you think that time came from? The IMF, the World Bank, the Bretton Woods institutions. Now, when it's not just GDP now. I'm not even an economist. I barely know enough about economy. But at least I know the one that affects me when I was in Nigeria versus when I'm abroad. Because you see all this GDP, there's another one, GNP, GNI. If you talk to the woman selling Akamu in K2 or nothing concerned with all this GDP, Menini, GNI.
Your pocket dog. The only thing she knows that money in their pocket.
The only thing they know is that now wow. You know, I bet you get where I'm coming from. Now,
exactly.
When you now go by even another term the economists like to use, HCI, Human Capital Index. The country again, Nigeria has potential. Agreed. A lot of people think we are wealthy. I don't think so.
Human Capital Index is even a better parameter if you ask me.
In fact, that's why I introduced that.
Okay.
That's why I
How
introduced
can you on one side say Nigeria is not the richest country in Africa, like I proclaimed, right? But then you are saying the Congo is the richest, but at the same time, you are not willing to use the fact that Nigeria on paper is way, way, way wealthier than the Congo.
Okay. Let me answer you. So maybe I left this out, or I guess I didn't. I said in terms of mineral resources, Congo is the richest country in Africa. I just wanted to
potentially,
yeah. That's
why.
No,
it's all right. So that's fine.
Yeah, but that's what when I started my submission, that's why I told you let me talk so I don't.
No, you said it was wrong. That was why I
waited
for you to talk for like 3 minutes. I was watching
Okay. Just let me finish before you say anything, please. I beg you. When I started by saying that I didn't realize until a couple of years ago that despite the nuances and the fine line between rich and wealthy, the way I understand it is that in terms of, say, mineral resources, for example, we have the potential. So that's probably what I personally equate to as being rich, potential. But in terms of being wealthy, are we wealthy? Whether it be it we or Congo, no. Because what we have is potential, but we've not translated it into actual wealth. In fact, most of what is used, I'm sure you may have heard of this before, you probably realize this. Most of what is responsible for all of our electronics, a lot of what is used in like the car batteries and what have you.
Cobalt and lithium.
90% of it comes from the cobalt, 80% rather, comes from the cobalt that's manufactured straight out of Congo. So my point being that at the end of the day, be it mineral resources, agricultural resources, even tourism, the human whatever resources as well, a lot of it is still potential, because especially when in the case of Nigeria, you consider the fact that even our human resources by itself, we're not maximizing it. The education system is terrible. One of my cousins. He read one of the medicals in Nigeria. It is terrible when you have to deal with a situation where majority of people just pass through school, read theory, but they cannot actually practice until they get to an environment where they now see the actual way of doing things in practice. And that's why, again, I go back to the way I started. That whether you call it rich, whether you call it wealthy, the fact is that we're not maximizing our potential. And because of that, we are not wealthy at all.
Wow. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Because I'm wrestling with that concept still. I think it's AY. AY. So what do you think about this discussion? Let me ask you a question then. Can a nation be poor and rich at the same time? Because by that standard, every poor man is rich or potentially rich.
Of course not.
No, that's not. Of course not. That is a full yes.
Yeah, because every poor man is rich. Okay, that's gonna help.
No.
Elon Musk.
Laugh at your question, but I'm saying that question is valid, and
valid.
For me, the answer is yes. And obviously, as his nuances, but sorry, AY.
Yeah. So when I hear people say that, I think it's more like, so Nigeria is not a rich country as it is, but we have potentials to be rich, kind of. That's the way you put it. If anybody is telling you Nigeria is a rich country or more, you are joking, man. Our money is not even up to one state, some state budget, our budget. That's just the honest truth. We need to tell ourselves the truth, but we have the potential. We have the potentials to get there, to be rich. I think, and good with good management of the resources too. I think it's another thing. So I don't believe Nigeria is a rich country. Hell no, it's not.
Thank you. I wanted to share something. So there was this information, and I also looked at the difference between value, this in rich and wealth. It turns out that wealth has to do with something that is more sustainable and long-lasting. Being rich is typically means having a lot of possessions and material wealth, while being wealthy is more about having sustainable and lasting wealth. Okay,
wealth
so
is a big brother of rich.
yes,
Yeah,
kind of.
it's more like
That's valid. And then there is this other information here as a share of goods in the world. As you can see, this green one is natural resources. As you can see, in the 90s, it's like nobody cared about natural resources really, but it started bouncing back. But most of the trade in the world is done using manufactured goods, and this is, I don't know how they calculated this one, whether it's just based on volume. But if you look at value added manufacturing, if they do value added manufacturing, it completely destroys it completely. Like it's like your natural resources means nothing. The manufacturing is where the magic is happening. And this document was trying to highlight that the mechanism that they use to set the price for these natural resources is even outside the WTO. So it's almost like a kind of process whereby they can degrade the value of your natural resources because it favors them. They don't have it, so it favors them more. So they can take your natural resources at cheap value and then go and do value added manufacturing and make profit from it. We have not even started scratching the surface of some of the areas where our downfall is coming from, because we refuse to get out of it and think outside this thing. Because look at what he said there. Let's go to the top of the document. That's what he said. He says natural resources account for about 20% of world trade and dominate the exports of many countries. Policy is used to manipulate both international and domestic prices of resources, yet the policy is largely outside the discipline of the WTO. So no, do we know? We don't know where the prices is set. Somewhere the price is set magically from somewhere.
It's set somewhere in Taiwan.
I tell you, man, I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue.
I'll give you, and I'll make this submission before I go.
before Nigeria can become a rich country. You see our human capital is so low. Show me anywhere in Nigeria or bring individuals to me who know about semiconductor production. Show me people who actually deal in manufacturing things that have to do with technology, like that we don't have to depend on outsiders. I'm not talking about Innocent, because Innocent still imports engines. Does anybody manufacture engine in Nigeria, which is the core, the cell of industrialization? Most engines, 99% of engines in Nigeria are imported. For the ones who do even phone or technology or gadget assembly, all the semiconductors, all the what is it called? The chips. Well, that's what I mean when I say semiconductors. They are all imported.
Oh, of course.
All. But look at a small country like Taiwan. Why do you think the US has a lot of interest in Taiwan? Semiconductors. See, in China, one company, Huawei would manufacture a phone, a laptop, just one product that is not as heavy as my palm, and it will be selling for almost £3,000. And they will manufacture that. They will manufacture thousands of that. In less than a week, it is all sold out. We are so poor.
Osita.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we have the potential?
My HO.
Madam, if I may,
potential can remain in the grave for the next 100 years.
Well, if I may
remain in the grave for the next 500 years.
Like the American Indians had
today, we are poor.
Wait, Osita, me and you know that we have the potential.
I'm telling you that potential doesn't count.
Wait,
Osita, take your time. Take your time. Understand? Wait. Let me just put this in answer of your question, madam. Please
we have the potential, but we are not investing on it.
Of course, we have. We all know we have the potential, but as for the reality today, Mama Eche, that's what I'm saying. You are talking about the cost. The cost. What your fact is, your submission should be more of on the cost of our poverty. Shouldn't be a question whether we are poor or not. We are very poor, and I mean it. We are very poor people.
That is why when we will now begin to think of electing our leader, these are the things we need to put on the table. These are the things we need to know that, look, we can do this if only we have the right people in place.
I wonder how many of us. Let me speak, madam. Let me just speak this one.
Excuse me.
Madam,
in the area of technology, wait, now let me land. In the area
you don't land finish.
Have you not seen our children trying to make drone? What have we done to encourage them?
Exactly. I think we need to come from an aspect of ongoing knowledge. I'm not sure how many of us realize that the Industrial Revolution, which was the biggest thing since slicing bread, the Industrial Revolution is what gives us the world where we're currently living in. Now, this thing, I'm not sure if any of us are aware, this Industrial Revolution, the first combustion plant was found in Jamaica. It was erected by African slaves. Now, when I came across this history and read into it, it was significant that they didn't say Jamaicans. They said African slaves. So it wasn't about people who had now been conscientized into the nationhood of Jamaica as we know it today. These were Africans doing an African thing. When I read into it now, I found out that it was the methodology that they knew that allowed them to create this combustion plant that smelted iron. Now, the slave owner at the time was a two-stone dunce. He didn't even know what they were doing. It was found by traveling lords from the UK who came across this part of Jamaica and saw this machinery and how it was functioning. And in their sight of it, what they did was to pack the whole thing up, put it on a vessel, send it to England. And that was the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Now, we all know of the Industrial Revolution, and we try our best to salute the Oyinbo for such a trial. After using us as slaves, all of a sudden, they've now got an engine that allows us to develop at a rapid speed in comparison to the hand and the man-made issues that we were dealing with at the time. Now, when we have this understanding, we should know that we're actually past potential. What's going on is a deafening blinding of us as a people, not only towards our potential, but indeed towards who it is that we are. The squabble that we are currently having as to potential is a deep thing. As I said, I don't even like the word potential. As you said, Osita, it can rightfully remain under the ground for generations. Now, how we use the materials that we have, the first and most important is the human resource that we have, mental and physical human resource that we have, that will manipulate those things that are alluvial and those things that are deep under the ground. I'm just putting to us that technology is not beyond us. Many of the greatest engineers and people who are dealing with robotics and AI today are of African stock, be they in the Americas, be they in Europe, be they in Africa. But what we are not doing, I believe, in ourselves, we're not doing it enough. We're not aware of the before, the present, and the possibility of a great future. And we must try our best to separate wheat from chaff. We must try our best to align ourselves with the power that we, without even understanding that we are the initiators of the Industrial Revolution, without even knowing that, we know of so many things through design, through augmentation, through manipulation of the ether, that we have done this. The amount of inventions that Black people have made throughout slavery and terrible times in the Americas, in America particularly, sometimes when you find these things out, it's like, what?
But we claim those things if the other people are in charge.
Russ, it's not that do we claim those things, because they're there in the history. They're ours. But we don't know it. We don't know it enough. We don't teach it in our schools. Our children will grow up, as most of us did, thinking that now we both do everything. Give us. That's not the case. It's not the fact. It's not reality. We have done more than 50% of what makes this world roll today. We have done more than.
I don't know about that too. So
bruh, I'm saying it from a point of real understanding. When you go deep to see who and what and how these things were developed, you will know now we do it.
See, you know why I beg to differ on that regarding especially all these things. Look at the Nobel Prize winners for physics, theoretical physics, this in genetics, and all of them. You barely see a Black person, and not to mention a Nigerian. And then you go into philosophy, the top level philosophy. To do these things, to be able to do some of the things you are describing, you need a very, very high level of awareness in these areas.
Well, this is how you might.
And you don't tend to see it amongst our community at all.
No, my brother, I understand what you're saying, and I understand where you are coming from. It's the way many of us think. But I'm saying that thinking is wrong. It's wrong in that because it's all about exposure. So when you look at the list of Nobel Prize winners and what they have done, man, it is laudable. Sometimes you're really going to know the list and the characters and the individuals that have done and achieved so much for mankind. But you see, the thing is, what we have done is not being aired. The Nobel that institution in itself, which is a laudable institution, I have no real issue. I have some issues with it, but not necessarily in the plane of how it began. This is now a platform, if you like, where things are being exposed as to the development of mankind. But you see, my brother, there's a whole other world out there that are listed at all in any such fashion that are of the rest of the world. And I'm saying that we have a fair portion.
Thank you.
Forefathers.
Yeah.
Before you continue, right? We over here, we complain about leaders. And you sitting right there as a moderator, you're a leader. And when people come in, you don't even give them the chance first to express their good manners in greeting people. Jesus Christ.
See, let me extend my own. Please, let me extend my unreserved apologies. You know what? I did see him, that I missed him. I didn't call him, and he was quiet. And Jane Jago went on, and I still didn't remember. And then he came and called me out. It's only fair. Unreserved apologies. My bad on that one. Because I always notice Femi, because Femi, I've offended Femi so many times that whenever he comes, I just whenever he comes in, I say, okay, yeah, I don't want to offend him today. So now I'll keep an eye next time for Mazi.
Forefathers. Someone on the comment section said this show won't survive without forefathers, and I agree. I just want to put it out there. You've been very consistent. People might not like all the things you do, but they will never argue with your consistency.
Jago, do you agree to that statement?
How many times do I make me? Why would you bring me out?
Before you
I wonder, do you agree to that statement?
You know, when you guys were arguing about this issue earlier, I didn't step in because I didn't want to press that issue.
Okay. I didn't see it as an argument. I just wanted to say, because I'm reading the comment section,
if I just
I didn't want us to argue on that, please.
No, absolutely. But I would land like this in answering that if we don't, if all of us don't know and or appreciate the work that is being done by our present host, then you're just stupid. You're just an idiot. What am I going to say? What more? Let's begin.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
One more thing from the comments.
Mazi.
Somebody said,
very failed. My turn. And that time you see all those ones, they will just catch their own.
What did he say?
He said, someone on the comment section said, all the stories of African greatness is very fair. It's very fair.
What are you doing now? Yeah, but they always say that. One Nigeria said, Oyibo came and saved us from walking naked. Like, because I was showing the 1948 movie of Nigeria, he said, "Oh, is that how we were?" So some of these people, I don't understand what they think. People are not going to show you the best pictures now, so I don't think that's it. The point is about wealth, and I actually think that Nigeria doesn't have money. This idea that we are rich, we are potentially rich, but we are not rich now. A poor man is potentially rich, but the poor man is still poor.
No, that's not true, though.
You see, this kind of, okay, what is the logical fallacy there?
Okay, so the logical fallacy is richness is subjective.
Hey.
Okay. No. Being rich is
individual.
Oh my God.
Being rich. Oh, hold on. Being rich is subjective. Now, if you juxtapose that, reaching an individual is subjective as opposed to the wealth of a nation. So, if you say, for example, a teacher in the United States is not rich in the United States based on his income, but if he took that same monies that he had to Nigeria, he's a rich guy. Right or wrong?
Yes, there's an
Yes,
amount.
you are right.
Okay, so that's the subjectivity I'm talking about.
Yes, but
Yeah,
objectivity
hold
is
on,
what we
Father,
need,
I need
not
to
subjectivity.
No,
say
rich
something.
is subjective. Rich like success.
You have to go for
It's
the
just like
objective truth.
success. Success is subjective. Right or wrong?
It's subjective, but it's also objective.
No.
They can be both.
Forefathers, when I give root to people that just came in now.
But that's true that anybody can claim that they are successful, but you have to have an objective.
That's why it is subjective. So a guy that made $10 million off of selling semiconductors, for example, is rich. Okay, and a teacher, because he can buy everything he wants in his life. Again, like I just said, and he's successful. A teacher, using the parameters for determining success in the business of teaching, if he achieves the high level or crosses the threshold of being a successful teacher or achieving success, he's a successful person too. So success is actually subjective.
Should I let him get away with this one? Because
you don't have to let
Mazi is not going to be able to talk. Because Mazi is not going to be able to talk. Mazi, let's don't worry. I'll come back to you if I remember that.
I want to talk now. Ma kukuma they listen. Ma kukuma stay there. They listen.
You want the next person to speak because the next person is going to speak.
I just want to greet Mama Hecho first before now. Say
okay.
When I begin talk, the end. Mama Hecho. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a while. Good evening from here. And I know, I'm really happy to see you. You're looking healthy and well rested. It's all we need. Yes. Other than that, the other people. Blackstone. Hello. I speak the truth. And Osita Dima, you can go on. You guys continue. Continue your talks. Yeah, I'm listening. Thank you.
Thank you. And
I've been quiet.
Don't worry. I'll come back for. Let me welcome Golden Mind. He's been very patient too. Another very patient panelist and doesn't ruffle feathers. He just allows us to do our stuff. Don't worry, one of these days, he might start swearing too, like Masca. People get frustrated and they start swearing on the panel. Welcome, Golden Mind. So this idea of being wealthy when you are objectively poor, is this something that we should accept?
Forefathers. Excuse me, sir. Put the question right. Forefathers.
I know you're going to say I'm asking a leading question.
The topic is Nigeria rich or poor. That's the topic.
Okay, he knows now. He's smart enough to know the difference.
No, put the question right.
Good night, everybody. I thought everyone had gone to sleep. Actually, I was just checking. I still saw that.
You comment
night cheap.
This is not Sunday morning. This is Saturday night or more.
Okay. So I think what drew my attention was the discussion about whether Nigeria is a poor country or not. Well, let me remind us that some of these things are measured scientifically. There are standards, there are benchmarks that are used to measure how wealthy a country is. It's nothing subjective. It's an objective measurement, right? For a country to be determined to be poor or rich, you have to consider the GDP, the GNP, the per capita income, the infrastructure, the amount of exports, the earnings. These are, kind of computed. And if we go by that standards, Nigeria is a very poor country, very poor. And I give you reasons. If you look at Texas had a budget this year, had a budget of $321 billion. Texas, with 30 million people. Nigeria had a budget of $183 billion. So Nigeria with 250 million people had almost half of Texas budget.
No. It's not up to that, too. budget.
No, it's 183. It's actually 27.5 trillion naira. And I changed it to dollars. That's 183 billion.
Trillion naira, 200 something trillion naira. Nigerian budget is up to that.
27.5 trillion.
Let me check again. I don't think
That's what it was
Nigerian
this year.
budget
That
was
correct. Sounds about right to me.
So when you change that to dollars, that's about 183.
Let me show you that our national budget is not up to that too.
Nigerian
I don't know
budget
why do people always get the wrong impression about Nigeria? This is Nigerian budget here.
That's what I told. That's what I
Yeah,
just told
it's
you.
not even 47.5 trillion naira now.
That's what I
Where
said.
is he said 100 and something trillion?
No. I
No,
said
no, billion dollars.
$83 billion.
Nah,
It's
we
not
have
$83
a
billion
$40 billion
now.
budget.
If you change it to dollars, it becomes 100.
Look at the amount here now. Look at the
That's what
amount
I'm
here in
telling
dollars.
you.
Read it out.
$36.7 billion.
Nigeria has never had a $50 billion budget.
Exactly. That is the point I'm trying to highlight.
$36.7 billion.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not even 40 billion. We never had a $50 billion.
That's right. That's actually. So you can actually, that's even made it worse. $37 billion compared to Texas, $321 billion. So that's like Texas is having almost 10 times more than Nigeria with 250 million. And again, if you look at the GDP per capita for Nigeria, it's just $2,162. In America, United States is 85,375. So if you look at this, if you look at these numbers, you'll know that Nigeria is a very poor country. And we will continue to be poor as long as we continue to do the wrong things. It's not going to change anytime soon, right? And I also want to correct the impression about, we say this all the time, and this is what I consider a fallacy. Nigeria is nowhere near the top 20 in terms of science, in terms of robotics. I don't know why we get this impression, because we see one or two people who are doing well in engineering doesn't mean that Nigerians. I've been to so many places. When I go there, I see just very few, very, very few. As a matter of fact, I saw a publication. Nigeria is the 50th in terms of science and all those stuff. So Nigeria is not. So let's not say that. It's not right. It's wrong. No African countries, even within the first 50 in terms of science, in terms of engineering, in terms of robotics. They're not there. So again, the issue is that, just like we have complained, Nigeria will not attain the kind of development that is needed because we can't do simple things in Nigeria. Simple. I mean, the simplest of things cannot be done in Nigeria. We're expecting this magic. And it's all about the mindset. The mindset of an average Nigerian is different from the mindset of an average, say, American. We think differently. When you see an American working, he works with the right ethics. A typical Nigerian doesn't work with the right ethics. When you look away the Nigerian, even when you're supervising in Nigeria, he looks for ways to cut corners. You don't develop a country like that. And that has to start, like we said so many times, has to start with the political environment. A political environment that throws a very bad, terrible leadership will never take you to where you want to be. So I think that's why we need to start. For us to change anything in Nigeria, we have to change the culture of selecting few people, go to primaries and select a sick person as a leader. Since 2007, from year around, we have been having sick presidents. Why?
Unbelievable.
So I think that's where we're going to start. It's going to be hard. The leadership, the followership, they have all failed, right? I was listening to the argument about Showore. Now, Nigeria problem started since 1960 when we had independence. It started. As somebody was talking about, I was listening earlier, I wasn't there, about Showore doing this, I mean, the only place I fall somewhere is because for no reason sometimes he attacks P2B. But if you talk about things he had written, in fact, whether before Jonathan, during Jonathan, they were all correct. They were all right. I'm one of those people who believe that Jonathan was a very terrible, terrible president. Any leader in Nigeria who doesn't understand that corruption is the number one problem that needs to be tackled, that person will fail. We waste people's time. So if you understand this and know that first, you have to uproot all those corrupt elements in our civil service. Uproot them. Nothing will ever work. Thank you.
Yeah, man, this chat people, man. We have 90 billion to go and spend on trips. This is kind of nonsense we do sometimes. We don't have money. And we have money to go and spend on trips.
But,
I don't understand our people, man.
No, when you people keep saying Nigeria is a rich country, that's what gives them the mindset to go and spend that kind of money.
Look at the rich country. Let me show you what a rich country does. This is California. Look at how much they are spending on their healthcare budget. 56 billion US dollars. That is about 3 to 4, 5 times our national budget.
Well, listen, I think
just for healthcare.
That could also be a flawed way of measuring the wealth of Nigeria. Not saying Nigeria is not a poor country. I don't even think Madam H.O. said that. She never said that. Neither did I. We all agree that Nigeria is a poor country. Okay, but she also said we have the potential, we have the resources, but that's neither here nor there. I want to ask forefathers, especially that you brought that up, and also Golden Mine. Would you also agree that while we are comparing different U.S. states to the economic position of Nigeria, would you also agree that there are certain parameters that, if taken into consideration, might actually shift the favor, even if a little bit, in Nigeria's way? For example, the cost of living and the cost of labor.
Yes, but not a little bit, but it has to be significant shift. But yes, I think it's not dollar for dollar that can mean that Nigeria starts doing well, because cost of living is less, isn't it? That is true.
Can I offer a question after you go?
That's one of the things that is also used to measure how strong an economy is. The purchasing power. When you have a very low purchasing power, then it means the country is in bad shape, right? Yeah. So there used to be a time in Nigeria when a dollar was equal to a naira, right? So Nigeria could compete internationally in everything. I remember in those days, those people who came to America in the 80s, early 80s, late 70s, their goal was to come to America, study, and go back. As a matter of fact, I knew my dad when they were in school, they used to laugh at people going to America to study, because everything that happened in Nigeria happened in America was happening in Nigeria. People were coming to the university college, the hospital, for treatment. When I was growing up, there were a lot of Indians in Nigeria, lots of them, Chinese, everywhere.
So you cannot just discount, for example, the cost of living or purchasing power using American parameters do matter. But remember, American parameters, if you had $10 in the United States right now, you could probably not get a full meal. You might have to skimp on the remaining 2 needed meals that the human body needs to be consumed every day. But I guarantee, if you had that same $10 and you lived in Nigeria, you might be lucky enough to eat for 2 to 3 days.
I speak the truth.
It doesn't work that way.
You can get a meal, but you cannot get a drink. That's what it is.
The way you look at this, we can't compare, the dollar used in America to the dollar used in Nigeria. Now think about, a flight.
No, you can't say we can't compare. That's what is actually. That's what we're doing.
Let me give you an example. I'm a statistician by profession, and I will go through these every time.
Okay.
Now think about a flight, 45-minute flight from Lagos to, let's say, East. That's 100,000. That's 2 times or 3 times the minimum wage in Nigeria. Now think about the same 45 minutes flight from any part of the United States. That's $200. Anybody can afford that. That's like, anybody earning minimum wage in America, $1,000. That's the $1,200. That's the minimum wage in America. Can buy such flat 5 times. 5. In Nigeria, you need 3 of your monthly wages to fly a 45 minutes.
All right, so let's juxtapose that.
Right? So you can see that's what I'm talking about, the purchasing power.
Good in mind.
Okay,
Good in mind. If you buy ahead, it's less than 200. If you buy ahead, it could be
exactly
about $60. Yeah.
All right, so let's juxtapose that with the example I just brought up. For example, a meal. How much would you say 3 times a day would someone necessarily need to eat on average? Let's say someone living just on the fringe of the poverty line, right? Every day in the United States, 3 times each meal. How much in total would you say they need a day?
A person?
Yes, a human being. Yes, a person.
A day? Let's say $30.
$30. How much do you think $30 will stretch someone in Nigeria in terms of feeding? How many days?
Well, if I can, Golden Mine. Goddess, I beg your pardon.
Can you just answer that? Hold on, Jagan. So can you just answer in $30?
I just want to add this to it. I just want to add this to it. I don't want to take away from what.
But I want him to answer the question so we don't stray off. Thank you. So in $30 in Nigeria, how long do you think a person would feed for? 3 meals or 3 days?
$30.
Yes.
$30 is how much is it now? That's 30,000, right? I think, or 45,000. It's 1.5 now, right? 45,000. Yeah, 45,000. That's more than a minimum wage in Nigeria.
So how many days?
I was going to say how many people even make up to 30,000 in Nigeria?
Exactly. So
yeah.
So you get what I'm going with this.
No, really. We're comparing. I mean, I want us to make a very valid comparative.
You see this comparison. It's not.
What we're saying is
these comparisons. They persist in every level of life. A normal house in London right now is to get a night. Just a 3-bedroom house in a decent area in London is costing you like £1.2 million sterling. Now, if you juxtapose that to living in Abuja with a big 5-bedroom house with enough land, you got space, bruh. That what I'm spending in London, you buy 5 to 15 of those houses in Nigeria. So we can use any metric we want to assess where the economy is.
But you don't have constant power supply in where you're in Nigeria.
That may be the case for some areas, but I'm calling what I'm calling to you is Abuja. My friend is in Abuja right now. They have a 5-bedroom apartment and they have more or less constant electricity. Yes, they have a gen and then they have this power supply for the odd times, as we know, it's Nigeria. But the actual machinery to give them that electricity is there within the infrastructure. So, all I'm trying to put to us here is that these things depend on the leadership, again, of whichever nation to get things right and working for the people. Because right now, living in the West, we're paying through the nose to live just normal lives. But the normal lives that we're living out here would make us millionaires, billionaires in Nigeria. So, what do you say?
Yeah, the point is still that the minimum wage in Nigeria cannot last more than 3 days for those who live in Nigeria. That's just a fact.
Well, absolutely.
And 1,200, how long is it going to last somebody who lives in America?
And then again, because we are saying these things in such a practical way, we know that it's not supposed to be like that, even at this stage. It's just not supposed. It's happening like that because of the level of corruption, the level of evil, the level of mismanagement. And these are the issues.
Sure. Well,
It does
nobody's
depend on
doubting
where
that.
you.
We
It
just
does
wanted to
depend
clear
on.
this up. We just
Sorry,
wanted to clear this up about the riches and poor.
It does
Nigeria is a
depend
poor
on where you
country.
live in Nigeria. Well, that's what I found. If you live in cities, the minimum wage will not go far. But from what I gather, if you live like in the village, the previous one or this one, I don't even know where it is now. The previous one, they said you can cook food for very, very little amount of money in villages and all those. I was checking it on this Nigerian website where some people were explaining how they survive on it. So you'll be surprised. What I was in Abuja once when there was you go to market, you can buy yam, but there's another set of yam you buy from people's head. That one is so cheap, it's ridiculous. Like those people, they don't even they only sell the yam because they just need money. It's like all these what are they Hausa or Fulani? I don't know. They just
No,
carry the yam in their head and you buy from them extremely
but the
cheap.
truth is this: in the villages that we are talking about, majority of what they use, they produce it themselves.
Yeah,
They
that's
cultivate
it.
it, so they don't buy it. So you cannot. So if we now want to put all those things they cultivate into account,
That is true. A lot of people survive without cash in they say Nigeria. They just produce. They say the only time they come and sell those is because they just need cash to do something. Some of them they just have cows. Some of them
Forefather,
just
let Madam
do crop. Pardon? Shut up. I haven't said anything for the last how many minutes. I just said something now. Shut up. Now. I was online researching stuff all this while. I just said something for many seconds. Now suddenly some people have to learn. How many minutes have I been talking? For 2 minutes? Oh, seriously? Stop it, man. Who is next, please? Or you want me to present the next stuff I wanted to present? I'm not finished with you. This thing.
Profiles, can I just chip in something real quick? I just wanted to add to something that I'm sorry, I don't see his name right now. The statistician we have over here as well. There was something you mentioned that I also wanted to, add to. While it's true that we have some of the brightest people in the world, Nigerians are, but one thing a lot of you will probably know better than I will, depending on how long you lived abroad, is the fact that when we include Nigerians that actually got, like the two links I sent, for example, when we include Nigerians that actually got their PhDs, for example, in the likes of cybernetics, for the lady I posted the link for, and the other one that was the first, that's the first Black woman to get a PhD in robotics from the Michigan State University. We forget that they're not technically, while they may be Nigerians, technically what they're doing is actually adding to the economy of the country where they reside.
Other nations, yeah.
So, and the reason why I say so is because, again, to collaborate with what he said, I think we tend to forget that, in as much as we're very we can be very brilliant people, when you look at what is happening even in the educational system in Nigeria, which is why I actually prefer that human capital index, we're doing very, very bad. Is it in health? Because again, to his point, you have to include health, education, even agriculture. On which of these indices are we even doing well? Look at the recent JAMB results that was announced. It tells you all you need to know. And because one of the reasons why I bring this up, in order to summarize, to end my addition now, one of the reasons why I bring this up is because recently, Bosu Tijani, who I continue to watch what he's been doing, I said it last week and I'm going to repeat it again. He's having a very torrid time trying to change the ways, because we're so steeped in our ways that even when we get someone that has seen something from that's been outside, that's seen the way things are done, it's difficult because people do not seem to want to amend their ways. One of the things he did recently was to gather together as many as I think about 120 AI experts, including Nigerians from all over the world. And he said something pointedly that even I was surprised about, but maybe I shouldn't have been surprised. And don't quote me on this. But he said Nigeria has one of the highest number of people of experts working in the AI space. But again, majority.
Absolutely, yes, I'm agreeing with you. That's why I was quoting that. These things are happening.
Yeah, but again, Jagun and people, majority of these guys, where are they? They are in America,
Yes.
UK, Australia. Would they want to go back? Yes. But the problem is they go back, they'll be frustrated. Not because they're not trying. It has happened. I've seen it happen. People will go back. All they will ask for, as typified by what happened with Philip Emeagwali a couple of times when he went back. All he asked for was a piece of land. It wasn't asking for money. What did they do? They frustrated him to the point, I think by the opt-in time, it was one of us in this time. The guy just said, you know what, forget it. So I just feel we should not fool ourselves. Yeah, we might have Nigerians that are experts in all these things that are good, but majority of them don't even consider them as part of Nigeria. They are contributing to the economy of other parts of the world.
Yeah, can I make a submission, please? Because I've not had my official submission. Everybody seems to have their own. I agree with what you said, and I also think that when you show a black first PhD holder or something like that, for me, it's like measuring height among midgets, because it doesn't mean the entire world has not had them before. We've had Indians, we have Europeans, we have Chinese PhD women. There are many thousands of them out there. And then we get our first one. We're like, oh yeah, we are the best amongst.
No. Father, please. I'm sorry to cut you.
Fine.
Let me, because I think you always misconstrue what I don't know about what I said. I only gave examples to respect to what. Again, I'm sorry, I don't. I'll refer to you as a statistician. What he said. We speak with respect to Nigeria. I never at any point said they're not other. I said I was just referring to Nigeria now that we have these people, and when I mentioned the first, it's true. These two people are the first black.
Oh my God, that is so.
I'm using to support an argument with respect to Nigeria. I'm not talking about. I'm not making comparison. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't want you to misconstrue what I said.
Oh no. I'm not even taking it out on you at all. I'm actually supporting most of the thrust of your argument.
Okay.
That we are not as rich as we think, and Abike Dabiri is very, very fond of being proud of Nigerians doing very well overseas, when basically they are putting a nail on our coffin. Basically, what is happening is that they are expanding. The Nigerians are overseas, helping to expand the gap between them and us. We are behind, and they are going further ahead. And then she goes and is proud of them without making any plans to bring them back to Nigeria to come and support. Apart from that, is it Tijani you call him, that minister in the government that seems to have he brought some Nigerian AI experts all around the world to have a kind of a seminar, and they shared this. But I don't know about their conclusion. They didn't, release their conclusion or what are they came up with.
Do you mind if I butt in again? I hate to do this. I hate to do this. So what? Again, it's a space I follow very. It's a passion for me. So everything he does, he has a game plan. He's following international based standards, especially because we seem not to we like quick fixes in Nigeria. So normally what he does is that for everything he wants to do, he has a template. And after each thing, including some of the things that the spaces is opening up, because remember, there's a method to his madness. He's coming from somewhere, something that he has tried even as an individual. That's what he's trying to replicate. So he has a blueprint. And after that meetup, which is what we typically call it, they're gathering documents together to try and now see how they could now make it applicable to Nigeria. So he doesn't just do it, but it's just that within the space of Nigeria, he's having to. If you don't want to know the kind of things he's having to battle. So
yeah, because there's a lot of resistance to any kind of progress. You'll be surprised in Nigeria. Anytime you want to propose anything new, you just start seeing people that just don't like it, that will just fight you because they feel like you are going to take something from them. They literally tell you from the get-go that you have enemies already. So now I wanted to share this thing. I wanted
My
to put some
brother, I think you guys
later.
even went far. Let us look at just ordinary footballers. They're not even ordinary. Look at all. Go to PSG. They are first 11. About 7 of them are Africans, and they are still not playing in Africa. So what are we talking about?
Can I? So because when you look at this list of the poorest nations, it's mostly African nations, and you go down, you just Africa. Even the ones that are not in Africa, they are overseas. They turn out that there are still black people there. So it's just like poverty follows us everywhere we go. Now, these numbers here is the one that concerns me a lot, because if 10 nations can control the wealth of 75% of the wealth in the world, and Singapore is not there, Switzerland is not there, quite a lot of rich countries are not there. It tells you that the entire African continent will not even show up on that radar at all, not to mention Nigeria. The entire African continent will not show up here. I'm not even sure African continent, if they put all of them together, they will even pop up here even. Maybe they will show up a little bit, maybe 2.7%, maybe. That's it. We are gone. And then if you look at Nigeria, tiny. And when you understand this, now you start thinking, okay, how do we solve this problem? One of the areas we can use to start helping is this revenue that we don't generate. Even if we don't have oil, what if we don't have oil? Are we not going to find a way to survive? But we didn't. Other nations, they generate revenue from tax. Like you look at like France. France is very rich. Historically, they've been very rich. But yeah, look at how much they tax their citizens. 46%. Denmark, 46%. Belgium, 44%. Going down. Even some African countries are there taxing. Even in Israel, they give them how much? 3 billion a year for free every year. And yet their population is just under 12 million or so. And yet they still take this much tax from their people. But look at where Nigeria is on the list. So it tells you that Nigeria problem is.
I'm not taking words from you. I know, I understand, right? You're looking at all those data, but then what is the margin of error on those data?
Forget about margin of error.
We know the margin of error.
We don't need to look at it. We don't need to deduce the margin of error to know that it is nearly correct.
I've not landed. Okay. Now, why I'm saying this? What I'm saying is this, right?
Don't worry. Sorry. Don't worry. I will let you challenges. Let me just finish this presentation. It's very short. It's not barely a minute left even. If you look at it, you go down. Nigeria is nowhere to be seen. These are many African countries pop up here that they are taking more tax from. Even Burkina Faso, Niger Republic, that is so poor, like one of the poorest countries in the world, they take more tax than Nigeria. Keep going. And where is Nigeria? Nigeria is still nowhere to be found. Almost.
Are we having deja vu?
Don't show this.
I feel like I'm having a deja vu.
If you show this to Tinubu, he will increase the taxation.
Of course, this is what you see. That's the only one thing I know. I like Tinubu for. He's going to pick our pockets until that 3.something% becomes 6-7%, or maybe even 10%, because we need that. You know why we need that? Now let me share with you why you need
Forefather.
We need to be able to get loans.
How much are we earning for them to increase our tax to that point?
Exactly. How much are we earning? What is
I don't agree with that. You need to increase how much you are earning.
How much is Niger earning?
I don't know.
How much are Nigerians earning? If they can pay, we can pay.
Please, you cannot pay. Please.
You see the attitude? Hold on. Please, let me finish my presentation first.
What is that gentleman taking more than 41%? What for what? Are you giving a hospital?
If you look at what is happening here, is that let's see. Let me just try to get to what is happening here. If you look at this, it tells you that to get money, that's to get loan internationally. Look at it. They look at your GDP, debt to GDP ratio. They will look at your revenue streams. All these things are very important. If you don't have revenue, you can't get money to build the hospitals Nigeria needs. And the truth is, all these economists would like to admire, they are living on debt. Make no mistake, they are living on debt. And how do you think they secure that debt? Because they have revenue they are generating locally. That's from their own people.
Forefathers, Fathers, please, because I want to leave. I'm sorry. This is where
Yeah.
I'm going to align with Mama Echo and some of even I forget his name now again as well. His epithet. You see, did you see the list that came out of the list that was leaked out during the week of the people that and the amounts of money they've stolen to buy properties in Dubai? You saw that list?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't? I don't know
No.
who saw that list. The recent one during this week. If you see how much just Ozzy Ojus or Kalu Atiku, I mean, there's a couple of them. I mean, those are the ones that we know that they're even putting out there. The amount and the way they kind of computed it, the way they stated the facts were put out, the amount that if you had it all together, just the ones that was released though, it's enough to not only build proper hospitals but also equip them. Just the ones that was released alone. So
and it's only in Dubai.
Yeah. Only in Dubai, only the ones that released.
There's the list of UK is not there. The one of US is not there. The one of France, Paris is not there. Let me deceive ourselves.
Can I start? Can I ask a question? How many of you have more than 2 houses in overseas?
What do you mean 2 houses? What do you mean?
That's where they get more than 2 houses, except you are renting it.
How many of you have more than 2 houses?
When it tax you,
the house you have in overseas, is it not on mortgage?
There's a bit of noise coming through.
The house you have in overseas, is it not on mortgage?
Yeah.
But the one they are talking about is cash. Cash.
Who was that even? Do we have a list? If I had the list so that we see the amounts involved, because okay, now if I ask how much is the House of Assembly members and senators paid in Nigeria, they will tell you it's millions over millions over millions, but they don't give you specific figures so that we know. Because when I check online, the numbers that I see there is still well within the amount that, let's say, a senator in America gets. So I don't necessarily know. Oh my God. There's noise coming, Mazi. There's noise from your this thing. It's making like choppy noise. Like I don't know how to describe it even. Just choppy and noise and buzzy. So the amounts are within the range that they pay like American senators. So I would like to see actual breakdown of how much the Nigerian senators make, because people are saying that they are earning exorbitant amount of money, but they are paid a few million naira every month. So I don't know whether that's exorbitant. The Nigerian senators also.
Oh yeah, they're the highest paid and the most ineffective in the world. Now again,
highest paid, how much?
They are. I'll pull it up before we're done. You know, somebody had compiled all these things before and showed us the highest paid. When you begin to add all the allowances that they get, you know, it's much higher. And of course, it's absurd that a poor country will have the highest paid senators in the world, and that's not even enough.
Yes.
They still have
my brother. If you see the house, if you see River State Assembly House. You see their house.
So you see, the problems of Nigeria are legion. I mean, I don't even know where to start. I don't think we're ready. We're not ready. We've never been ready. And so many things. When I look at, for instance, when you drive through the streets of the so-called Western world, you know we haven't started, right? When you look at infrastructure and everything, you know we have not started, right? So the only thing that works in Nigeria is contract. Anything that has nothing to do with contract, without contract, you realize that there's no government. I mean, the government is not doing anything in Nigeria. I think the sole purpose.
The contract, do they execute the contract?
That's the point. You know, that's why everybody fights. Somebody was asking how many schools, new schools did was it P2B build? You know, because they think that is all about building. Once you start. Once you enter there, you start awarding contracts. That's not the sole purpose of government. Is to organize a society. Anybody who hasn't visited Nigeria for the first time, as soon as you land at the airport, Nobody will tell you that there is no government because the whole place is disorganized. Once you land, you notice, you see, it doesn't matter how you pretend.
These are the underlying issues. What you are saying, sir, are the real underlying issues where forefathers' aspect is blown out of the water. How can you pay tax? You know, when you go to Nigeria, you see houses and houses and houses and houses. No public infrastructure. No public. No attachment to the people and the land and the aspects that give value. Nothing. Everyone just building house upon house.
But there's infrastructure, though. Let's not.
But we have to understand, Paul Father, when you have a population of 200 plus million people, and you are asking them to pay taxes for nothing.
But what if I say to you that what you get in Nigeria now is what we are paying for?
What are you talking about?
But the truth
what you
of the
see in
matter
Nigeria
is
now is what we are paying for. The UK spends 1.3 to 4 trillion dollars on the economy every year. If they are doing that and Nigeria is spending how much? 36 billion. The UK is not exactly paved with gold. And you think that 30-something billion we spend every year is going to give you anything close to what the UK has? Personally,
again, because that's why I said before, this is the deja vu experience that we're going through right now. Because we've had this discussion before, we've seen these statistics, and you maintain somehow that you're right in your thinking. And we are again saying that you are awfully, awfully wrong in your thinking. You can't.
I'm not going to start off saying I'm wrong.
Wait, let me just say this. You cannot compare England to Nigeria in any way. England is hundreds and hundreds of years old.
Oh my God,
they
that makes it different for cash.
Their infrastructure in place for an awfully long time through not just the taxes of their citizens in the country, but the taxes of what they now call the Commonwealth, the areas of the world that the British Empire controlled. This is a nation that has been built by the ingenuity, no doubt, of the people of the country, but by the sweat and tears and blood and life of the rest of the world. So when we're having that advantage, that's a big advantage. You're asking me to run 400 meters, but against you, and you start 50 meters away from the finishing line, and you want me to. Well, I mean, come on, let's be.
I think you are connecting things that are unrelated. The actual value they are spending every year on their country. Not if they had it already. Why are they still spending money?
No, because you see, the reason why the British people are able and happy in many cases to pay tax is because they can see why they are paying tax. We pay road tax, the roads are pulled. We always see engineers on the road filling and sorting things out. We see people under the ground putting in pipes. We see all kinds of reasons to pay into the tax. When we are in Nigeria, bro, we are seeing some kind of bamboo erection going on.
Well, Jago, you are in the UK now with me. Are the people happy to be paying those tax?
No, obviously, the taxes are awful thing. The whole idea when
they are not happy to do it, but they are doing it anyway.
The way I pay my tax is at the end of the year, and the accountant deals with it, and we go to the bottom of the line as to what I'm paying back. So in that, we see that the government is not my partner. The fact that you have roads, I don't take the government as my partner. The way I have to immerse into some level of wealth for self and people around me is through my own blood, sweat, and tears based on the infrastructure that I'm living in. Now, I will pay tax happily on that, but I know that there are certain levels that exclude me from paying tax, and I use all of those parameters.
Even if they spend all the $30 billion that they use for their national budget in the country every year, and let's say they are still capable of mismanaging, but they didn't steal it, they are still incompetent, that country would not be that much different, because the money that they're spending is not enough compared to what the UK is spending on their own nation. We just saw what California is spending on their health budget. And yet, I'm surprised they are spending all that money, then everything is not paved with gold.
tell me this: if you build a house in Nigeria and you want to sell it to the next, you lived in this house and you want to sell it to somebody, you want to move on, somebody comes to buy it. Why am I including the government in the fact that I built this house with my blood, sweat, and tears? Why am I including? Why am I bringing my money to the government again? What's he got to do with this transaction? What has he done? Are you out
in the UK, though? You paid in the UK.
You see, individuals, we are sovereign. We are sovereign. That's the first thing that you must pay attention to.
Well, you are saying Nigeria shouldn't get it, but you pay the same money in the UK.
Bro, you're not understanding anything. You're just blurting words.
Well, you
You're
said
You're not grappling with what you are not. I just gave you a quick synopsis. You are not grappling with it. I am saying in Nigeria, when I use my blood, sweat, and tears to build my house, and I now want to sell that house to the next person, why am I not selling that house at 100% to the value of my pocket? Why am I now?
Is that how it's done in the UK?
Can I use another analogy for you and explain this?
But that's not how it's done in the UK, and you are
Listen,
saying
that's what I'm saying. That's why these parameters are different. Nigeria and the UK are different.
If you may.
Wow.
There is a reason why in certain estates or certain streets, they ask the residents to pay for vigilante. That is extra security, isn't it? Then when you come to a house, you see people paying for a gate man, security again, isn't it?
Yes.
The same way you still see people buying generator and fueling their generators.
Yes.
For what? All these things are things that our government is supposed to supplement. Yes. And then in return, you're paying all that tax and you don't feel it, and it makes sense to you. You get? Right now, people spend a lot more money on security, putting CCTVs in their house. Imagine where all that money could have gone to. It is the same reason. My brother, I don't know if you've ever been sick in Nigeria. Anything that will make you now enter any Nigerian hospital, admission is in a private hospital is like 45,000 to give you bed or 50K before they begin to treat your malaria. You get? Meanwhile,
I don't even want them to treat me there.
Meanwhile, if you're working in the UK every month, depending on what you're doing, 20%, some 21% if you have multiple jobs you're doing, and they take that money effortlessly. My brother, today I went to the hospital to do something, to submit a sample, and it just hit me. It was a Sunday on a Saturday, and I just realized. I looked at how big the hospital is. I looked at how big the number of people, staff I'd seen, and I realized that the NHS in the UK is one of the biggest employers.
It is.
Yeah.
And you know how much they spend on that healthcare.
Yeah.
And there is no time you enter any of their healthcare units that you're not grateful. What I'm saying is that Nigerians have been paying these extra taxes somehow.
And
it is something Nigerians would have happily paid. Nigerians are not difficult people. It's something we'll happily pay. Happily. Because we've been paying it indirectly.
Yeah.
Indirectly.
Who pays tax in Nigeria? I don't. Who actually pays tax in Nigeria?
That's right. Very few.
Yeah, most people don't pay tax.
The people that pay tax in Nigeria are
largely
those in city dwellings. Those
the only people that pay tax in Nigeria for sure are those workers. They deduct your taxes.
Yeah.
Business is paid.
I don't know if business is actually, how do they pay?
Let me tell you, most of I grew up in Enugu State and I've lived in Lagos. Most of those stores, most of those shops or kiosks, there is money you pay weekly or monthly.
You can't just go and collect your thing.
If you are someone who is a transporter who drives keke or a bus, there's an amount of money they collect from you on the road. And I'm not talking about the one the police collects.
Even those that have
I'm not talking about, and that is why you have Aberrant and OPT.
They give them tickets.
You're being taxed. Tickets.
Well, the issue of taxation. The only people I know that pay tax and go into government coffers are those who work. These are people who have documented evidence of paying tax. So all these keke, and they collect money and they share it for most part. That's why in a lot of states, especially in the eastern part, they abolished anybody collecting tax. People are now required to go to banks and make payments, right? Instead of all these agents doing that. Well, the truth is that tax payment is one of the ways that most of these countries generate their revenue.
It is one of the major
United
ways.
States, in Texas, they make lots of their revenue is through taxation. But the only difference is that when they pay tax, they see what the tax is doing. They see what they are doing with the tax.
Absolutely.
But we refuse to see what our tax is doing. That's our problem. We keep thinking that our tax should be like here, and when we are paying here.
Right.
No. Well, yeah,
Are you
you
telling me there's no
if I
road in
can put this to
Nigeria?
you,
Are you telling me there's no bridge in Nigeria? There's nothing in Nigeria?
Calm down, bro.
There is something in Nigeria.
Yes, obviously there's levels of infrastructure that we've built up over 60 years and more.
And
we
you
start
expect it to build far more.
Wait, my brother. I'm trying to cause thought. In the first, before our independence, a good, I would say 10 years into our independence, the Wales Western region, Eastern region, and then the North. The Western region, through simple cocoa, tax was being performed, and Awolowo was well in his position to communicate to the region to say, if we pay this little piece of tax, which I would not refute, however, if we pay this tax, there will be free education. Bros, the people paid their tax duly, and guess what? There was free education. This beginning of tax was a building block to what Nigeria could have been if Nigeria is actually building. So what we have is now in the western region of that part of Nigeria, you can still see semblances of organization, even though it's decrepit and falling down. When you go to other parts of Nigeria, my brother, it's almost like a different country because there's nothing there. Nothing. Are you with me? There's nothing there, brother.
Where are we referring to?
We're referring to anywhere. I've just depicted the West as a region of Nigeria where you can see some semblances of infrastructure in each town.
Can we go? We can go and show it now.
No, wait. Understand the argument, forefather. Understand the argument, please. I'm trying to give to you that in Nigeria itself, we can look at why the graph that you pulled up is as it is. It's like that because there is no infrastructure that engages the people enough to make the country move. The country is a lumbering giant that has frustrated each and every one of us on this panel. We know the difficulties, and we know a lot of the difficulties are through sheer stupidity. Now, having this, I'm saying to you that in Lagos, as we have it today, in Ibadan, as we have it today, in even Ilorin, in Akure, if you go to any of these small places outside of Lagos, you will see organization somewhat. You will see that there has been a long time that this building and this road and this infrastructure has been there. It's been in place there. Then you go to if you go to Lokoja, if you see where Lokoja is, it's in a tranquil haven of a place where there's the confluence meets. It should be a healing place. It has so much history in that area, but there's nothing there, bruv. There's nothing there. Now that is now spread throughout the whole country. Why am I paying tax? The other day, I'm just paraphrasing. This is not me. Somebody went to hospital for a common something very common. They unfortunately they didn't return because the way they administered and dealt with them, they just died in the hospital from a simple common something. There are too many of these types of examples to quote where we are seeing more failure and more failings and more death and destruction and more frustration in the land. And you're asking me on top of that to pay more to those people who are actually killing me. My brother, you got to get this thing right. You got to get it right. You got to get it right. You can't just jump onto a statistic and say, why aren't we paying more tax? Why do
people like just
That's how it sounds in my ears when you're talking, bro. It sounds like you're just talking.
Your solution is not to pay tax.
My solution is that we have to be more diligent in our communication. We can't just pop up these
so communication is going to pay the tax.
No, what it is that before we pay tax, let me earn before you ask me for tax.
The people that are going to be taxed, they're not exactly going to go and drag people that are penniless and ask them to donate their organs.
There we go.
They are going to.
There we
they
go.
will go after people that have money. They are not going to go after people that don't have money. That's the point of tax. You tax people that have the money to pay. The problem is that the people that have the money to pay, the government is not even bothering to take money from them. And because of that, we are all poorer for it. This is common sense. If you get more money, the government can now go and borrow more money to build more stuff. But for some reason, our government too are culpable at this. They didn't do it.
Let me put this to you, Father. In Nigeria right now, if you're following at all, there's a lot of projects going on, and fine projects, things that we ourselves have thought about, and we may have thought about them 10 years ago. But all of a sudden, wow, we see that actually somebody's doing it. When you go into these projects that are happening, bruh, if they're not foreign owned, they're privately funded in some way. You know, the government ain't doing shit. The government is giving people pieces of land in order to conduct their affairs. But in actual, any intelligence or any building understanding, any towns that are being developed over this causeway, they're not doing none of that thinking. You don't seem to understand what's going on, bro. When you go to Nigeria, you see beautiful places conjunctified with disgustingness. That disgustingness is the 3% that the government should be doing in order to make that place complete. The finishing of a common project in Nigeria is always incomplete. And that piece of unfinished thing is what the government should have done. But they ain't doing shit. They're not doing none of it. You don't seem to start running, bro.
I don't know about all this problem. I know about all these problems. Just like if you want to solve them, you need to get the money there. You can't just say, I see this problem and I'm angry about it. I'm not going to solve it.
Bros, you can't just say get the money like it's something that you draw out of the very thin air. You have to say how. You have to communicate with the people you're talking to. You have to say, okay, guys, this is the scenario. We know that we're in this amount of problem. In order over the next 10 years, you communicate for us to fix this infrastructure and get these things in place. I'm going to need your help and assistance. But this is what I'm going to do. X, Y, Z, and W. I'm going to do it. That is how you begin.
I agree with you on that.
This communication is not happening, is what I'm telling you. This communication. I said earlier about by Pansat. I was listening as long as that. He said, oh dear me, I've just forgotten.
Then why are we arguing then? I don't even understand.
Because I don't believe that we're. Yes, this is what Pansat said. Tinubu has not given one. It's a way of communicating to the public. I forgot the actual term.
He doesn't communicate, and he doesn't even act like he wants to communicate. He does everything.
Now tell me from that kind of leadership, who is not in communication with his people that he's supposedly leading. He's not in any communication with them, but he'll be as rude as he say, "Oh boys, everybody, we go raise taxes for now." That's not going to happen, bro.
I agree with that. I agree with that. It's not good. Communication is terrible. It's terrible. That's true. But if it's only communication that is the issue, then we are on the same page, because these things needs to happen. We need to find a way to start generating more income. Because if let's say Peter Obi becomes president, would he not? He needs cash.
Bruh, what I know about Peter Obi, and I know all the X's that we may have against his name, and okay, fair enough. But what I know about him, he would want to communicate. I believe that
yes, he will.
That individual would want to partner the people. And I won't say he will be the best ever Nigerian leader or anything like that, but I would say it will be a cut different from what we've had for so long that is tiring us. We should be extremely tired. We have these people lording and stepping on our neck, in order for us to run from our homelands to make Oyinbo step on our neck again. I mean,
let me share something so that our Nigerians see how thievery. This number surprised me when I check this number. I keep showing you new numbers.
Forefather,
Mama Echo.
you say we don't pay tax, right?
Not enough.
Wait now. Have you used ATM in Nigeria to transfer money?
Yes.
Do you get charged?
Yes.
Here, do you use ATM to transfer money?
Yes.
Do you get charged?
They don't charge you there. They charge you for using your account.
All those are the area they are collecting money from people that they are not being accounted for. When they send you text message with your Nigerian phone number from your bank account, they charge you for those text messages. So these are areas, okay, every month there is 50 naira, 100 naira deducted from people's account. Where does that money go to?
It goes to the central bank and is distributed, but even taking that into account is not enough.
I think those are actually private charges, not.
It doesn't even go to the.
Those are not taxes, actually.
Even if it's private, those private companies will still pay tax now, wouldn't they? So.
Yeah, those are just private, the interest and charges that banks do. Well, the issue is when I used to be very optimistic about Nigeria, but when you look deeply at what it needs for Nigeria to get to where they are supposed to be, it's going to take a long time. Because like I said, when I started, we're not even able to do simple things. Everybody knows that the reason why things work in most of these developed countries is, one, if you're given a job, somebody is there to supervise you to make sure that you do the work. You see, it doesn't matter how good a person is. The Western countries understand this. It doesn't matter how good you are. If anybody is not supervised, the best will not be done. Let alone a country, Nigeria, where people are looking for the easy way out, right? So when you see, we keep on talking about building stuff, building. When you build those things, after a few years, they will collapse, right? You go to institutions here, you see that, everywhere you have, for instance, a janitor, a custodian, who is employed to clean the place. The place is clean all the time. If he doesn't clean it, he gets punished. It doesn't matter the job you hold in this country. Somebody is there to make sure you're doing your work every second, every minute, every week. In Nigeria, you allow people to steal money 1 week, 2 weeks, 52 weeks, 4 years. After 8 years, you suddenly realize that somebody has stolen 20 billion. It doesn't make sense. Why should you allow people access to the funds? What kind of society allows somebody to steal billions? How does it work? I can't understand that. That even in this country, it doesn't matter who you are, even if you are the man in charge of the finance, you don't have access to the money. You don't. So until we begin to do fundamental restructuring, and again, that has to start with the political leadership, pushed by the followers. Nigerian followers, they just complain, they talk, everybody goes to sleep.
That's so true.
What happens? If the president comes and beheads somebody today, people will just cry for 1 day, some people will support him, and life goes on. And it has become a cycle. A cycle. We'll complain, another thing will happen, we'll forget about the one that happened yesterday, we'll move on, and we'll have been moving on. Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned, has never had a president. We have never had a president. It's as simple as that.
But hold on. But maybe we do. You said it just now that the people don't know how to interact with their government. Because I gave you an example like this cyber security tax that people were blasting left and right. If the government they put it back immediately, let's
Do,
check
do,
one
do
check.
do you know what has happened? Do you know what has happened? You see, I don't know if it's the P2B effect or the obedient effect. The government, I pity Tinubu because there's nothing he does now that wouldn't get a back outcome. After the last election, it used to be that after every election, everybody will go to sleep. Everybody will just go to sleep. And you can see that Atiku is now talking. Atiku, before he will lose an election, he will go to Dubai.
And
Maybe few months before the next election, he comes back to contest, right? That has been what's going on, right? So I'm glad that people are beginning to talk. But will that stop what's going on? I was reading something. I was almost shedding tears, because you have arms of government, the legislature, they're not doing their work, the judiciary, they're not doing their work, the executive, they're not doing their work. How do you expect the government to work? We have corruption in MDAs because the legislature, who are supposed to be having oversight function, they are not doing their work. They are not supervising them. I was watching I saved that on YouTube, watching a House hearing where is it an agency invested $30 million in a company that was 10 years old that had a financial capital of 10 million naira. $30 million, 10 million naira. And this happened for about a year, two, and people are just finding out. Some things that happen in Nigeria is just, it takes, special grace of God for you not just to start killing people because it's crazy, right? Nobody is supervised in Nigeria. Everybody's just award contracts, right? Or give people, go to a hospital. Like somebody was talking about hospitals. You go to a national hospital in Abuja, go to some of the hospitals in Abuja, and you see how the services are poor, right? Why? Because nobody is supervising them. You go to most of these offices, MDAs, you see people acting anyhow, nobody is supervising them. You can never get anything done if people are not supervised. Give people work, and it has to start with the president. Like I said the last time, Obasanjo was a strong man. Strong man. Don't come to him and tell him nonsense. And of course, this communication you were talking about. You see, I don't understand how.
Can I say something? Can I say something? I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
You see, the way Nigeria is structured, everything national. You and I live in other clan, and over here, I don't even care what they do in Washington. What I care about is what my city mayor is doing that affects me directly. You understand what I mean? And not only that, it's the city. They have their own the way they collect their own taxes, especially all the stores that are located in the city pays taxes to the city. Now, with the city, the collection of city, we have the county. For example, I hear Nigeria talk about refinery, and they talk about owning about 4 refineries. In my county alone, which is Contra Costa, we have about 6 refineries. 6 refineries on their own. I have never for one day heard something about scarcity of fuel. And mind you, it's not that we don't have, what they call crude oil in California, but there is a ban in it. We don't extract here. We buy from other places that brings it to us. Not only that, those refineries are owned by private. Chevron have their own, Shell got their own, Valero have their own, and these other places, and also counties also own
They have a refinery owned by the county. You know, taxes, yes, it's good, like I heard forefather say. But the first thing, when I talk about the marginal, the margin of error, when I was saying it earlier, who gives us data? It's whatever they give us that we take. I bet you in Nigeria, even the people that are supposed to go out and get those data, they don't go anywhere. Probably they will be in their house. They will go on a date and then they will cook up, they will cook up a number. And that is what. Why am I saying that? California have unemployment rate of 5.2, which is the highest in the country, because in national we're about I think we're at 3.1 now. The thing is this: knowing the people that is working, the data of people that are working, and the data of people that are not working, you know how you go about your tax collection. You cannot tax people who are not working. In Nigeria, national is about 40%. They can lie to you and play around and say, oh, it's the youth that is 40. The youth, for me, in Nigeria, from what I know, is about 60%. 60% of the youth don't have a job. Because in Nigeria, you have to have a job if you have somebody. I've had somebody told me to give her money in order to bribe somebody. And I said, why are you bribing the person? Say, if you don't give them money, they're not going to give you a job. And I said, no, my money don't go that way. I'm not going to give you money to give to somebody else because you want to work there. If you're qualified, you're qualified. And she told me, you give them physical cash and they also take kind. If you think about those things, you say, what is going on? So not to take words from Golden Mind, like he was saying, the whole thing is this. The problem we have, not only about trust, the ones that are being collected, the revenues that are being generated, who accounts for it? Today you hear this one stole this. Even an accountant general stole billions of naira. And where is he today? First, we saw where he was using clutches to go into a mosque. He even had the audacity to go and pray after stealing the people's money. And the imam will allow him to come into that place. That's to show you the kind of people we are. And I bet you some people in his village will be saying, oh, he's been victimized. Let us reason. Let us reason. Nigerians are really suffering. I don't know about you forefathers. If I show you my phone, you pity me. I'm serious. If I show you my phone, you pity me. I know how many calls I get every day about people for different things. At some point, I almost asked somebody, I said, am I your government? But I don't have to be rude. It's just the pressure is so much. We also have our own responsibilities out here. I told the person, I said, if you don't pay for your PG&E, they're not coming to your house to cut it. They know how to take it. And they will, PG&E, electricity or whatever it is, from their office, they will disconnect you. And it goes on your credit that you owe for electricity. It brings you down a little bit. And if your care is not taken, you ruin your credit.
And when you don't have a credit, I don't think you are even. I don't know how you're gonna survive. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi. Yeah, anyone else want to contribute?
Yeah, I just wanted to, just before, the reason why Nigeria's situation is a peculiar one is because we're running a federal system just like America. Sorry, presidential system. But then in America, there's what we call true federalism. They understand the separation of federal, state, and local, right? In America, we have the local police, the county police, the federal troopers, and all those stuff. They understand. In fact, you rarely hear anybody in a state complaining, if the economy is bad, they rarely mention the president, right? Now, you can watch in Nigeria today that most of the ministers, they barely say a sentence without talking about the renewed shege or the renewed hope of Mr. President. It's always a recurring stuff. I'll be like, what are these people doing? Are they serving Nigeria or they're serving Tinubu? I don't understand that, right? So, and again, let's go back to now, the data is very important. No country, every institution in the Western world, they make use of data. Data informs your actions, decisions, and views as a government, right? Or as an institution. And we must know that this data, there's what we call standardized, measurement that we use to measure, development across countries, across currencies, and so on. And who does determine that? The World Bank, the World Health Organization, and all these international bodies. They sit down and decide, this is the uniform measurement we're going to use to measure growth, successes, and so on. So, like I said, I don't even know. I'm tired of talking about Nigeria because I don't even know where to start because we haven't started. We had the Asian Tigers in the 60s. They started in the 60s. They have recorded the highest growth. Most of them. Think of South Korea, Singapore. These were the Asian Tigers, 1960 up to now. They're on the top. But since 1960, we have been moving back. Like I said, our inability to do the right things in Nigeria. And I want to say that, the reason why, for me, I mentioned the president, because a Nigerian president is so powerful that he can declare a state of emergency. If the state government is not doing well, because they're not, the state assemblies in Nigeria are just there to do the bidding of the governor. We don't have any true state houses of assembly. None. Right? Because if we do, we would have been impeaching governors. But what do? They are in sync with the government. Every stealing that happens, they are in cahoot. So it will take a president that calls the governor and says, you know what, if you don't do this, I'm going to declare a state of emergency because you are not serving your people. Right? Yeah. So that's the only way that can happen, because as far as I'm concerned now, it's bizarre. It's all about contract. And how do you expect? That's why I said we need to reform the political system, the political parties. How do you expect a person to buy a form of 40 million? 40 million. And then you expect him not to recover his money. So once we open up the space and make sure that the parties throw up good candidates, because what has happened in Nigeria is that they give us these dead people. And we have to choose between one dead person or the other. We have no choice. So for us to change Nigeria, it's going to take a hard work. And the people have to get up. It's not enough for us to just shout before the election and go to bed. This is actually the time to be mobilizing. Someone talked about P2B and even Showore. This is time to start the mobilization of people. They have learned their lessons, why they lost. People predicted things were going to be bad. Things are truly, truly bad in Nigeria. Like you said, like the last speaker said, people are really suffering. And that's why people are getting into Yahoo. Hookup is on the rise. When I go to Nigeria, I go to every hotel. They're lining up there. Some of them are not doing it because they love it, but because of the hardship.
Good man
everywhere.
say massage. Don't say hookup. It's massage. They give you massage.
Oh, massage. Okay, massage.
Yeah,
So
the
they
masseuse.
do massage.
Yes.
It's tough. All right, guys, I got to go. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, I
already.
should be I should be rounding up soon
Yeah.
because this topic I'm
Yeah.
gonna labor it too much. There's so much stuff to cover.
Right.
Maybe today actually. Yeah, in the next day now.
What time does it start on Sunday?
I'm not sure it's on today, you know. So
Oh, it's not. Okay.
yeah, because let me confirm actually. So
So
that
they have the games. They have the games, which is our
the game session.
7
Yes.
o'clock, 7 o'clock, which is New York's 10 a.m. And then it will be Nigeria's 3 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Did you say game session?
Yeah, the EPL. They have Arsenal is playing.
Okay.
Chelsea.
Okay.
Chelsea is
The last
playing.
day, the last day of the
Man
Premiership
City.
today.
Man City. Yeah, they're
All
all
the-
playing
all the
at the
teams are
same
playing.
time. They're all playing at the same time. I think their reason of playing at the same time is so that it won't be that the other people will go and bribe the other people and say, let them win you or let them beat you, another kind of a thing. Yeah, so they're playing it at the
2
same
points
time.
between Man City and Arsenal.
you people they cheat, so they have to check them, man. I see. They don't trust each other. They don't trust each other. I see. Okay. I really appreciate you for coming in today, and thank you for your patience and apologies for my earlier oversight. I'll be watching out for you now and Golden Minds, because two of you are gentlemen. You don't say anything for a long time, but some days you come here, Mazi, and you are very hot. So I don't know how that happens. So I thought you're already part of the Ropo group.
No. You know that one? I told you, I don't really react, but I had to that day. Okay. In psychology, sometimes when you keep something in, it keeps building and building and building. You understand?
Yeah.
At some point, just let it out. It's kind of like you breathe in and say, you take it down and then you continue your life. Like I said, Kulata is a very good friend of mine. Even if he was here today and we chatted and all that kind of a thing. But what I don't like is the way they troll people. The trolling is what I don't like. You know what the government is doing is not right. Then why are you trolling people that are speaking out? Don't troll people for that.
But it's so strange though. I get more beating here than I get at when I go to one man show. That's weird. I do get beaten there, but the beating I get here is a lot harsher. I must say, it's a lot harsher.
Because in one man show they think you are with them. You understand? Yes.
I report everything. Me and Kulata had a massive clash this week regarding that is weird economic policy that doesn't add up. So I challenge it, and they, as much as they don't like it, and I call them out on their funny tribalism and all the rest of it. But the way they go at me is not the same. Here is really intense. It feels more intense here than over there. That's interesting. Maybe it's just their way anyway. They have different ways of showing their own tribalism.
Yeah. But before, earlier in the day, I think I spoke to, who was the moderator. I said we have got to be firmer in dealing with people. I know our people. If you don't show, let them know that indiscipline is not going to be tolerated. It's going to become the norm, right? When people misbehave, they need to be thrown out. If you don't have consequences, people will continue to do that. People need to listen to people talk. If they have anything to say, they say it. Because when they go to work with white people, they don't behave that way. They don't. They only do that when they have Nigerians. They begin to ask you, do you know who I am? You're nobody. Nobody cares about who you are. So I think that's something that we need to really think if you want to continue to have people come here and engage in very fruitful, discussions. You know.
Thank you. You see, this one is saying I gave up. Where did I give up on one man? As a matter of fact, I beat Passer to his stupor. I was like, you look at you rolling on poto and everything. Because his economic argument, it wasn't sound. I really wish I caught him here today. You know, he was here, and I really wish I caught him here today. Then I would have gone on a second round, because I don't like some of the phony economics that they do. They are talking about demand. How about controlling supply? This thing, the demand too. They're like, you have to meet demand. We were kind of doing subsidy for the naira. All this is fake nonsense. There's no subsidizing the naira. They just give you phony economics that doesn't add up at all. And when I ask him questions now, he's struggling to explain it. I really wish I was able to televise it so people can see the because he came there heated up that day that he's going to get me. I've been saying this stuff. I'm like, what have I been saying? Answer the questions then. You come here giving me fake economics. Anybody knows in this world that if your economy is not diversified, you are not exporting. You shouldn't float your currency. That is basic economics. But yet, somewhere along the line, Nigerians pretend as if they don't know it, and they start arguing for this rubbish policy that the Tinubu government went and implemented. Something that even Buhari knew. There is video of Buhari telling you, why would I float my currency where we don't export, we don't do export? Why? Buhari even knew that. And yet you're telling me the government doesn't know. Thank you for joining us, Golden Mind.
Bye-bye.
I really appreciate it. I really wish I caught him here today. Would have gone a second round on that, because I really don't like all these fake news people that are giving our people fake news constantly, making our people think differently about their problems than what it truly is. Because
he came quickly and left. All he wanted to disseminate was how Peter Obi met Atiku and all that kind of a thing. And I was telling him, they live off propaganda. They live off,
one man, I was telling them now that the only way Peter Obi will accept that thing if he is the flag bearer. That's the only way. And even then, they said, no, who is going to give him? He's going to be second in, he's going to be vice VP. Nobody. I'm like, then what is the point?
What?
It's like,
and my own is politics is not, they don't have to be enemies. That he went there, it's not about politics and all that kind of thing. Atiku was not the only person he went to. He went to Saraki. He went to Lamido. We don't know what they discussed. I guess his spokesperson came out and said what they were talking about, that he kind of like tried to seek for them in building, or for them to build more boreholes, just like he did, and all that kind of a thing. Let's take them by their word. Let's take them by their word. I'm not gonna start troubling myself and say, oh, Obi is meeting Atiku. Oh, I don't want to support him anymore. No, that's not me. I have to look, and I don't even know if he's running in 2027. I don't know. In 2027, if things are still the same way it is, I'm not supporting anybody. There has to be electoral reform. There has to be something done. With Mahmoud Yakubu still there and the thing is just the way it is, nobody's going nowhere.
The truth is, I do not want to join people to say, oh, there's not going to be election in 2027. That's not true. So the question is this: if there's going to be election in 2027, what is the way out? What are we planning? Are we just going to just fold our hand? And those who are already giving Tinubu certificate in advance, oh, you must rule 8 years. Really? Except we are comfortable with what is going on currently. Then if we are not comfortable, and those of us who are in diaspora that say, oh, it doesn't concern me, are we not getting more phone calls and more text message on request? And is it comfortable for us? It's affecting us. So if we must stop this, it's for Nigeria to be better. And for Nigeria to be better, we must make up our mind to say, you know what? If you are not going to follow revolution, if the military are not taking over, if you are going to say, okay, it's 2027, we must be ready. Not just the presidency, the House of Rep and the House of Senate, the kind of governor and House of Assembly, and even the local government. These are the areas that we should begin to say, okay, who are those who are ready to contest for all these positions that we can trust? Not come here to say, Oshowore should go to local government.
Why not?
No. Let see, even you, forefather, you don't reach to rule.
But I will go for local government.
Wait.
I don't mind.
Wait. With all the knowledge you have gotten.
Yes.
Can't you hold a position?
I can hold a position, but humbly, I don't know because I'm not claiming that I know what it really takes, but I know I could.
Let those let those of us who are in diaspora that have seen what is happening in all this Western world that we are in, that knows that with what I have learned, I can comfortably contest for this and be able to do what I have seen here. Not those who are going to continue what we are condemning.
But Mama Echo, the reason why I feel like I will want to run for like local government or whatever state assembly, the reason why is because I have been on the other side and I'm criticizing Showore, and I see why people don't vote for him. Because they want to see you use power. If they see what you can do with power, then they might trust you to vote you for higher office.
Forefathers, apart from that, Showore is the chairman of his party.
Let us, you see,
Mama Hejo, I'm coming.
No, I don't think he's even the current chairman. This one we are even.
No, he's still the chairman. Yeah.
No. When he contested,
he relinquished it.
That chairmanship, somebody.
He relinquished it, and then he got it back again. Now that's why they're fighting him.
Well, I don't know of that, and that's not what we are discussing now. Okay, Showore is this, Showore is that. Take your own.
My own is Showore. In one place, Showore can make an impact. There is an opening now in Ondo State. The governorship. If I go there and I razzle them, you understand? It doesn't mean that even if he doesn't get it, he can razzle them. He can really shake them. Because in Ondo is pretty much APC and PDP, probably PDP. But if he go there and shake them, and they see that he really shook them, he might not win it, that which is fine, but at least make an impact. That's all we are saying. It's not every time you wait for presidency, you come for presidency and all that kind of a thing. Like the vote he had in 2019 is even more than what he got the last time. It's way more than what he got the last time. The last time was about 10,000 or something of millions. That's about 0.00 whatever. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Steph, thank you for joining us at our closing time. Maybe you came for the backstage chat. That would be good too. He came for the backstage chat while they were dragging me all over the floor. He didn't come to help me, save me. Yeah, you know, when you
who was dragging you?
You've not seen them from I Speak the Truth to Masi, Mama Hecho, all of them were dragging me.
Today?
They had no mercy. I thought
that I Speak the Truth just came.
No. He came. He joined them. I joined the party. I thought he was going to come and help out, but he came and poured salt on the injury.
Most times you're always on the other side of the pole. Which side are you today?
No, he's on their side though. What side are you talking about?
No, I mean you. Which side are you today?
On what?
That is, you always take a different side on any
Oh no,
issue.
I'm on a different side now. As always, some people that are on my side, they were attacking me sideways. I don't understand it. When they'll be on your side though, but then they will just be giving you side swipes all over the place. I was like, then why are we arguing? I don't understand it.
No,
That's what they
I
do to
don't
me.
know I don't know what you guys discussed, but what I heard you some minutes ago about economy, I think you are spot on that one.
Go and tell them now. They never agree that I don't argue things. All I do is look at the data, try to interpret it as best I can, and try to tell
that one is even elementary economics.
Exactly.
You know,
I
it's
like
elementary
to think.
economics.
And
Because
so
how do you get forex? It's from exports. You understand? So if you are not exporting much to be getting enough, why would you then say market force should determine the price of your currency, the exchange rate of your currency?
You would think so. Usually, collateral that man, that guy. Sometimes I feel like I need to ring his head. He comes to come and make stupid arguments.
As much as China is exporting, they still manipulate their currency up to today.
Exactly. Those guys don't play. They don't play, man. They have to make profit. Anytime the economy starts slowing down, hey, let's manipulate it a little bit so that we make more. Everybody is at it. America, all of them, they're all at it. It's only us.
China don't they do made in China Gary for now. Not be shame.
Gary too. You see, that's the kind of stuff I was talking about. They should slap tariff on. By the time you put tariff on it, by the time it appears in Nigeria, it will be 3 times the cost. Then Nigerians will just buy the Nigerian made one. That's how you do it. India, that's how India did it. If you don't want useless imports to be coming to your country that your country is making, you slap tariff on it. But the Nigerian government never does it. Nigerian government never does it.
Even US is doing it to China now, and they're so mad. They're so mad at US.
Biden is just slapping tariff on. They are still on their anything he doesn't like. Slap tariff on it. I don't like it. They're not stupid. They're not going to let China flood their market and destroy their local market.
And that's one area that both Republicans and Democrats have a common ground.
Oh, they don't.
When it comes to the issue of tariff on China.
National interest. They put their national interest first, but we allow people to just bring everything in, bring it in, even if it's plastic or toothpick, we will take it. And the foreign exchange we say we are looking for. What is that? You are using foreign exchange to buy useless stuff. Plastic. If I was the government, plastic I know Nigerians can manufacture. Tariff. Cereal. Why are we importing cereal? The only cereal we will import is the one we know we cannot make at all. The rest, get away from here. And all these other things, you can reduce demand for dollar then. That's how you remove
the exchange. Yeah, it will conserve foreign exchange.
That's the part nobody talks about. Then, whenever they are talking about the Nigerian economy, they'll say it's the demand. The Naira hasn't reached its value yet. Its natural value. What is its natural value? Its natural value is demand. That's what's causing it. You have to stop the demand.
Is a kind of what they don't consider is this. One of the major purpose a currency should also serve is a store of value. You understand?
Exactly.
And when you have an economy that is over the inflation rate is very, very high.
Yeah.
That your local currency is not serving that purpose of store of value. So there is no way people will not prefer to hold foreign exchange than holding your own local currency.
You sound like a solid economist. Are you an economist or something? Because I've never heard anybody sound this coherent. The rest are crazy.
I'm not taking words from you. They are complaining in the comment section that we are ignoring their question, that we think we are better than them. I don't know what question it is. So is it possible to check and see?
What is wrong with these comment people? I be returned. We are on tonight. We are on. He tried to find out whether we have a show tonight or not. Like he's booking some kind of appointment to make sure he's around for the show. We are going to be on tonight. the plan was that when I finish conversation, then I will let you know. That's why I didn't say anything. I don't want to interrupt Mama Hechu when she was talking. And now Mazi Prince has brought it to our attention. So yeah, we are going to have a show today because show is going to be here for the match. After the match, then we carry on. I will have a light one, and I really hope the conversation is civil and calm. Anything, I will make that announcement. Anything that is going to fly all over the place, that person is going to go. We want to get to somewhere. You see how I speak the truth is laughing. We are going to enforce the rules. We are going to make it so that we get somewhere with our discussion. I want to try that out to see whether we can actually get somewhere where we are civil, exchange information properly instead of always shouting at each other, looking for a way to, I don't know what we are trying to do even. So that's one. I will go into maybe philosophical stuff or whatever. It could be economy or saving this in, who knows, whatever, wildlife in Nigeria.
Forefathers.
Yeah.
Do you know that it could be possible that those people know actually what they're doing, but they have ulterior motive?
That's what drives me crazy.
I don't believe they understand economics. I think they have ulterior motive.
It's really strange, isn't it? Yeah. Because it drives you crazy. It's like, how can a highly educated person like Tinubu or Kulata, the CBN chair, don't know all these things? They know.
Finance, all those people, they don't.
How can they not know? It's like, are they gaslighting us or something? Like clear information, they pretend as if they don't know it, and they go and float the Nigerian currency.
There's money in foreign exchange. Maybe they actually massive money. Yeah, they're making money from that thing.
Massive money. This is ultimate round tripping. That's what I call it. Yeah. This is the true ultimate round tripping that is going on now. All their international partners are raking in all the money.
I used to make money from.
I used to know a very, very rich man in the UK. This guy, they have what they call old money. They've been rich for maybe more than 1,000 years or so, but yet he works in the foreign exchange market, and the way they make money is just little shift in currency. Little shift, they can make hundreds of millions out of it. Look at Nigeria. Nigeria is ripe. Nigeria money just going yo-yo. They have reaped billions, or maybe, because that's why MTN has lost money. Dangote has lost money in Nigeria. Where do you think all that money is going? That's where it's going. It's leaving Nigeria. Nigeria GDP per capita has halved in 1 year. No, actually more than half, because it was $2,400 and something dollars. Now it's 1,100 in 1 year of this government. 1 year. Oh, the disaster this government has left us in. If they don't fix it, they are going to. I'm telling you, P2B will probably win the next election. If they don't fix this, P2B is likely, because the disaster. All I have to do is show P2B and say, you know what, just list all these disasters they just done, and go and show people, because they just damaged the Nigerian economy. The inflation 30-something%. You can't buy a house in Nigeria.
The only thing Tinubu can do now. Most of the ministers, like the Minister of Power, that guy don't need to be there. That guy is an accountant. How can you put an accountant in engineering job? How can you put an accountant in there?
What about the Minister for Solid Minerals?
Just terrible. Even the one that went to his state today and was accepting defectors was the former governor of Osun State, the minister of Blue Ocean or whatever. And I'm saying, what is Blue Ocean or whatever it is?
I don't know what that is. Forefathers, have you observed that the way the economy is, the country is now, they're even more interested in 2027 than making any meaningful change?
I don't even know why they are looking into the future when they are destroying the country now. You can't win. How are you supposed to win when everybody is hating you?
They'll win.
I don't know.
They'll win.
Is right now.
Are they winning or they are rigging themselves in?
Whether they rig or no rig, the result to show that they won.
Is that the definition of win?
If the economy is like this, they can't win.
Okay. Is it not result they go right?
Except the other parties don't unite in any way. If they unite and coordinate themselves in any way, and the economy remains as it is today, 4 years' time, they are done for. But I fear it's not going to remain like that because Dangote refinery is going to start supplying Nigeria more. And yesterday, somebody went and bought gas in Nigeria and the price came down a little bit. All those things will start adding up. If Port Harcourt refinery comes on stream, which it will, because except they go and burn that one down, who knows? But it's due to come on stream this year. Warri is going to come on stream. Kaduna, all those things come on stream. I fear the Nigerian economy is going to improve.
They were supposed to come on stream by December last year.
Yes, but in 3 years' time, I believe it should come on stream. It should come on stream. And if it comes on stream, the Nigerian export, if I show you the amount of export, the kind of stuff Nigeria, where is that?
Even if they come on stream, they will still not get crude, or they will still not get crude. They will still come and buy from America, like Dangote is buying now from America.
Oh no, it's going to stop. I think it's till November. I think the sale that Nigeria made that got us to be giving away our crude is till November. Let me see if I can find this data because it's very, very important we see.
And they're still borrowing more money.
What am I going to do now?
It will continue.
Let me show you the disaster oil is doing. You see this 30-something%? That's oil that we are importing. It should be zero. All that is foreign exchange that we're wasting. If we take that if we remove all that with all the refineries coming on stream, now you can see how Tinubu economy could improve later on. So that is what anybody should be watching out for. If the refineries come on stream, that number will go down to around 10%, maybe even 5%. And now they have a lot of foreign exchange at their disposal, and because of that foreign exchange, they can borrow more money.
They've sold our crude oil for up to 10 years in future.
Is it 10 years?
I don't know how many years, but I know they've sold it ahead of time.
If they sell it 10 years, they can keep selling it now. They can keep selling it for 20 years in the future.
It's just like you forefathers telling me to buy.
What is going to stop them?
Forefathers, assuming you are my tenant now, you told me to pay you rent for next 10 years. Give you the money now so that you can use that solve your problem.
Now you say you don't own the house with that.
Does this number not surprise you though? This number, does it not surprise you? This number surprised me for Nigeria. The first time I saw it, I was shocked. Nigeria's debt to GDP ratio is quite low compared to the rest of the world. It's one of the lowest countries in terms of debt to GDP ratio. We don't owe as much debt as, say, like to their GDP compared to Ghana or the UK is crazy. UK is almost 100%. America is over 100% debt, but Nigeria owes just under 40%. Yes.
The debt we have. What do we use it for?
I think
is it production? Do we invest into agriculture with it, or do we invest in the human capital development?
I think they are putting it in infrastructure now.
God bless you, madam. Forefathers, that's what lenders used to check, and even on a micro level, me and you now, if I want to borrow money from you, what are you going to check?
Your income versus your this thing,
and also my lifestyle.
Your debt, the debt that you have and all the rest.
And my lifestyle too.
Yeah, they will check it. Yeah, and our lifestyle is terrible, isn't it, in Nigeria?
Yeah, even
we have terrible lifestyle.
I'm living a very terrible lifestyle.
No, I'm the lifestyle.
I have that money, I'm going to pay.
That Owambela is like, they are bringing it to the UK with all the Nigerian weddings. People now spraying money with all this stuff. That's what is happening now in the UK too. They are spraying currency too. Nigerians, I don't know. We don't have money and we have money to waste. Just God help us. And it's not only Nigerians. So I was in discussion with even African American. They have the same problem. It's like a what is wrong with black people?
I think it's black man problem.
What is it? What is it with us? We don't have money and we spend the little we have recklessly. I don't get it. If you look at you know what they said in the UK when we were having discussion about wigs and stuff, and they were trying to the African Americans were arguing amongst themselves that the numbers are not right. Then we pulled up this document that said, okay, this lady, she was talking about how she spends money for her hair every year, and they found out that the black woman spends 6 times more than any other group. It's like, we don't have money. Why are you spending so much on your hair? And the reason why they are doing it is to look like some other person, not their own self. So we do it all the time. If look at my shirt now, the kind of shirt I wear is higher quality than even an Indian man's shirt. And I ask myself, why? You know, I deliberately catch myself trying to buy cheaper things now. No, because it's horrible behavior. Because I try to remember that, you know what, we are from humble beginnings and we should act what we are instead of acting as if we are kings and we have a lot of money when we don't have it.
But
and I still haven't recovered from it.
We do it as competition. And what are we competing for?
It's hard to shake. That thing is hard to shake. Because the moment I want to buy any clothes now, I'm looking for the best type. Why? Why don't you just buy a shirt and move on and get on with it? I'm looking for the best one. I'm just trying to find, let me get that one. That one is better. But an Indian guy will be like, let me get the one I can afford. Not I can afford, but so that I can have extra money to invest in my property. I can have more money to invest in my child's education. That is the way they think. They think strategically. They don't think too much physical stuff. That's not their approach. I've seen people that earn more money than I do, and they wear trainers that are just like £10. While I'm wearing trainers worth 50, 100. I was like, sometimes I start checking myself.
We don't mind borrowing
to do it.
To do it.
It's bad. That thing is bad, and it's strong. I'm telling you from my personal thing, because now you have a taste. And if you want to use a phone, and they say that about Nigerians all the time, Nigerians use iPhones. You know, iPhones is supposed to be privileged. Not all white people carry iPhones. So most white people use Samsung cheaper phones. But
and
Nigerians,
they don't buy it cash.
Now look at Mazi there. Mazi has at least 2 iPhones. 2 at least. He doesn't have Samsung.
No,
He numbered them on his profile too.
So, this is Samsung. This is Samsung. Okay.
Okay, fair point. But is this the most expensive Samsung?
The first Samsung I ever bought was even last year. No.
I use iPhone. I like, why?
I don't use iPhone. I don't use Samsung before. I use other Androids. It does the basic things I want it to do for me.
I use iPhone because I use iPhone because there are certain things, especially work-related things, that I do with my iPhone. And apart from that, I have a deal. There's a deal that particular there is a kind of like over here.
So you also have an iPhone.
Yeah, they put you on.
Hey God,
they put you on a kind of like a plan, right? Whereby I can always trade in. Like the iPhone that I'm using now, I'm using 14. It's just that I feel too lazy to go and trade it in for 15. If I trade it in for 15, you understand? They'll give me. I don't have to pay anything. I don't have to pay anything. You know. It's just that they need me to take surveys and also help them promote their product and other kind of thing. Yes, that's why. If not,
see, let me ask you this. So, is it okay? You have 3 at least phones, which is also unusual by white people standard. It's also unusual.
Yes. Okay, so the reason why I have 3 phones is this. Remember, I told you what I do. I'm into psychological words. Okay. Now, not everybody will know.
You don't have to share it too, because it's something.
I know. Not everybody needs to know my numbers. You understand what I mean? Some people know a particular number. There's a particular number I use for work. That they can consult me. They can, call me. However, if I don't want to, I can turn it off and still have my peace of mind. You understand? And then there is the one for family. Family, they know that one is always there. They've got that. Yeah. So that's why it's not that. No, it's not that I'm buying them to show off. No.
No, it's not to show off. But why is it that other people don't do that though?
And my work is paying for it, so I'm okay. You know?
But other people just maintain one phone. Like Oyibo man, I've never seen Oyibo man that has 2 phones.
It's up to them. It depends on how many people. Not every Oyibo man is like so.
talk to people. You understand? Okay, just take for example, an Oyibo man will take their parents to old people's home. But us, right? Would you take, hypothetically, would you take your mom and your dad to old people's home?
No.
Would you do that? So that's just that. There's, always an advantage and disadvantage. You understand?
But that argument means that it should mean that you shouldn't have 3 phones. You should have one. You should want to manage because you're not.
I told you, my work is paying for some of them. I only pay for one. I'm only paying for
No,
one.
I understand your reasoning. I'm just saying that it's still because it affects me too. I know, believe in me, I'm wrestling with this. I don't know. Some people say I have inferiority complex, but I don't know what to call it because I feel like I should cut my coat according to my size. That I don't have a right to be asking for all these expensive stuff when other people that have more than I do are using less. You have to question yourself a little bit.
Yeah, you have to live. You live within your means. I'm not living above my means. I live within my means. Understand? And even I'm the one paying for everything, then I'll be worried.
To be fair, it's quite believable. Most people that I know, in short, any man that I've ever known that is from the southeast, they have not been like wasteful in terms of they don't necessarily waste their resources and not get it back. It's something that whatever they spend, they know they can be able to at least get it back. They are not known. I've never known any southeasterner that I know personally that is wasteful. But I know I'm very wasteful. I know Nigerians are very wasteful. They spend more than usual. When I went to the Nigerian embassy in London, I looked at the queue. You know, they embarrass us and create a long queue. And if you look at the shoes the Nigerians are wearing in that queue and look at the people that are walking past, Nigerians wear more expensive shoes. And you see, this guy is saying something about stingy here, and I think that's a fair point. Is it because we have this? We don't like stingy people. Like that, there's something about us that don't like to conserve, and we call them stingy. Anybody that wants to conserve is considered stingy. They don't want to spend money. Like someone like Peter Obi now, he's not liked because they call him no shishi man. But he's trying to manage his resources. He's trying to manage his resources according to the. He doesn't want to be extravagant. And I think it's a skill that we need to learn because that extra money can be used to pay for private tuition, can be used to build, just put more money into our healthcare, can be used to invest in technology and all those sort of things. That's what other people are doing. Personally, I feel like all these little things could be an evolutionary or competition advantage for them. Because if they are spending less on doing things and we are spending more, it's like we are carrying block on our back and living in the world with them. That's how it feels to me. And I'm trying to shed mine. I'm telling you that. I'm trying to shed mine, trying to be more efficient as much as I can. I don't think I'm succeeding much from what I've seen so far. I'm still using iPhone and I'm not using one. So I'm just as bad as anyone else. So, but see, one Nigeria, you have to admit, I'm sure you have an iPhone or at least 2. Don't you have 2 iPhones? Answer. For that learn stinginess, God forbid. No, yes, why not? Look at that. He said learn stinginess, God forbid. Why would you? It's a good thing. You need to conserve your resources. Use them for more strategic things. I'm not saying you should not help family members, but use them for things that are going to give you, greater returns. Not buying a shed that is going to decay, buying shoes that are too expensive when a cheaper one will do the same job. I'm beginning to think that, and I say this thing right now, while at the same time I'm looking to buy trainers and I'm looking to buy some of the best ones. That is how terrible it is. This is a problem that we have, and I really think that it's going to be a topic we discuss some other day, why we spend more than other groups. And we'll pull the numbers out. African Americans talk about it all the time. They say they are the reasons why sneaker companies are making money. They are the reason why any industry they start spending money, that industry makes money because of them. because they know they spend.
Oh yeah, Jordan shoe was mostly bought by the blacks. You know,
Yeah,
at first
you see.
I was so addicted to it. You know, that was my bachelor life. But I was like, no, I can't be using my money to buy something that when it comes out, you have to go and line up, because the way they get people is, instead of releasing a lot of it, they kind of like bring a limited number. So you now go to a mall and you see people lining up
It's
for
unbelievable.
a free product, and you're like, what is this?
I don't understand it myself. I'm
But the
one of
show,
them.
I won't take it away from there. It's nice though. When you wear it, it's nice and it's so comfortable. But
Mine is
no,
for jogging. I'm looking for jogging. I'm not into all those queuing in like when they see bargains they go and queue. I'm not into all that. But I'm also into spending that I know I don't need to spend it. I really don't, but I do it too. So, and it's something that I've seen Oyibo people people will be living on 50, 60 pounds a week. And you want to go and buy bread. They will tell you, when you're going to the shop, they will tell you, take money, go and buy the bread for me, because they don't want to spend the transportation to go and buy the bread. They will manage it. No matter what. I've seen things in my time. And this same person is a professional that could make a lot of money, and yet this person can manage so well. And I hardly see our people do that. If they can afford any more, they find a way to afford more. They will not live a poor life when they cannot, when they can avoid it. I mean, hey, Niger man, are you one Nigeria?
Yeah. Forefather, good morning.
You are the one that has been giving me trouble all this week.
Yes, nah, because you
Chasing
got
me from one part to here.
you don't pata too much. The way I make my money and spend it, that your own problem or Nigeria problem?
See, the point I'm making is that we tend to spend more than the
That
average white person.
Father, you can only tell that to your own child, not me, not anybody in Nigeria. You don't have that right.
Why
to
not?
Tell me what I want to buy. If I want to buy Rolls Royce, it's my money. It's not government money.
I'm not telling you your individual choice. I'm saying as a people, we generally spend more for our personal
only what you spend for your child. That is what you can say. Son, you are too wasteful. You are not up to age. You have to wait till you start. If I want to use my money to buy whatever I want, it's my life. That is why it is made.
Your life is only yours. Did you make yourself? Your life is not only yours. Your life belongs to these communities too. Don't think only that it's only about you.
Father, what is my problem with your own problem? If you didn't eat, that is your own problem. Okay. I have to eat first. I work for my money. You are not asking me how did I make my money when I was suffering. You are not there. You didn't see me say, please don't do 12-hour shifts. Let me do things for you. And let me help you. You do things. Now I make my money. You are telling me how to spend it.
I'm not telling you how to spend your money. I'm saying that I'm putting it forward that you don't
even have a defense, my brother.
Why don't you spend the money on private tuition?
If I speak, you talk this thing. Therefore, give me what this money.
Hold on now. Okay, if you have money now, you could spend that money giving your child private tuition, and would you choose that you go and spend that money on, let's say, on an iPhone for that child?
But Father, that is not your problem. Tell me how to spend my money.
It is my problem. We are just here talking about the country that is dysfunctional.
Are you my father? Are you my relative? Talk for yourself.
Okay,
but you going to tell somebody how to spend his money?
Now, let me limit it to you. Let me say a proverb. Let's do a thought experiment. A dad has a son, and he has money that he could use to pay for private tuition for 6 months, and he also that money he has a choice of using it to buy an iPhone 15, and decide that, you know what,
Father, don't complicate yourself.
I'm asking
anybody that buy, wait.
Me ask you.
Before I go and buy a land of 50 million, is it 50 million? I go and buy a land of 50 million. Is it 50 million that I have all in my account? Am I not going to build it? I know.
This is not you. I'm asking that fake dad that would
imaginary dad.
Imaginary dad. I'm asking. Okay.
No, not imaginary.
You don't want to answer the question because you know the implication of the question.
I answered the question already. Now you are not asking questions.
Let me ask you. If you don't have any problem, let me ask you then clearly so that the viewers can hear you. If that dad had the same amount that he can use to pay for a private tuition for his son for 6 months, and the same money he can use it to buy an iPhone. Do you think it's better for that dad to use that money to invest in private tuition for his son, or use that money to invest on an iPhone?
Okay, God bless you. Should I answer?
Yes.
Okay, God bless you. Father, please clarify by yourself to the audience. They are listening. Answer how many father that you are helped. You saw them; they were having million. Instead of using that million to train their children, they use it to go and buy half or buy Rolls Royce. And at the end of it, they come to you and beg to pay their child school fees.
That's a totally different scenario you are painting.
No,
there.
it's not different. Because how do you know how much I have? No, if somebody, Father, if I have not come to you to beg, and you not say, Najama, you that you were having 1 million, you should go and buy half for. Now you don't have money to pay for your school children. How do you know I don't have money? If I went to buy half for, how do you know how much I have?
No,
I'm not paying my child school fees.
I'm restricting it that the only money you have available for.
No, you cannot know. How are you God? How do you know how much I have available?
You don't understand. I'm trying to reduce it to that two.
No,
elements.
you are just trying to
if you have a
scenario
choice
that only you
things,
believe.
You see, he doesn't want to answer the question because he knows
I'm answering it now. That is
going to prove what I'm
wait,
saying.
Please, Father, 1 minute. Before you can know if I don't have enough, I must come and complain to you now. Or you will just stay in your house. You know that that man that went to buy Rolls Royce that they showed on the television or you saw in the market that you don't have any other cash or any other money in there.
Okay.
No.
Let me put it this way.
I must complain to you first.
That man has money for other things that he could, like, for fueling his car, paying his light bills and other things, and the money is tight for all those things. And now he says, okay, that extra money that I have, I can either use it to buy an iPhone or I can use it to pay for my son's tuition for 6 months. Which one would you choose? Which one do you think that should choose?
No, you are not making anything, to me, honestly, because you want to make yourself God to know what I need.
I'm not God.
What
I'm just giving choices.
How do you know? And that's what I'm telling you, Father. Answer the question. Somebody has come to complain to you that this person is supposed to do A and he went to do D first. That's only the way you know.
See,
you cannot just be
I'm not trying to say I'm better. I'm saying I belong to that group that will stupidly go and buy that child the iPhone. That's what I'm saying.
So that is
the problem.
What you should have done, you should have go to iPhone company and tell them, please don't say iPhone to Africa again or Nigeria.
Niger man, you are the one that been troubling me.
No, how you tell me? I pay you my money. I never see a thing before I'm hearing you.
You know what this guy did to me on one? I said, I did something. He said, don't worry, I'm going to reserve it.
No, it's on a rise. It's on a rise.
Oh, was it on a rise? It was a rise, yes. He was like, I will deal with you tomorrow. So you are the one troubling me all over.
Yes, now. Somebody said, no, you people listen. People listen. Some Senegal president come to Nigeria to see President Tinubu. You are not worried. What did this man come to say? What is the treaty come to sign? You are not worried. You are worried about Rufai that because he said they are using France money. Why that's what they concern?
Yes, now. Because you want to get rid of the French currency.
That is French. We are in Nigeria. We are using Naira. You should have been worried. What did this man come to do in Nigeria?
No, you should be.
What did he say with president?
Naira. You should be. You should be looking for countries that we can colonize.
I never colonize to ourselves finish. I don't colonize another person.
We should take over Senegal and convert their currency to the Naira.
We have not colonized ourselves finish. Where people are agitating all over the country.
We need to start thinking about generating wealth for our generation to come.
Not taking words from your mouth or whatever it is. I was so disappointed with the new Senegalese president. This man went to Aso Rock, and guess what he said? He said that he is being inspired
by the wisdom.
Jesus.
Mama, you deliver.
No. You have to know why you say this, sir. No, Father. What would you expect for me to say? You come to the president That is the chairman of AU. What do you expect him to say there? No, you have to understand the context.
No,
What do you expect him to say there?
he could say better.
Shouldn't be surprised. Don't be surprised
better.
That
He could say better.
Tinubu is using to rule us. Which wisdom?
Do you think
what
that
people talk be that now?
wait?
Today for chairman of AU, African Union Front, you want me to come and say I don't like you?
No. One Nigeria. We are not saying.
Wait. Do you think that the person he told it believed him?
Okay, God bless you. God bless you for that question. That person don't even know that this was just they do puppet follow me. No problem. Not come invade me. Now you be African chairman, African Union chairman.
You know the person is lying.
Senegal is only 18 million. Do you want the chairman of African Union to send 2,000 troops to go and invade you? No, you have to speak now. You have to understand the context now.
He gave him an assignment. He told him to go and talk to Burkina Faso, the other ones to come back to ECOWAS.
Okay.
To me, the choice
is not worried about that one.
They will never come back. They will never come back. He has to offer them something tangible for them to come back.
Russia, those ones is what they call Otilo. Those ones are Otilo. Russia already have bases in their place.
What if those people now say, okay, he talked to them, they say, okay, in 1 year, in 2 years' time, we are going to conduct an election. Go back to the barrack. They can place their own puppets there. Don't you know?
They don't want to come back. Don't you understand? They don't want to come back.
Either Burkina Faso or Mali, one of them said they want to.
Military can never be there forever. You have to know that one.
That they want to extend this thing to 3 years' time. That they will hold the election in 3 years.
So that is a good win for them.
I don't know why African military leaders like to wear their uniform so long. I don't know why. Look at even look at the Chad one changed to civilian very quickly. Egypt one changed to civilian. Algeria one changed. But these black ones, they will, although Chad is black, but these other ones they don't want to change to civilian. I don't know why.
Chad in the election. The election they do.
Oh, that's how they do it too.
It's not election. The military guy just put him there.
Done. Oh yeah, that's how it's
military
done.
people just put him there.
That is almost the sense we have in Nigeria. We have something like Buhari was in the military, come back in Agbada. Obasanjo was in the military, come back in Agbada. So all of them are still the same thing now. So no different.
And it's a normal behavior. Egypt immediately converted to civilian, and everybody's happy. And people don't like nations that have military regimes for some reason. And even Russia, as it is, China, all of them are civilian officials. You can still wield a lot of power and be civilian. But these guys, they're like, no, we want to remain military. I don't understand the logic. Why is that
is why people always against coup. You will know when the military will come, but for them to leave, that is the problem.
Yeah, you see, among black nations, they are very problematic. They don't agree to
change. That is the problem. They will come, but for them to leave, that is the wala. That is why people are saying no coup in Nigeria. Because if they come, they will never leave again.
You know one thing I'm beginning to notice historically, nations are transformed by ex-military leaders that converted to civilian, or they were ex-military, then turned to civilian, then became leaders. Nations from Stalin, George Washington, just name it. Most nations, Lincoln,
we have people like that in Nigeria and our forefather. There's no difference. Obasanjo was a military, convert to become a civilian. Buhari was a military, convert to become a civilian. So what is the difference?
Yeah, but that's my point. If you want to even have a chance to transform a nation, you tend to want to be from a military background. Most of the great nations that were transformed were done by people that had military background, or were still they were still in the military when they did what they did. It's very stark. All of them, from Lin Kuan Yew, Mao Zedong, even Ghana,
JJ Rawlings,
all of them. It's almost like an essential thing that you have to have. But maybe there's a civilian one that just came from nowhere and transformed the nation with a civilian this thing, who knows. But Thank you for joining us.
No
But I see
problem.
you were running away from the question. You came with
You
ruffle.
answered your question now,
You
for
didn't
father. I
answer.
don't prolong anything this morning. I answered your question.
You said not prolong it. Okay, I
No,
will
you have
leave
to
it.
be
I will
sincere
leave
with
it.
yourself. Are you
I
going
will
to
leave
tell
it.
somebody how to spend his money? That is impossible. You don't know when I'm
not telling you how to spend your money. I'm saying I have a problem, and I
why are
feel
you
like
not
all
giving
of
me a
us have the
choice? I
same
need to
problem.
buy iPhone first, or I need to pay school fees first. That will not be your wallet, and my wallet be that one. My cross
But
be
the
that.
wahala is affecting all of us.
How?
Because if I go and ruin my life, that's one more problem for your family members to take.
How you go and read that becomes now problem? The day of judgment,
It becomes
God go
all
ask
our
you my sin.
problem.
Wait, the day of judgment, God go ask you for my sin or your own sin. What are you talking?
No, that's not what God judges individually. True, but
So why
still,
must I be my family member?
you know, one man's problem
Go
is another
take that
man.
one to Father, please help us. Take it to Aso Rock and state governor to stop buying foreign things and start using
Oh
donkey
yeah,
or
I've said that already. I've already said that.
Tell them to stop using foreign cars and start using donkey and kete.
You had
Please.
what we're discussing here. We should not buy things that we can make in Nigeria. That's where it starts. And funny enough, oh my God, maybe I should share this. Where is that video even? That is exactly the same policy. I don't think which people did that. They said the first, I think it was China. The first thing they started manufacturing was things that are not high technology. That's where they started from there and built up. And that's the normal. If you just look at it, that's the normal thing to do. We can manufacture plastic. Why are we importing it? Just put tariff on the plastic that is being imported, take the money, fund local manufacturing so that they can start making plastic. Anything that we can manufacture, start manufacturing it. You start using it to make money and start deny that useless dollar that keeps coming in, reduce the demand. And now when refineries come on, Nigeria, I tell you, Tinubu can easily make Nigerian economy very strong. But look at what he has done with it. He just wants to destroy it.
Father, if you are wait, Nigeria, all of us, if we are out decent, we just want to be complaining of what we are doing. You are here in UK. If they give you pound after you finish your work, if they give you pound and give you dollar, which one will you take?
I'll take pounds.
Okay. Why are you not telling somebody in Nigeria that see dollar and see naira to leave dollar and take naira?
No, because I'm in the UK, that's why I would take pounds. But if I'm in Nigeria, I would take naira.
Because why you take pound? Because pound is higher than dollar. That is why you rush for pound.
Because I'm in the UK. If I was in America, I would take the dollars. But the point I'm making is that why do we should reduce our demand for the dollar? So
not
that our
we be saying government. Don't touch whatever this thing you are saying. Don't want to say it in public.
Who is government?
They will fight you. How can you tell me after I suffer for the home, you're telling me how to use my money? We can't talk with that one.
This argument will go circle. You don't seem to want to understand where I'm coming from.
Be facing the government. The government should stop it, not we.
Okay, when people complain about the cyber security, this thing, the government not pull it back?
Why would they not pull it back? Why would they not pull it back? What
it shows you that the people are involved. The people are involved.
They pull it back, but now they put it on something. You don't trust this government.
After they pull it back, they are telling they want to mob the 20 trillion pension fund.
Not even that. Not even that one. Be said talk. I'm not saying the guy make mistake. Go talk about. Now when you see when people fire up, he say maybe what you mean or say that. The one for the airport that they say Tinubu is gonna pay. I was asking somebody. I said Tinubu is gonna pay from his own pocket. No, he's not.
That one I can bury it off now.
You know, it's not from his pocket. They will still take. They'll budget for it. Government will, whatever it is, will go and pay for it and all that stuff.
The coastal road. What para the coastal road? Don't you see how much that 15 trillion? That 15 trillion. Go and look. We have 28 trillion budget. That is 63% of our budget.
And they don't already give one. They don't already give one. They don't give 1.7.
Private institutions involved. It's not over one. It's not over 1 year.
You know, so they don't already pay 1.7 trillion. That
they are just going to do that. No, that is just only going to that Dangote refinery finish. Nothing more from there. So nobody.
Hold on, but are you? What if it was to succeed? Are you for it?
I'm for it. No. As far as it's in the south, I 100% support it. But I know, no. I 100% support.
You know what I like this guy? He doesn't miss his words. But it's funny enough though. You see, this is why I will say my Southeastern brothers, you have to be careful the way you talk. when you keep saying that, they should not do it. You know what people are going to read? Because it's not coming to the south, is that's why you're saying it.
No.
No matter how you try to spin
you get
it,
it.
that's what
You
they are
get it
going to
wrong.
think.
Look at the time it's gonna take.
No. If we people are in the south, we are against this road. If people in the south, we are against this road, my brother. We have to check ourselves. Go to the north. There's no gallop road in the north. What are we saying?
Who said there's
No,
no
even
gallop?
though this
There
is
is
going to
gallop
finish after
road.
my great-great-grandchildren. Let it be there. Let them do it. One person will come and finish it. Government is continue. We can't go again. You know
The
what?
money
Almost
we
9
got
states.
from me, that money that
They
they
will
will
still
use.
loot. Okay, they loot it. They loot that money.
Man,
and
you guys don't know how beautiful Nigeria is.
That's
Do you know economical? Wait, look at the first two places from southwest to south. Those are two economical hubs in Nigeria, and it's linking that to crime. You have to be happy. Do you know how much is coming from there?
So what we're saying is this: one Nigeria. Nobody is saying that what they want to do is not good. But the thing is this: before they do that, if I were them, fix the roads we already have.
They told you, that is people are not current of what is happening. No, all the 47 road and 50 federal road is under construction. Are you supposed to be listening to what is coming out from the state every day now?
One Nigeria, listen now. We know you and I know Nigeria very well.
No,
when they tell you one Nigeria,
we have to believe what they are saying. We know that I support this government, not that I'm for them, but believe what they say. Even though they still do it, we keep pushing till we have it. They're not going to have it one day. We have to know that one.
So
okay,
they're saying they're trying to build a road.
That your information is it from the government or from the people living in Nigeria?
Which information of that one? Which one?
That all the 47 whatever
all the 47 federal roads.
You should have listened to. You should wait. One thing, please go to.
Ask question.
No, Minister of War. Before they even brought that. Wait, Mama. Before they brought that. Before they started that budget of Coastal Road, the Minister of Interior. What is his name? Minister of War, David Umahi. They listed all these things, and you see when he was visiting all state to state, all federal road.
The question I ask you is that what you are saying, is it from the government or from
the government? Now, I'm not a decision maker. It's from the government now.
Okay.
I want to remember Fashola was there before. Fashola was there.
I want to ask you for a favor. Since we don't believe our government, and you get some money when you fit, I beg, give money to some Nigeria to check all those roads that are under construction so that you can report back to us.
No. Man, don't see this woman. Why Nigeria? Why are we so biopic like this one? So what they announced, is not the 6 months. So you expect we just feel it don't finish now. What kind of talk is that?
No, the Abia said they give contract out, they pay them full, and none of those contracts was executed.
Are you talking of federal road or state road or local government road? You have to know the one you are talking.
And they beg you, say, you know what? You see this report you bring, so I like her. But for me to believe her, help me give money to some Nigerians. May they help us check all those roads. May they give us feedback. May you bring the report back.
Road where they never finish. How you want what you want to congratulate government for them? Not between the finish and you go to find report.
What she's saying is that whether they are constructed, there's work being done there at all.
The reason we are saying this.
Wait, father, please.
That is the reason.
Wait, if you want to argue, you argue with facts, not just I want to talk. The time the minister of work was passing his budget, when the National Assembly was scrutinizing it, how many projects of the federal road was there? Go and check it if I'm lying.
Is that what we are talking about? Is it the one they put for project they talk? I've been at the one when they go do or they don't start or they do.
Wait till they want the money where they want. Wait till they want to. They know do project put for them. Prepare fund for it.
I am not saying they not budget for all those things, but have they started doing it? Has the money not come out of the account?
How did they do work? Wait.
She's asking you straight question. She wants to know. She wants to, let me explain to you. She wants to know that it's not just words, that things have started happening.
See,
wait. Wait.
One majority of us in the South is saying something concerning this coastal road is the fact that we have a lot of federal road, 47 as you say it, that are not in order.
What do we do now? Wait now, because you know you are not with me here now. I will going to show you part 1-to-1. What should we do now? Wait,
the life of our city.
No need of argument, Mama. What we just do now? Just sit down your Google there. Begin to check all the old federal road, not state road, not local government road. There are 3 roads in Nigeria. You have to know that one. Begin to check them one by one. You understand? And begin to find your facts. If there is job going on there, or the one how they awarded it to the company. That is what before you know. You cannot tell me to go to the old Nigeria and start video of the old road.
It's 40 road. It's 40 road.
47. The federal government 47 or 50.
I'm not interested in that because that road have been. We continue to award it every year. We always budget for it every year.
So why do you want them to push the money if you know their money is embezzled? Why are you now advocating for them to push the money for the coastal road to the road again?
Come to talk of this coastal road. How many companies bid for it?
That is a point you are talking. That is a point. That is supposed to be our point. No, by we saying that we should not do it. The point you ask, the question that is the real point. How many companies bid for it? How was it this thing? What's the name of this thing? The approval. But I can see I thought when this guy asked them the other day, last week, before they are not talking about the approval, everything, maybe it's not they have all the whole approval. So this is the question we're supposed to be asking. Not that they should not build that road. You know that road, what will do for us? Anybody that go against that road, honestly, I've talked to more than 200 people. They must be evil of the country, of the South.
You see what I mean? This is what I was saying, that P2B should have been careful when he said he was against it.
Anybody who go against that road, honestly, must be evil. We need this road more than 40 years ago. Third Maryland Bridge, we are happy upon it. When they want to build that road, they show people begin to dig everything out. That is the way they complain against it. If not for that, we have it today. People must come against, but we are just talking about the transparency because we don't trust our government. Not that we go against that road.
The only reason why they clap your hands for them is because the road is in the south.
Yes, so that is only the reason, honestly. That is my best reading all over the world. I'm very happy for that. And I have an apology. I have nobody apologizing about that.
I think that if they build the road elsewhere, like the trains line they built elsewhere, like
they build the train to region and not cry. What you want to come my own region
and in the south that has produced so much resources for the country at the same time.
You don't have anything.
And what has the fact that it didn't happen before now? It's a travesty because all other nations in West Africa have it. It's only us that don't have it.
Fubara, can I say something? Can I say something to one Nigeria?
Welcome. Yes, sir.
You are talking about a coastal road, but I believe you're from Edo. In Edo State, there is a port, right? There is a seaport in Edo.
There's no seaport in Edo State.
Okay, but there is one in Delta, right?
Yeah.
Do you know that things can be cheaper if if cargo goes direct to Delta State instead of going to Lagos? Because most of the stuff that is being imported, assuming it's going to Edo State, we have to go to Lagos.
What does that got to do with the road, though?
Wait, hold on now. Let me see. Why I'm saying it is, instead of the road, why don't we refurbish the ports?
So
So,
people that want to
Mazi,
travel
Wow.
from
You see, this kind of talk,
all these
they are
tanker
this talk
truck
no help. People are
that
just
fall
going to
on key people
label
on
me that they
on
are
the road,
against them because
you
it's
don't like
not
that
in
road for
Lagos.
it? Why are you against? Why
What are
people
you
have to
talking
go and
about?
digest this thing well first?
Hold on, let's
If
go
they
No,
backstage
okay,
maintain,
before
forefather, I
we
understand.
overstay.
Because many
if
people doesn't like Tinubu face. That what is
if
coming to my own region, you want to use because you don't like Tinubu face to play against
I
it.
just told you, I'm from Delta State.
So what
So
about
God
Why
did
the
not,
people that
you
want
are
to?
not,
I'm
you are
from
not happy
Delta
about
State.
it?
But the second
If
What
they
Niger Bridge,
about
you
maintain,
guys should
if
not
they
agree the second
Wait,
Niger
the
maintain,
time they
Bridge.
build second Niger bridge, the time they build second Niger bridge, how many people has of the transparency of that bridge? How many people?
the second Niger Bridge, go and look at it and how many cars pass through that place.
So
You see,
what about
you guys
ordinary
Cars don't
people
pass.
that
you
just
guys,
want
when we
ordinary
talk,
people? What about ordinary people that just want to travel? Should
I
they
speak
go take a ship?
I speak the truth. If the ports are being refurbished, do you know how many employment that will create?
No, that was the one I asked. It has nothing to do with what I just asked.
No,
If
no,
you
no. Do you know?
people that,
Do you know how many
but
traveling? Is it not?
it has
Is it not
nothing to
somebody?
But on
Is it not
airport is working.
somebody?
I don't know why are you
it
not chipping through there. On
Is
airport
it
is
not
has
working. Let us.
somebody?
it has
Is
nothing
it
to do
not
with
some?
my question. What
Is
I
it?
just if a
As,
regular person that wants to
mm-hmm,
travel and
mm-hmm,
can't take a plane and think it
mm-hmm.
is cheaper for them to drive, they want to get to one part from Lagos to
Yeah.
maybe somewhere in Delta or Edo. How do you expect them to do it? To go hop on a ship too, or what?
Okay, so first and foremost, you see all these things that we are saying, the coastal road that they are talking about, they've not told you about those, how they're gonna link Edo to it. They've not said that. They've not told you how they're gonna link Delta State to that road. They've
No,
only
it will
told
lead
you.
nine
They've
states. It's going
only
to lead nine states. Nine states.
look. Can I finish, please? I'm not taking words from you.
Yeah.
We're having conversations.
No, I'm just trying
Okay.
to tell you that it will lead nine states in the south. Yeah.
For me, I prefer them creating employment than something that I know.
That is employment, Amazina. How many
The
people will work
roads
there
are
for
going to
years?
A
create
massive
employment.
employment.
How many people will work there for
That
20
road.
years?
We are
That is
sitting.
20 years and
Here.
employment is there
We are
guaranteed.
sitting. We are
That place
sitting
is,
here.
that project is going to last for 20 years. And if we
We'll
have
see.
trade, if we have speed
Mm,
trade in the middle, that is not
mm,
projected for yet, but they
we'll
are
see.
creating space for it.
We'll see.
From
We're
Lagos
here.
to Calabar is 13, 14 hours. If they do that road, maybe it will be 6 hours or 5 hours.
We'll see.
Because they said like
We're
from
here.
Ondo down to
We're,
Lagos is going to be like 3 or 4 hours.
4
So you can
hours, okay.
actually live there
But we buy
and
road from
work.
Lagos
You
to
can
Calabar is for 13 hours. Okay,
you
look at
can
speak the truth is even is
you can you can actually
honestly we
live.
have to look at the benefit, the future benefit. The problem we have in Nigeria, we want ourselves to benefit. No, we have to be thinking of our children.
one Nigeria.
So
We are
you
not
can
talking.
actually
For
live
me,
in like Ondo and then work in
there
Lagos
is
or
there
vice
is.
versa. And the road supposedly
We link to Bayelsa, all those sides.
accomplished.
Even though they did only from the Lagos part, government is continuing. Another one will come one day by one day. The other one will continue and try and finish it. That is what
Okay.
you have to be. You have to
I think
start.
the areas that need
Oh,
it most is River State, Bayelsa, and Delta. And
That is
maybe
the first place
Ondo.
they are even
Actually,
trying
they
to
need it
shine a
most than
first.
even Lagos. Because
Yeah,
those
that is
areas, their coastal region have not been developed at all.
so.
Zero. They've
All
lost
the old
out
money
so
come
much.
from there. All the old money we use in
Mm,
Nigeria come from there. Our project is going to there. We are saying no.
mm.
Make we get
I
how
think I
get
think
work now.
Mazi doesn't understand it. That's why you are saying it. If you
no.
know that Nigeria has, beach that you have in Lagos, we have it
Mm-hmm.
all the way from Lagos to Akwa Ibom, but none of it has been
Mm-hmm.
developed. We are missing out on so many tourism
No,
stuff,
no, no,
economic
no.
activity, all kinds of
Land.
stuff.
Okay. For your information, forefathers, Landmark has moved there. Landmark is going to Ibano in Akwa Ibom. He's moved there now. They've given him, the government is gonna support him with certain things. This is,
That's good.
for me, there
But
is a
that's not what
medium.
he's saying. A
There,
private enterprise is
there's a medium term. There's a medium term
a
planning.
private business
Speak,
is not the
speak the truth.
same as
Speak the truth. Can I
building
speak,
a
please?
road.
Okay. There's a medium term planning, and there is a future plan.
What Nigeria needs now is something to help people immediately.
Yes, it's there now.
Whatever that coastal this thing is a long-term thing.
Yeah,
It's not gonna happen now.
Okay,
It's not gonna be
please,
now.
please. Okay, Mercy, sorry, sorry, let me just ask you one question.
One Nigeria, are you guaranteed to live 40 more years?
No, wait, but if I'm not
you
leaving,
got,
so I will
all
not
the
plan for the children
highways,
to come.
all the
So,
highways
It's
you
not
got,
about
all
us
the
now. It's about the
highways.
people that
It's
come
not
after
about me.
us.
I'm not talking about me. My
And it's
time
not
is
even
gone.
going to be
We're
40
talking
years.
about the
It's not going
children,
to
the
be 40
future.
years.
the future. Okay, we'll see. We are here. We're sitting down here. We'll see.
All the highways you're driving on, hold on. All the highways you got that you're driving on in California, how long do you think it took the government to build them?
It doesn't take long. It's not even the government. It's not even the
You
federal.
think California just? You think? Hold up. You think the United States just did its interstate highways in like how many months?
The state does that, and
No.
then
I said
the county do their thing.
Interstate, meaning
Mhm.
interstate from one state to another. You think I-47 and I-95 and all these highways, you think they were just built in one day?
Yes, because what they do is
You think they were built in one day?
listen. Can I tell you something? Okay, they have what they call Caltrans, California Transportation. They have it in. They have some in different places.
What are you talking
No,
about?
Mazi, what is trying to ask you?
Hold on one idea. So if California was the highway that links California to Arizona to Nevada, coming down the Midwest, you think it was built in one day?
Why would it be built in one day? What are you talking about?
Okay, let's take this backstage.
So the coastal
before
road
the video
that
go and crash.
Nigeria wants to build, how many? It's going to link nine. Let me finish. You keep
finish the
interrupting.
point.
So 9 states that this Nigerian highway is going to link.
700 kilometers.
How long do you think it's going to take?
I think the truth. Don't ask me all those questions. What I'm trying to tell you,
Mazi, hold the answer. Let me round up so that we go backstage and finish this. Otherwise, the video might get stuck on YouTube. Thank you, Mama Hecho, for joining us today, and you really stayed long. One of the longest, actually, more than everybody here. She was here, and everybody came, went, and she's still here. So I really appreciate the time you spent with us today, and you can go backstage and carry on the conversation. I speak the truth. I appreciate your presence here today. I really do. And I really wish I've had time to really go toe and toe with you regarding some issues that we like to discuss. Because this is why I like those sessions, because I actually learned some things from them. I don't know who that is. Paul was here, Olumide, and one Nigeria and Niger man. I appreciate you for joining us. Steph, you came in, and I really appreciate you. And you sound like an economist. You sound like a sound economist. Thank you for joining us. Mazi, I see you too. Thank you for joining us. And I appreciate your time here. Let me just say some thank you to the people that donated before I call out the ones on the chat. Alexander Gomez, $5. Alexander Gomez, again, thank you for the donation, Alexander Gomez. This thing, one man went to Mo. Thank you for the donation. Kulata, all these people that don't often like us here or don't like the viewers here. They don't. It's not me. They tend to separate me a little bit, but they always donate. Young one, thank you for the donation. Another Kingsley Ogieraki. This is from Edo, isn't it? Thank you for the donation, Kingsley Ogieraki. Young one, I can't believe I pronounced that right. How did I know that? Young one, thank you for the donation. Kulata, thank you for the donation. Alexander Gomez again. Kulata, Tope O. Oh my God, Tope O just decided to just blast this thing with $20. And Oscar Blackbone, thank you for the donation. We really appreciate it. Dr. Damages will be pleased with that. McEnelly, I see you there. Boom Boom Ray, I see you there. I appreciate your time there and all the time people spend insulting me and some guests. This is all they do. This is the only panel where the chat is hostile to the moderator. I've never seen anything like that before, but this is what we have to put up with. Oscar Blackwood, I see you there. Pablo De Settler, I see you there too. Pablo De Settler, Topeo, I see you there too. CJ Okonkwo, I see you. Thank you for joining us. Highbury 10, thank you for joining us. Who else is there? One Nigeria, definitely. One Nigeria. This is like a serious wahala. You just keep fighting me.
I blast you throughout the day. I told you I'm coming for you today now.
Is there nothing I see?
I blast you from the beginning to the ending.
There's nothing I see.
From the beginning you start to the end, I blast the hell out of you today. Man.
Steve, like constant attack. No mercy. Steve, thank you for joining us. Steve, I see you there. Femi, thank you for joining us, and he was also on the panel. Thank you for joining us. Jagun was also here. Bansat was here. Let me try to remember the panelists' names that were here. Quite a lot of them came in. I can't remember all of them. Ify was here. There was another. Was there another lady here? Ify was here. Let me see. Chilled Power. I see there. Chilled Power. Iro. Okay, that's not this in. Sonny Uche. I see you there. Sonny Uche. Tato. That sounds like a South African name. Tato, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. I think I saw a Black Beauty, and thank you for joining us too, a Black Beauty. Eddie A, I see you there too, Eddie A. Thank you for the this thing joining us. I would like to play us out now, so that we can go away for now and return this evening. There's going to be a football match that will be covered, and then we can do our Sunday, as they like to describe it, Bible session, a calmer session, a more collective and intellectually stimulating session, I would say. So let's see, what do we play us out with today? Something nice, I say. Maybe Majek Fashek, maybe our Majek Fashek. I think I like Majek Fashek actually. Let's see. That should do it.
Tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Fashek.